The venue is quite small. Should remain in the chamber. That will be honorable members, Honorable Premier, Honorable Dr. Mkhize, Chairperson of Cogta, Chairperson of Scopa and Cocka, MEC for Cogta Ntate Mokoena, MEC for Finance Ntate Makume, and the following municipalities: Mangaung Metropolitan, Xhariep, Letsimeng, Kopanong, Treasury, AG's office, and Salga. The rest of the team, we humbly request that they can just sit at the holding area or waiting room. Thank you.
putting them through. So we have people from the Public Service Commission, PG,
No.
National Commission. Okay, okay.
Good morning, colleagues. May we invite everyone to take their seats. Please take your seats, so at least we know you have a seat. We're going to be starting now. So we will start by all rising to have a moment for silent prayer and meditation. Thank you. Please be seated. Silent prayer and meditation means even the phones must be silent. May I declare this meeting open and welcome all the members who are here. We will go through a process of introductions so that we have a sense as to who is here. Before we proceed, I'm going to request that the speaker, Honorable Mxolisi Tukwana, to welcome all of us and make his opening comments. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. The Premier of the province, the MECs that are here today, the mayors, the speakers, and all officials that are here. It is indeed an honor for us as a province that this process that is bold begins in this province. I'm reminded by what John Kabat-Zinn calls when she called on us in the book Mindfulness for All. It then says, we must marvel at our potential role in what is yet to come and contribute to it, each in our way, taking care of this moment fully. When we do, the next moment is already profoundly different because we chose to show up fully in this one. This is how we shape the future, how we bring about a wiser and kinder future, and by taking care of and responding to the present we have now with our full presence and multiple intelligences. In other words, mindfully in awareness. Close of quote. I'm encouraged this morning as we start to show up this, in this moment, as we respond to calls that have been made by the Auditor General over and over. And in most cases, these calls have not been heeded. We have not been fully present, and we have not responded accordingly. It is encouraging that this morning, we're starting a process that begins to respond seriously and intentionally to what we've been called to do. The Auditor General of South Africa has been calling on all of us as leaders not to miss the opportunity to address the already reported audit findings and heed the call to action to transform local government and improve people's lives. We have been implored on many occasions to turn the tide in local government and especially in 2019-2020, she themed her report as ethical and accountable leadership should drive the required change. And this has been a consistent theme throughout up until the last one. And today we are responding to this call and activating the accountability ecosystem, which is going to go a long way in shifting the culture in local government towards performance, integrity, transparency, and accountability. We welcome this coordinated and collaborative effort intended to promote strong governance within municipalities. We strongly believe that this process will impose stringent consequence management to prevent recurring issues. Today's clarion call is for all of us to take care of this moment fully. We are choosing to show up fully this time around. We are eager to respond to the present. We have now, with our full presence and mindfully, as the legislature, we need to, as legislatures, both at national and the province, we need to intensify our efforts to monitor, support, and oversee municipalities to bring about much needed financial stability and empower municipalities to realize the object of local government as espoused in the section 152 of the Constitution. We must also be reminded that the call by the AG is not just about compliance with the MFMA, but about fundamental transformation of local government to respond to challenges facing our people and to bring about necessary service delivery, but to bring about a local government that functions, a local government that responds to the needs of our people. It is with these words that we believe that as the Free State, having the experience of many of our municipalities not performing accordingly and failing in many respects to deal with the issues as expected, we're here today to
the officials from the various departments who are here, from DCOC, and Provincial Treasury, Cogta, Scopa, and staff from the Parliament, from the Standing Committee on the Auditor General. We want to welcome you all to this meeting. As a matter of background, in May this year, the Auditor General tabled in Parliament a consolidated general report on local government outcomes in respect of the 2023-24 financial year. The key message emanating from the report was that the poor audit outcome trend has continued. There continue to be lack of consequences, which was most evident in the areas of poor and slow responses to investigating allegations of financial and supply chain management misconduct and fraud indicators. Not and material non-compliance with the legislation on consequence management. Poor political and administrative leadership was reported to have contributed to the poor performance at local government level. The AG noted that the desired impact of the national and provincial interventions to help financially distressed municipalities to deal with their challenges has yet to be realized. The support therefore needed to be intensified. We were to ensure that the next time there is a report of the Auditor General, the situation is different. Pursuant to the tabling of that Municipal Finance Management Act audit outcomes and the ensuring recommendations, the Portfolio Committee resolved to modify its oversight strategy to ensure more focused attention on consequence management and more emphasis on accountability by the provincial leadership, particularly from the Premier and the members of the Executive Council responsible for Cogta and for traditional affairs as well as Treasury. Mindful, therefore, of cooperative governance and international relations, intergovernmental relations, and the principles of legality as underscored in Parliament, Oversight and Accountability model, the Portfolio Committee was then approaching this matter in a modified oversight strategy where the various committees that had the similar concern and having received the report had to come together to look at a joint oversight model. In this case involved SCOPA as well as the Standing Committee on the Public Accounts. And this would then be coming to the province to partner with similar committees with this led by the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature, and then of course a meeting with the Speaker of the National Assembly, and we've had several meetings to try and refine this approach. This is basically to say that we have to emphasize on the issue of joint accountability from all the spheres of government as well as both the executive and the legislative arm of government. And therefore, as we are here, we represent that collective. On that basis, we are going to then be going through a program that's going to create a conversation across the different spheres until we are able to agree that at the end, we're all going to be looking for the same outcomes, and hopefully we'll have targets that we are able to all monitor at the same time, so that at the end of it, we should actually see a change in the culture in terms of the auditing processes, but not just about audit. The whole issue of the audit outcomes is about the common responsibility of all those who are public representatives. In the final analysis, we all have to be accountable, and we all have to make sure that the resources that are managed on behalf of the public and the services that are delivered to our public is actually managed in a manner that shows a degree of accountability, and therefore our focus on the issue of consequence management this time around as a major issue. And we have therefore supplied a number of questions which we have asked them from the Speaker, from the Premier, to the MECs, to the municipalities to respond to. And these issues basically relate to acknowledging what transgressions have been identified by the Auditor General, and then explaining why those were allowed to happen. And of course, further, we need to get a response in terms of what corrective measures are there to make sure that those don't happen again. And then, of course, consequence management as to who were found to be liable for those transgressions. And a plan for future prevention so that it does not recur in the future. We wouldn't like to see the same report coming back from the Auditor General. And then we need a commitment from leadership in terms of what steps, what actions will be taken in the case of transgression, because it's those steps that will act as a disincentive for the repeat offenders. The numbers of municipalities that have had disclaimers is largest here in the province of Free State. We have also challenges of non-submission of the reports. We have got insufficient, insufficiently prepared reports, such that most of the municipalities rely on the Auditor General's team to actually end up with the outcomes that they've got. It's only a very small minority that get audited on the first time submission, and that needs to be corrected. So these are the issues that at the end of it we have to deal with. Challenges of unfunded budgets, and also issues where on all of these the commitment of the management to consequence management is not evident. The culture of turning around municipalities to improve governance at a financial level, supply chain management issues, on the issues of management of infrastructure grants, on issues that relate to various other environmental conservation issues. There's a whole there's a whole basket of those issues. With that in mind, therefore, we have convened this discussion. I would like that we must table over there the schedule of how each municipality is going to be attended to. But we have a slightly different approach in terms of how we're going to deal with it. We have received the reports, and I hope the members have received all the reports from the municipalities. If not, please contact the secretaries of the committees. They should be able to share that with you. We've also got a consolidated response on the municipal reports already from the Auditor General. And I hope that the members have got those, because we're going to be focusing on those particularly. Then, of course, we've got a consolidated synthesis which has come from our own researchers to guide the members in terms of the areas of focus. There are many issues that we can raise in relation to the municipalities. They are allowed, you can raise them, any of those issues. However, at the end, we need to have a focused approach. So because we have got the national and provincial houses, we have divided the time to allow National Assembly members to give us their questions, and then of course we'll also give the space to the provincial leadership to do the same. To regulate the process, we would like that the members handle this in the way that we normally do in Parliament when we do what we call follow-up questions, which basically means within a minute you will have finished your question, and we can have a bit of generosity to let you go for the second minute. But the first minute is enough, because each of the municipalities will not wait until all the questions are asked. You ask a question and you get answered at the same time. And then If we think that you have exceeded your minute of explaining as a municipality or whoever, we will actually stop you. Whatever you have not said is fine, but what we wanted is what you're going to tell us first, so that we have a very, focused kind of discussion. We really were going to we're going to request that we all cooperate, because it's going to be a bit untidy the way we normally want to just go on and on with preambles and then the state of the province address and state of the municipality and all of that. We won't have time for that. We've got all the reports here. Already the answers have been given to us by the Auditor General. Where the municipality has given us a response, we've also looked at it and we can tell you we are happy with it or we're not happy with it. And then the Auditor General has also given us. So we're not going to waste a lot of time. What information has not been given, you can give now, but try not to repeat. Let's focus on the issues as we move forward. So if we terminate your comments, please cooperate. And that goes the same way for the members. Having said so, honorable members, I'm going to ask that we take a few minutes just to do introductions of who is here. We'll take about 2 minutes on the members of the National Assembly, who are mostly on my left, and then we will come to the members of the Provincial Assembly on my right. We have divided the time. There will be more or less a first come, first served. So we won't worry too much about which parties you come from. We think that is immaterial at this point. What's important is the fact that you are all here for a joint accountability exercise. So we will therefore request that the members on my left can go through the introduction, starting with my colleague here. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Dikeledi Direko, and I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Cogta. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed.
Good morning. My name is Ndando Matuna. I am a member of Portfolio Committee of SCOPA.
Good morning. My name is Sanele Mwali. I'm the member of the Standing Committee on Appropriation, Standing Committee on the AG and Appropriation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eleanor Space, and I'm a member of the Standing Committee on the Auditor General. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kumani Matiwane. I'm a member of SCOPA.
Good morning, everyone. I'm the member of the Cogta Portfolio Committee. My name is Zuzifa Butelezi. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Hlengiwe Mkalipi. I'm the member of Cogta Portfolio Committee. My overall says it all, which political party I don't have to declare.
We don't advertise parties here.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, colleagues. My name is Talente Gupega. I come from the Standing Committee on Public Accounts.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Marina van Sale, and I'm on the Cogta portfolio, and I'm a neighbouring province. I'm from the Eastern Cape.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Patrick Atkinson, and I'm a member of the Select Committee on Public Accounts, otherwise known as SCOPA.
Morning. My name is Pumelele Ndamase from the Cogta Portfolio Committee. Thank you.
Goeiemorgen allemaal. Good morning. Dumelang, Chairperson. I am Honorable Van Wyk, and I'm a member of Cogta. Thank you.
Sanbonani, Uzwelakhe Mthethwa, member of Cogta. Ningitshele nokuthinta amakhosi uma kukhona.
Sanbonani, ubheka umndeni Mdolo, member of Cogta. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I request that we do the introduction of the provincial team?
Good morning, Chair. My name is Keto Makume, MEC for Finance, Economic Development and Tourism, Free State.
Morning Chair, my name is Makui Litswa Matai. I'm the Premier of the Free State.
Madam Chair and the committees, my name is Saki Mukwena, Cogta Human Settlements MEC.
Good morning, I'm Elsbie Rockman, MEC responsible for Environmental Affairs, Agriculture, Rural Development.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dulandi Leach, and I'm a member of ProPac.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Mackay, and I'm a member of the Cogta committee.
Good morning. My name is David van Vieren. I'm a member of the Free State Legislature.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Werner Pretorius, I'm a member of ProPac, Free State Provincial Legislature.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jafta Mukwena. I'm the member of the Cogta Committee, the Free State.
Re ke dumedise modulasetulo basebetsi mmoho ka lebitso ke Bosanku Msimanga ke setho sa komiti ya ProPac e leng Provincial Public Accounts mo Free State.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Zama Skwebela. I'm the member of ProPac and Governance Committee as well.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. Good morning, Chair. My name is Ntabiseng Xhariep, member of Cogta and ProPac. I'm also Deputy Chief Whip in the province. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Upa Khwabani. I'm the chairperson of Public Accounts and also a member of Cogta or Governance Committee.
Good morning, Chairperson, and to the rest of the committee and yourself. My name is Armand Klute, and I'm member of, actually Chairperson of the Cooperative Governance. Actually, it's called the Committee on Cooperative Governance, the Premier's Office, and Community Safety. So we call it just the Governance Committee in the Free State. But thank you very much.
Morning, colleagues. The name is Thabo Meko, member of ProPac as well as a Cogta Portfolio Committee.
Morning, Chair. Morning, colleagues. My name is Nolita Ndungane, Deputy Speaker of the Free State Legislature, also a member of ProPac and Cogta.
Listen to Gwana, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that introduction. May I request some remarks from SCOPA, National Assembly?
No, thanks, Chair. Greetings to fellow members, to you, Chair, fellow members of the National Assembly, the Provincial Legislature, the Speaker. I believe we also have members of the Executive of the Province, a SCOPA of the province, and also municipalities. Let me just say all protocol observed to ensure that I cover everyone. I think good morning to everyone. Shortly, I think it's a privilege for us to be here today, alongside the SCOA, as invited, or as we might have had an engagement with the Portfolio Committee on Cogta. I think as we embark on this initiative, I just want to underscore just few points that is important to us as a SCOPA of the National Assembly. We've been saying this in the engagements that we've been having since the beginning of the term. One, to us, accountability is of paramount importance. So our primary goal is to ensure that municipal resources are managed effectively and transparently. We hold a position to ensure that our people receive the services that they should that they require adequately. Two, we've also wanted to ensure that we identify systematic issues. So this visit provides us with this opportunity to pinpoint any systematic issues, challenges faced by municipalities in this particular province. Being it relates to financial mismanagement, infrastructure deficits, obviously government struggles. I think AG as well highlights on this, especially on the issue of asset management. They speak a lot about some municipalities having an inadequate asset register, inadequate processes of debt management, which includes collection, which is usually a challenge. When you can't collect, it's usually difficult to provide services to our people. So we, as well as the issue of capacity development, to us, it's very important that we prioritize capacity building at our local government officials to ensure that we have the right people with the right skills in the right places to ensure that we deliver the services that were mandated to our people. I think this also speaks about stronger government frameworks and training initiatives that are meaningful, not to just send people to training development because it is a mandatory performance target, but because it is going to benefit the municipality, as well as to ensure that our local government listen to our people. That is very important to us. I think lastly, Chair, I think what is mostly important is that we develop the capacity to ensure that we produce reliable financial statements, because that speaks to our ability to be able to deliver the services to our people. So basically, that has been what drives us at the scope at the national legislature. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let me request the member from the Standing Committee on the AGs.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning once again, and all protocol observed. I think from the outset it's important that provinces and municipalities present here knows that we as members of the Standing Committee on the Auditor General representing that committee, that our role in essence here is to assist and support the Auditor General's office in fulfilling its duties impartially, fairly, and without prejudice. We obviously want to foster positive relationships between the AG and the auditors, which are you, the municipalities, whilst we try to help improve the performance of both the Auditor General and yours. So we are committed as the Standing Committee on the Auditor General to a coordinated approach to municipal oversight, focusing particularly on issues like repeat disclaimers, audit opinions, and poor financial statement quality. So please, we are not here to critique you. Our goal is to understand your challenges and to support both the AG and municipalities in improving the execution of their responsibilities. So our role is to facilitate a collaborative and supportive environment to enhance accountability, transparency, and good governance within the municipalities, which then aligns with the objectives of us as a standing committee and the Auditor General. In a nutshell, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We now would like to move to get the executive. The responsibility of the executive over the municipalities is defined in the Constitution, to provide support, to monitor, to designate municipalities, and also therefore to give them the necessary support to ensure that they are able to deliver the services. at this point it's important for us to raise the fact that the level of accountability would start with the Premier and the Executive over the performance of the municipalities, based on the fact that they are the ones who are supposed to give the continuous support, monitor them, and actually have got constitutional power to intervene in the event the municipalities aren't performing their duties. Section 154 is one main section that offers the support that requires the municipalities to offer the support. Section 139 is the one that ensures that if the municipalities are not performing, that there is an intervention at the provincial level. We believe at this point we have to invoke the constitutional provision to ask that the provincial leadership needs to account. And the reason why we are all here is because of this issue of joint accountability, which we now have to exercise. And of course, after we are gone, this interaction needs to continue between the provincial executive and the legislature to monitor and support those municipalities. And so I would like to invite the Premier of the province to address us together with her team of MECs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the committee, the Speaker, members of National Assembly Portfolio Committee, members of Standing Committee on Public Accounts, members of Standing Committee on Auditor General's committee led by the Chairperson, members of the legislature, MECs here, and the municipalities. Let me take this opportunity first to welcome you all to the Free State, a province to go to and not to go through. Chairperson, this is also a province that is really rich in culture and history. But Section 154 of the Constitution, read together with Section 34 of the MFMA, bestow on the provincial government, indeed Chairperson, and national governments the responsibility to monitor, support, and enhance the capacity of municipalities to execute their functions. This is because we carry the aspirations of the communities that have elected us. It is our duty, therefore, to provide quality services, promote development, involve communities in matters of local government, and ensure good governance. And the truth is, we are deeply concerned about the state of our municipalities, Chairperson. Because of inadequate capacity, poor financial management, weak governance system, and institutional instabilities, many of our municipalities are now in financial and administrative distress. Provision of water and sanitation remains a challenge. Our streets are littered with garbage. Maintenance of water waste treatment plants remains a concern to us as provincial government. Municipal yellow fleet and easily be found in scrapyards. Some roads are in poor conditions, and this is known by you. The debts owed to ESCOM and Val Central as well are increasing. People are expecting much from us as government, and this we can never afford. We are servants of the people, and work to turn around municipalities has started, Chairperson. Work to get the basics right, breathe new life in our municipalities, and improve service delivery. Honourable members, to realize all this, as the Premier, together with the MEC Cogta, MEC Treasury, we visited the following municipalities as a starting point. This one we visited with the MEC Cogta, my apologies, MEC Treasury. Mokare, Nala, Nketwani, Mafube, Machabeng, and Mangaung Metro as part of our support as provincial government to turn things around. We are deeply concerned by some of our municipalities that are being taken to court for failure to execute their constitutional mandate. It cannot be correct that we have to be forced by courts on how to manage the affairs of local government because of our internal challenges in our different municipalities. Chairperson, I know instituting Section 139 in municipalities. Some are criticizing it for not being effective. However, this is a legal instrument that somehow empowers provincial government to intervene directly on our struggling municipalities. In Kopanong local municipality, for instance, through this intervention, we are beginning to see positive results. It depends on the political will by various councils, how receptive they are towards these interventions by the provincial government. During our regular interactions with AGSA on audit outcomes relating to Mangaung, as provincial government, we took an initiative to meet with the Metro to discuss and find solutions on all red flags raised by AG. We must report that these initiatives are beginning to show commitment by our municipalities to do things differently this time around. Working together with Cogta and Treasury, we have established intervention teams with specific targets and timelines to stabilize and improve the performance of municipalities. This function includes capacity building, enhancing performance, instituting consequence management, and implementing audit action plans. More specifically, in Nala, Machabeng, and Tokologo, the Executive Council has appointed representatives to oversee the effective functioning of these municipalities. Similar interventions include the secondment of municipal managers in Mohokare and Letsemeng local municipalities. All this we do because stability lies at the heart of our prosperity as this province. Consequence management, we believe that it must start with those who do not want to cooperate or work together with a team that is being dispatched by the provincial government to different municipalities. To demonstrate our seriousness about improving the state of our municipalities, it is evident by recently seconding an official at the level of HOD in the office of the Premier to do monitoring and evaluation in order to enhance performance of municipalities and develop tangible intervention for implementation. The Premier's Coordinating Forum is also proving to be an important intergovernmental coordinating vehicle to engage, assist, and hold municipalities accountable on their service delivery performance. In our last week engagements, we have emphasized the importance of honoring payment plans by our municipalities, particularly with Eskom and Val Central Water, so that basic service can reach our communities. Through this platform, we are now in a process with the Department of Water and Sanitation and Val Central to develop and implementing lasting solutions to deal with water and sanitation challenges in Machabeng. As we believe that the intervention team that was dispatched to Machabeng is being led by one of the former MECs, we believe in him that changes will be effected in that municipalities, as we know that there has been an intervention that is enforceable by a court order. We are also pleased that Kopanong has concluded a debt repayment plan with Val Central and Eskom as a result of our intervention as this provincial government. A shortage of mainly technical capacity in some municipalities remains a concern. To transcend this, we have recruited and placed 17 graduates to support municipalities with critical skills. These include hydrology and resource management, environmental and water management, urban and rural town planning, environmental health, and civil engineer skills. To strengthen municipality capability, we believe that a legislative instrument and methodology that will allow us to redeploy municipal senior managers in appropriate positions and in collaboration with our councils is a necessity. This will ensure that we do not keep the same manager who have poorly performed for years in the same position and expect different outcomes. Improved service delivery depends on the capability of our officials. We continue to build the capacity of municipalities through the provision of skills development in our Free State Training and Development Institutes. This year, we'll collaborate with municipalities to use the Institute to verify the qualifications of municipal managers and senior officials. We'll be starting with Mangaung as agreed with the mayor of Mangaung Metro. We are assisting municipalities in filling vacant positions. The Provincial PMS Forum is used to ensure recruitment and selection process are complied with. The priority in this is Cocka municipality. Through our dedicated support, Lejwe Liputso and Thabo Mfutsanyana and their local municipalities are now part of the DBSA Partner a District program. Assistance provided as part of this program include project planning, funding, and implementation.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. We're also implementing the DDM chairperson, and the Executive Council has also resolved to convene its meetings in various municipalities as EXCO meets the People Initiative meant to enhance integrated service delivery and importantly engage with communities and understand. But our intervention also include the development implementation of monitoring of audit action plans and review of annual financial statements of municipality. This we are doing in collaboration with the Auditor General Chairperson. And the last part, Chairperson, we believe will no longer really, the National Treasury Consequence Management and Accountability Framework Circular has been issued and a provincial workshop convened. Lack of consequence management has been one of the topical points. Non-existence of action against those who underperform is over through this commitment that we are making. And today we want to commit to this portfolio committee that the work, we believe this joint oversight initiatives aims to hold political and administrative leadership accountable, and we commit as this provincial government that going forward we are going to embark on the same program in making sure that we support the municipalities in this process. And I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. MEC Mkwana.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I rise on the protocol that has been observed. With the 10 minutes we have, Chair, we would wish to present the report through our...
Please switch off one mic.
We will wish to present our report through our HOD, which will seek to continue to set the scene. Chair, the elements of the report, including what has been submitted, focuses on the state of municipalities, particularly the political and admin interface, capacity of municipalities to perform their constitutional functions, and provide service delivery, the issue of the performance in terms of the grant spectrum that we have in the country, improving audit outcomes, focusing on corrective, consequence as well as support provided, including the issues to stabilize payment of salaries and third parties, which has been a problem in the province. So I therefore wish, Chair, that through you we allow the HOD to summarize the report as submitted in terms of all the issues within the 10 minutes that we have been provided. Thank you very much, Chair.
Which is 9 now. Proceed. No. We will need you audible. So please come and take the seat in front. We will need some arrangement somehow, because we will need some of that space. Those municipalities that will be presenting will have to use that same space.
Can you reset the watch, Chair?
No, so no resetting. Everything is within your space you were warned before. So right now, you are just about finishing the second minute.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Protocol observed. In the interest of time, I think I'm just going to be trying to deal with summarizing, Chair. As the MEC has already indicated, when it comes to, there's an acknowledgement on the part of Cogta that municipalities in the province have not performed as expected in terms of legislations, and in terms of their Section 152 mandate. Suffice to say, MEC, Honorable Chair, we actually, as an indication of the state of affairs of municipalities that we say...
In the process, just give us your name as well.
My name, Chair, is Tsepiso Ramakarani. I'm the HOD in Cogta. Just to underscore the challenge of municipalities in the province, we are saying out of the 23 municipalities that we have in the province, we actually currently have 6 of those municipalities under various Section 139 interventions. Others are mandatory interventions as a result of court orders. We have submitted a report to the committee members, so I will just be summarizing, going through it, but highlighting what are some of the key challenges that are across these municipalities that results in some of these failures. And I think central to it has been the issue of the delay in filling of senior vacant positions. Despite the fact that as a department, the MEC, we have given municipalities the strict directive to comply with what we call a process plan. But in the majority of cases, there has been challenges in filling some of these positions. And those that have also filled, we found out when the MEC was engaging or interrogating their Regulation 17 reports that they have not been compliant, and we had advised municipalities to restart processes. Where there has been resistance, we are at court with some of these municipalities. But Chair, I think as part and parcel of wanting to turn around the situation, in December 2024, from the 3rd to the 5th of December, the MEC would have convened a local government summit comprising all players in the local government spectrum with a view to getting a commitment on turning around of the situation. Now, the success of that summit will be on the implementation of the resolutions and the extent to which, as provincial government, we're able to monitor these resolutions. In the package that has been given to members, we have indicated what were the themes of those commissions that we had, including the resolutions that were subsequently taken. These resolutions have served before the Executive Council of the Free State and sent to municipalities, where we say municipalities must adopt them. Now, Chair, I wouldn't necessarily have the time to go through the list of all municipalities in terms of what are the challenges, both in terms of governance and institutional matters that are there. But probably starting with the metro, one needs to indicate that we do know that the municipality is still under Section 1397. It was initially 1395, but there has been relative stability lately in terms of the political leadership that has since been appointed, as well as the appointment of senior managers. As Cogta, we have been able to assist the municipality with regard to that, but because of the financial recovery plan challenges that are still there, the municipality is still under Section 1397. They still have to deal with the issue of some of the targets that comes from the financial recovery plan, but they must also deal with issues of compensation of employees. With Nala, this is one municipality which had been stabled in terms of the previous state of local government assessment that was done, but starting from March 20, there would have been challenges starting from March 2025 that led to dualism. But prior to this dualism that I will explain, we would have had a situation where councillors in Nala would have passed a motion of no confidence against their speaker, and there were subsequent engagements where the MM was suspended and the MM would have presided over those. The reality was that we ended up with a situation in Nala where you had 2 speakers, 2 MMs, 2 CFOs, and the provincial government then had to intervene in terms of Section 1391B. Whilst there is an EXCO rep who has been sent there, there is also a Section 106 team that still needs to do work. They couldn't do the work initially after the minister had requested we implement Section 106 because of the violent disruptions that were there. As things stand now, there is a court order where the MM and the CFO, I think they've gone to court. The matter was postponed yesterday. So, but the instability there still exists, except for the fact that some of the compliance issues would have been dealt with now. Moving away from Nala, I think I would go to Dihlabe. In Dihlabe, generally, the municipality is stable. There might be challenges with regard to financial management, their UIFs, but the oversight committees like MPEX are functional, although there are challenges. Mohokari is one other municipality that, as per our report, we are saying that it has experienced serious challenges over a period of more than a year. I think they have last suspended their MM in 2023. There had been community protests, there have been service delivery challenges, but there has now since been an element of stability. They've elected a mayor, they've elected a speaker after a motion of no confidence was passed against the previous speaker, and the previous mayor also resigned. So the Cogta has been there. We have deployed an acting MM, all with a view to try and deal with some of the challenges that they have. We have also intervened in terms of the electricity challenges.
You're less than 2 minutes now.
Chair, maybe to also just deal with some of the issues that had been raised. I think one of the issues that we are called upon to deal with would have been the challenges with regard to compliance, the audit outcomes of municipalities. It is there here in the package, but it's a collective intervention that we do with the Provincial, Treasury and SALGA. Suffice to say, we are still to have a municipality that would have a clean audit in the Free State. But one of the things that so far has been dealt with is that those outstanding audits of prior years have since now been dealt with. We are also monitoring the issue of submission of AFS to be sure that by the 31st of August, all these are submitted. Chair, I think the other thing that we are dealing with has been the challenge with regard to the submission of Section 46 reports, which enables Cogta to deal with consolidated Section 47 reports. There has been either late submissions of Section 46 reports or non-submission of those. We have created a provincial structure, a forum that seeks to deal with firstly, building capacity within municipalities, but also monitoring them so that there is the submission of Section 46 reports that would enable us to deal with Section 47. The same can be said with regard to the Section 131 reports, Chair. Chair, the last one, with your indulgence, Chair, deals with the issue of grants. We are requested to just indicate over a 3-year period.
You don't have that indulgence. Let's take the MEC. MEC Treasury.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Let me also respect the protocol that has been observed. We are also requesting that we give the HOD a chance to present on our behalf in a report that will include the following: the issue of the annual financial statements, the time that they are being submitted, and the quality thereof. We're also going to present on the disclaimer municipalities, the ESCOM debt relief, the funded versus unfunded budgets, the conditional grants and financial municipal capacity building, and the other support that includes the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. We're also going to focus on the consequence management in relation to the Provincial Treasury as per the circular that was issued by the National Treasury's Consequence Management and Accountability Framework. We'll also be focusing on the Municipal Financial Recovery Plan and the services that we're also going to give to the municipalities. In conclusion, Honorable Chair, the Provincial Treasury will continue to provide sustained and long-term financial management support to municipalities. This includes assistance with complex accounting matters and the strengthening of the foundational financial management system. With those few words, allow me to give over to the HOD for a presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Greetings to the Chair of the session. My name is Pakiso Lebone, Acting HOD Provincial Treasury. Chair, without really wasting time, I'll just go straight to issues relating to the late submission of the AFS. In the past, Chair, we have been struggling with the submission of the annual financial statements on time as per the requirements of MFMA. Now, since 2022-23, we have started to realize that our municipalities submitted on time. We only had 4 municipalities that did not submit on time. Last year, there was a smaller regression wherein there were 5 municipalities that did not submit their AFS on time. Chair, what are the fundamental reasons behind the non-submission? I'll just quickly look into Masilonyana. Masilonyana had some challenges regarding the instability. They also had challenges around the financial system as well as the management, record management. Lastly, there were challenges around late appointment of the service provider. The other municipality that is very inconsistent in terms of submitting the AFS, it was Kopanong. It has been submitting, but last year they did not submit on time. The challenge there, it was around instability, the HR issues. There were also labor unrest, and then they were also having some challenges with the financial system in order to put all the records. Mafube was also one of the municipality. They received AGSA report late. That has impact on the submission of the AFS. But over and above that, there were also challenges around the systems. Maluteapofung was also one of the municipality that had challenges, specifically with the consolidation of the AFS between them and Maluteapofung. Mohokare also, it was one of the municipality. It was HR, labor unrest, as well as the financial system. Now, Chair, what is it that we have done in order to address this? Firstly, Honorable Premier indicated that there's an establishment of a Premier's Coordinating Forum. So we have also used this forum as a vehicle to address some of the challenges and ensure that municipalities submit on time as per the requirements of Section 126. Furthermore, we have also established a Municipal Audit Readiness Forum, wherein we are regularly sitting and ensure that municipalities are submitting on time. This forum starts in July up until the August. We also have a CFO forum, wherein we also discuss these issues. Over and above that, we have also ensured that we regularly create awareness of the submission of the AFS. Chair, from what we have communicated, or what has been communicated to us, most of the municipalities committed that they will submit their AFS on time, but it's one issue that we are also monitoring because of the structures as well as the processes that we have put in place. Chair, when it comes to the improvement of the AFS, what is it that we are doing, specifically looking at some of the municipalities that obtained a disclaimer audit opinion? We have engaged with these municipalities. Firstly, we have requested them to submit the AFS preparation plan so that we can assess and put on their AFS preparation plan. The other thing that we have also indicated, Chair, is the AFS consistency workshop, wherein we were engaging with Western Cape just to also learn the best practices. The other thing that we are also doing is a review of the draft AFS before they can be submitted, just to ensure that there's a quality in the AFS. Chair, the other thing that we are also planning to do, which is in the pipeline, it is also to appoint accounting specialists who will also be placed in some of the disclaimer municipalities. But we are not only placing them in the disclaimer, we are putting them in the disclaimer as well as unqualified, so that we can also learn some best practices. Chair, I would just quickly run to ESCOM debt relief and summarize it. There are two things. In terms of ESCOM debt relief, compliance related, we are 100%. But what is happening, Chair, is the issue around maintenance of a current account. Most of our municipalities, Chair, are unable to maintain current account. But what we can also report to this honorable committee is that the CENTLEC received a letter from National Treasury of the write-off. However, there are still issues between National Treasury as well as ESCOM. Tswelopele municipality was also on the verge of receiving that. There's just issue of 18 million that municipality is trying to deal with. Dihlabeng also, it was one municipality that was also doing well with regard to ESCOM debt relief. Chair, we have outlined the rationale why we are struggling. As I've indicated, the main issue is around the maintenance of the current account. Now, there are also strides that we are making in order to correct that, specifically on the issues around the revenue, wherein we are looking at the correction of the cost reflective tariffs. We are also engaging on the payment plans where possible. Chair, let me quickly run to the funded and unfunded budget. As you can see, in 2021-22, the province only had 4 unfunded budgets. Now, for 2025, we have 9 funded budgets. Chair, the biggest challenge with regard to the funded budget, it's around revenue. We cannot look at cost containment aside, but we must also look at how are we raising revenue. So that is the biggest challenge that we are currently having. But what is it that we are doing? I'll skip the slide around the findings, but what is it that we are really doing? Chair, one of the key instrumental tools that we are using by all provinces, it's a budget funding tool which must actually be credible. It's one issue that we are grappling with, but we are really slowly moving there. As you can see that we are coming from a base of 4, currently we are at 9. So that is more or less, Chair, what we are doing. Conditional grants, in a nutshell, a year before last, our under expenditure was 622 million. Last year, it was 354 million. So there was over...
you got 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So basically, the only challenge that we had, it was around Mangaung. I think they will also explain the challenges that they have. But what is it that we have put in place? We have monitoring, monthly monitoring of, we've got monthly performance forums around the conditional grants. We also support the municipalities with regard to the rollovers. We also have a provincial grant committee as well as the budget performance report wherein we are looking at this. Chair, we have also requested to talk on the municipalities in distress. So we are using the triggers as per section 139 wherein we identify those municipalities, and there are also actions that we are making.
Thank you very much. You tried.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tried. But just remember, we have these reports now. Honorable members, do you want to take 5 minutes to ask them questions, or you want us to just proceed? You want to deal with them? All right. You will have a minute for question and a minute for the answer. All of them. The MECs and the Premier, all of them, and the HOD. No, it's 5 minutes for all of you and 5 minutes for them. That gives you 10. Yeah, you go ahead. You've got a minute, madam. You've got 5 minutes.
Chair, you are going to make us not to be effective. Thanks, Chair. Thanks.
Proceed.
Let me not thank you because the Chair is going to take my minutes away. Greetings to all of you. Chairperson, my question starts with the Premier, since Section 25 of the Constitution vested the provincial government executive authority to the Premier. So we are here specifically, we know what we are here for, as it was alluded by the Chairperson, that we are taking the measures from the AG. So the Premier has made a presentation as well, saying that she knows what is happening in the province. The reason why we are here for the second time is because of what the AG has said, painting a bleak picture with this provincial government. Ne, Chairperson. That's why we decided to come back. So we want specific questions and answers from the Premier, since we have a constitutional obligation to ensure that your municipalities are functioning very well. What steps have you taken as a Premier? Not the presentation that you have presented to us. You must tell us what, in these problems that you are having in all 23 municipalities here in the Free State, what we have done as myself as a Premier. Secondly,
We're going to have to review how we deal with this, because I've been waiting for the question. It wasn't forthcoming. Now,
I did.
yes, you have asked the question. Okay, let's just try this and see, because I had said maximum 2 minutes, but for now, let's see if we can deal with this one, because we want to move to the municipality. So that's your first question. Can you just focus to that? Premier?
Thank you, Chairperson. No, it's fine. Thank you, Chairperson. I did indicate in my presentation that there are areas where we intervene as provincial government. When you look at Nala itself, we had Section 139, and what is the other municipality is Mohokare, where we also intervene by appointing one of the officials from provincial government to act as a MM in that particular municipality. Let's aiming the same applies, where we appointed an official from Cogta to serve in that particular municipality. In Ketwa, in Mafube, we had to intervene and ask the MEC to kindly ask the MM to resign from that municipality, so that we can be able to act as the provincial government and place someone to assist us in making sure that there are changes in that particular municipality. And like I indicated, Nala, Machabeng, of course, it's the issue of court order. There's a team, as indicated, that is being established by Cogta through Executive Council as well to intervene in that particular municipality. And in other municipalities, as the Treasury also indicated, with this Premier's Coordinating Forum, that's where we made commitment in the last meeting that we had with them, that now we are going to even call the Val Central, the ESCOM, to make sure that those agreements where these municipalities were unable to enter into agreements with this board that they are owing, they'll have to sign it in our presence in that particular forum. So we are going to utilize that.
That's fine for now. Let's move on. Let's take the next. Yes, I've got. All right, let me call the list so that we can. It will have Van Sale, then we'll have Utelezi. All right, let's just come through this way. All right, we'll just go through this way. You want clarity?
Because the presentation was made by two different departments, plus the Premier. So I just engaged the Premier, not the departments. How is it going to work?
When you ask the question, they'll decide who must answer. So you just throw the question, they'll decide who gets to answer. Yeah, if you are not happy with the answer, let's see. If there's time, we can extend.
Okay, so can I continue and ask the answer from the departments?
No, not yet. No, let's get the others. Let's see. If there's time at the end, we'll still come back. All right, Honorable Fancy.
Thank you, Chairperson. You know, driving here this morning, and I drive here every week because I fly from here to Parliament, and it's a sad state of affairs, and it's not just in Bloemfontein, it's the whole of the Free State. So, Premier, I mean, we made the joke actually this morning that the grass hasn't been cut, and normally when someone visits of Parliament or MECs, when you visit these towns, the grass is cut and everything, and that's not even done. So it shows the telling story of what is happening in the Free State. Under your leadership, how many meetings have you had with mayors, with troikas, to try and really look at what the problems are and try and assist? Because I don't think many meetings have been done. You've also got all these forums that you've established. What is one success story from all of these forums that you've established? Because it seems like you're having all these meetings and tea, but nothing really happens. So I'd really like to know, give me a success story from all the forums that you've established, what has been done, and how many meetings have you had with mayors? Thank you.
Premier?
Can I ask MEC?
That's fine.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the province, we've got the roads that belongs to national as well as belongs to the province. others belongs to the municipality. So the dealing with the issue of the grass on the side of the roads will belong to those particular departments. We've got Kopanong that is under the tremendous pressure as part of the distressed municipalities. That municipality was under disclaimer. It has now moved to a qualified opinion. We are in Mafube. In fact, Kopanong, they've had problems of payment of salaries. Now that problem is stabilizing. They've got about more than 6 months without that being a challenge. There are a number of municipalities where we're at and we're stabilizing them. Using various instruments in law, we're in Mafube, dealing wholeheartedly with a comprehensive intervention on the political, the administrative capacity of the municipality to be able to deliver service delivery, engaging as well with the stakeholders, particularly the business sector and the community. The report indicated that Nala had problems. It is now stabilized. We have gone back to where the singularity in terms of the leadership and service delivery is resumed. So being a new administration with just over a year in government, there's interventions that we're making through the summit resolutions are beginning to bear fruits as we are no longer experiencing what is called a regress in terms of the audit outcomes. We are in the same space, but we hope that the only movement that can come is going upward as opposed to what we've seen in the past. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, just a matter of definition. If you got disclaimers, you can't argue you don't have regression. That's regression already. Anyway, I'm not asking for an answer. I'm just indicating because we mustn't have different ways of looking at it. Okay, let's have, you had your hand up? All right, we're going to move this way. We'll come back. Okay, you got a minute.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings once again to the House. Chair, in the Free State, in the whole of the Free State, we've got mayors and councillors that stay in power and preside over collapsing municipalities for years on end. The infrastructure is collapsing. The municipal financials are collapsing for years on end, to a point where one of the municipalities, they've had a disclaimer of opinion, audit opinion, for 9 consecutive years. I just want to know, what is the point of keeping these mayors and these people who are presiding over these municipalities when we know that they're not doing anything? And what is the point of having an executive that is not effective? Because clearly that speaks to the effectiveness of now the executive that is in power right now.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
MEC, whoever wishes to pick up that one, you can comment on disclaimers.
Let me first respond to the question. I know the municipality that the honourable member is referring to, and indeed it's one of those municipalities that I recently visited. I think it was around May, if not June, that myself and MEC Cogta visited. And there are issues that we also raised that were picked from our interaction with the municipality. Indeed, we met the tracker there, we met municipalities, we met the management, and we were not happy. And it's part of the report in my reflections here that we're not impressed at all with the performance. But as we all know here, seated here as members of parliament and the local government councillors, we know the responsibility of moving people does not lie with the executive. It lies with the party that seconds even honourable member to parliament. But there are recommendations that are in place currently, that we believe when you come, the situation would have changed. And I promise and I make that commitment in front of the committee.
Okay, Sheng.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to everyone in the House. My question really touches a bit on what has just been raised by my colleague just now. Is to say, if you look at the Free State, really, if the truth be told, I think if you look at years, there are serial delinquents. There's serial delinquency in terms of the municipalities. And really you are left with the feeling that maybe isn't it rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic? Because if you find that what are the interventions, there are even the AG's red flags there's nothing that happens out of them. So maybe, Chair, to cut across without going very far, is to say now, and there have been even turnaround plans that have been tabled by different municipalities, but the same results is the same. It's like thinking that if you do something wrong many times, it will get right. So I just want to know now, sitting in front of us here, to say now, from the point of view of the province, what will make us, give us all comfort? Firstly, people who want their delivery of service, and then this committee, that now this time around, these plans being tabled here will actually bear fruit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just switch on the mic and speak, whoever is mandated, no problem.
Okay, thanks. I think one of the things that we have done was to set up the systems that were different from the old ones that we got when we entered into the 7 administration. First was that the Premier, the MEC Cogta and myself, Premier Treasurer, we need to work together and set up structures which they are reporting on quarterly to the Office of the Premier, Cogta and Finances. And there's a work in progress that we can really attest to it, that there's something that is happening. But the problem has been taking for some times. We're dealing with the legacy of almost 10 years that we are beginning to deal with. But there is a work in progress. We've set up CFOs forums, which were not there in the past. The CFOs forums, they're actually aimed at looking at the financial statements of municipalities and the financial controls of the municipalities. But added to that is the appointment of the financial experts, something that has not been done in the past, which will be seconded to municipalities to ensure that they actually work hand in hand with officials to begin to change the picture and the situation in municipalities. It's not just an easy work, but it's something that we've begun to get commitments. The Premier's Forum has also made some commitments which are also enabling us as departments now to begin to intervene on time, whereas in the past we'll await the annual report of the Auditor General. But in these cases we have said every time during the quarterly reports, we need to make a point that the Cogta and the Financial Department, through the Office of the Premier, they immediately intervene and work out. The issues of the audit actions plans, they're also being put at the agenda of ESCO. ESCO has a responsibility now that in each and every of our meetings, there has to be a report by the action plans, particularly the teams that have been seconded by Cogta and Finance Department, to ensure that these people account from municipalities. It's not an easy work, but it's something that we're able to do.
Thank you. Matiwan.
Bulele Slal. There's a member who likes to say that there's an exercise of putting lipstick on a pig. I think it's that same exercise that is happening here in Free State with the municipalities. Now I'll go through, there's a report that was done by the South African Human Rights Commission on the level of service, state of service delivery in the Free State. And it found that there are numerous violations of human rights in the Free State. And the Department of Cogta in the Free State was afforded an opportunity to comment on that report, but they did not respond. My question is to what was said, I think, by the HOD of Treasury, where they are saying that they are placing accounting specialists in the municipalities, whereas you have an accounting officer, which is the municipal manager, you have a chief financial officer, you have internal auditor.
Get us the question, your time is up.
Sure. The question is, what has been done to those to the chief financial or to the chief financial officer and the CFOs, if you are going to add additional people into the municipality, which is the accounting specialists?
Thank you. We won't allocate you. You will just decide yourselves.
Chair, as they are consulting, let me deal with this part. Okay. Part of the report indicated that we have reasserted adherence to the regulations in terms of the recruitment of senior personnel. We have forced accountability. We have a couple of municipalities that we have taken to court because they have not adhered to the process of employing quality personnel that is required. The issue of accountability starts with those that are appointed, not only those that are elected. We are using this process to make sure that we employ quality and qualified accountable officials that are able to tackle the issues that we are raising. Where there's a problem, like in the municipality of Mohokare, we have had to reverse the appointment of an acting MM who was not qualified, was not going to give the municipality the proper fighting chance that we require. In another municipality, we're in court because we don't believe that the process has been properly handled. In Mafube, we've had to engage with the leadership of the municipality around the capacity of the administration on these particular issues. And this is over and above the fact that in some of the municipalities in the Free State, the response in relation to the CFOs when municipalities are advertised, it is not quite adequate. There are municipalities that will have advertised 3 times without getting a positive response. So where it will be 1 person or 2 people, and we've had to devise a strategy to intervene. What am I seeking to say, Chair? We are working on the process where municipalities, in terms of their own internal capacity, is adequate enough to be able to respond to these issues. The support being sent is a support to support and reinforce, not to do the actual work. As I conclude, the MEC says we've got a particular history that we're fighting in the Free State, where local government will have been at a particular level, and as we rebuild, there are a number of issues that we are working on to turn the situation around, and we are quite alive to that. All the MMs have got to have adequate and requisite skills and capabilities to lead municipalities out of the current problems. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. With regards to the initiative mentioned by the HOD of Cogta, could you please provide detailed responses on the following? How long has the AFS preparation plan, the AFS consistency workshop, the monthly performance forums, and the accounting specialists in disclaimer municipalities been in place? What exactly does each of these initiatives entails? Who do these initiatives or their respective leaders report to? And what's the frequency, the turnaround time for feedback of reports for these initiatives? And then, do these initiatives indeed yield results? And lastly, can you give us a breakdown of the cost that is attached to our implementing and in maintaining all of these initiatives? Because clearly there must be costs involved. Thank you.
Please proceed. No, he didn't finish he finished a minute, so we leveling off. Oh no, proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, with regard to AFS preparation plan,
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do it this way. I'll have 3 questions, and you must sort each other so that you don't delay. I see that you're getting a little bit off balance. So that question you're going to answer. Let me just get the other 2 so that the others can get ready. We won't have to lose. Honorable Mwali and then Honorable Matungwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to check with the MEC Cogta. Have you surrendered these municipalities? Because I feel even the interventions from Cogta are not yielding any results. There are candidates that you've deployed in certain municipalities, but they are not improving. So from where you've deployed members as Cogta, now I want to check, do you have a case study where you've deployed a member and we've seen improvements? Because from Moholokare, it was qualified and it went to disclaimer.
Mohokare.
Yes, Mohoro.
Sengukusholo, you don't repeat.
But it went from qualified to disclaimer. So that is not improving. That is actually becoming worse. So I want to check now, the interventions from Cogta and Salga, are they yielding any results? Thank you.
Honorable Matung.
Thanks. It's Honorable Matuna. Matuna.
They've got it written here. So,
No,
sorry,
no.
so.
Thanks, Chair. Premier, if these municipalities were under KZN, I would be saying Mkwanas is coming. But being it as it may, no, I think we've been having this conversation for a very long time, especially at Scopa. And we started agreeing now that we think it's more of an issue of a culture than any other thing. Thereof, my question would be that, given the persistent challenges with financial management, non-compliance in some municipalities, what innovative mechanism could be implemented to ensure not only compliance with the current financial regulations, but also fostering the culture of proactive financial transparency and sustainability? Thanks.
Okay, there'll be 3 answers. You can continue, HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Chair, I will address the issues relating to AFS preparation plan. What we do, it's something that we do internally. We develop a template for this municipality in terms of the AFS plan. So with these, we are hoping that the municipalities should be able to submit on time. But what we do, we assess each and every plan of municipality. If we see that there are some areas of non-compliance or there are areas that needs to be improved, we immediately communicate with those municipalities. With regard to the cost, we don't necessarily have a lot of cost because it's either we will go to them and sit with them with regard to their preparation plan. So it is S&T cost related, which is part of our budget. You also ask around a question around the specialist. As we have indicated, these are they will be residing in the provincial treasury. They are not going to be extra staff to municipality. So they are not only going to look at AFS, they will also be looking at overall financial health of municipality. And we don't need many, it's only 3, and we've got 22 municipalities. As I've indicated, they will be looking at disclaimer as well as unqualified, because the aim is to take those that are unqualified, we want to take them to clean. Those that are at the disclaimer, we also want to move towards qualification. So that is the whole idea that we are having. And it is just a contract, it's not a permanent post. Thank you.
Next question.
Yeah. The interventions and the people have sent to municipalities. Chair, I've already said that we've got our team in Kopanong. And I've said for the last 6 to 8 months, Kopanong has stabilized their salaries. They've moved out of this disclaimer to a qualified opinion. A number of issues are beginning to stabilize. We have people in Tukuluho. They've had serious challenges. That municipality is now stable. They have dealt with the issue of the senior management of their own that they've employed. They were not there before. They've stabilized their relationship with ESCOM, which was one of the turbulent relationship that created a lot of problems. We have sent our team in Nala. That municipality is now stabilizing. The issue of dualism is being eliminated. Service delivery is resuming. There are a number of interventions that we're making in municipalities where we've sent people, including where we'll cover, procure or ensure that municipalities are able to secure the financial services that are, MSCOA compliant, which will be MOCAR and so on. When you talk about the problems of MOCAR, Chair, MOCAR has been under political instability until recently where the new leadership was elected. And as Cogta, we're now able to send the necessary reinforcements with the acting municipal manager and the CFO that are now in place. And that municipality is now beginning to focus on issues of service delivery, where including the necessary capacities being procured to deal with this particular challenge. So the several municipalities where we're laying our hands on working with the municipalities, we are in Nketwane, which was raised that will have had several disclaimers for a number of years. And we're quite sure that when we come back with a report from Nketwane, it will be with decisive interventions to help them. Even though at the political level, the party that is in charge, they will have to deal with those that it has sent there. On our side, as government, we are dealing in a manner that forces accountability, both at the level of those that are elected and appointed. And there's no municipality that was surrendering. We're quite confident of the current interventions that we are making, and we've never really pretended that there are no problems. There are serious challenges that we're dealing with, and we're confronting them head on. At times, temperatures do rise between ourselves and the municipalities, but we do not retreat. And if you check our willingness to correct issues, it is how we reacted to the issue of the court order in Machavin, where we are now implementing that particular court order. And anywhere, we make sure that we are able to send a signal that the time for accountability, consequence management on the side of the elected and the appointed has got to be there. We
Okay.
will be- okay.
All right. Who was the last one?
Okay, the last one is that we want to make members aware that we are dealing with a multi-pronged problems. So it's not only issues of the audit outcomes. There are issues of the lack of capacity in municipalities. Some municipalities have not even appointed the accounting officers and CFOs. And it is for that reason that we are beginning to say, let's hire these financial experts so that they can then close the gap. Not to do the work on behalf of the municipalities, but to respond to the challenges that the AG has raised. There's also an issue of poor records management, which is something that we are saying on bi-monthly by now. They're supposed to report to us on the improvement on those things. So this is one of the areas that we will be dealing with. And the absence of the capacity, it's one area that we are also going to be dealing with. The financial experts will be actually seated at the Treasury, but being seconded to municipalities. They are not going to be appointed by municipalities. It's one way of saying, as the financial department, we are trying to support municipalities by bringing those expertise. So this is something new. It's something that is innovation that we are beginning to take to municipalities. So this is what we are also going to do as the Department of Finance. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have Direko, and then Mtolo, and then Axon. Ukona now, all right, Nyambos. After that, I will come and take 3 from the legislature. But I've got just to finish off the line. Let's proceed with that list.
Thank you, Chair. We know the provincial intervention. However, we have municipalities such as Masilonyana, Maluta Pofung, Nketwane, and are currently joined by Mohokare, who are the great repeat offenders in terms of receiving disclaimer. So what are the plans to ensure that those municipalities have financial systems that are M-score compliant, and in future that they submit quality annual financial statement? And lastly, how are you going to deal with the MMs and the CFOs and managers who have been in the municipalities, different municipalities for years, but yet there are no improvements in terms of the audit outcome and the state of the municipality? Thank you.
Thank you. We have Mtolo and then Axon.
No, thank you, Chair. Chair, the Premier has actually indicated that there have been problems within these municipalities. May I check if actually there are criminal cases, to be specific, that were opened while there's been that shortfall, on the side of the officials and also on the side of the politicians. Thank you.
Okay, Axon.
Thanks very much, Chair. Mine's along a similar line. We mentioned the bus when we were driving from the airport that when we read through the report on all the different municipalities, there wasn't one clean audit anywhere. So mine is one of consequence management. I think that's what the Auditor General is always looking for. Who should be paying the price? Because in essence, you have accounting officers in all these municipalities, and if you have somewhere audits can't be completed, or you're having disclaimers or qualified audits, there's got to be consequence management somewhere, and there doesn't appear to be in consequence management. And then just another little point that came up, one of the municipalities that we looked at, I looked to see how many voters there were in the municipality. 14,000 voters. And you're running in a whole financial infrastructure for such a small amount of voters. I know the area is quite large. Maybe there needs to be a look at maybe even restructuring these municipalities, because I think the costs of running these operations for a reasonably small group of voters, even though the areas might be quite big, really does add to the add to the government's wage bill as well. So I think it might be worth looking at how some of these municipalities are structured. I know it's a much bigger question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We got 3 answers.
Okay, in relation to the cases that have been open, I know of 2 municipalities that we have open cases because they were as of the results of the section 106 of the municipality. In Dihlabeng and Nala, there are criminal cases that have been open. But there are also a number of municipalities where the Hawks are either on investigations or the SIU is also doing investigations in relation to criminal activities that we have said, can they look at these things so that we are able to open cases? So once we've got the report, we'll be able to open cases. But we are unable to open cases now because some of the reports are still outstanding by the law enforcement agencies that are doing the work in those municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The criminal cases that are referred to are as a result of the 106 that has been declared by the provincial government through Cogta. And people who are continuously being arrested as part of the consequence management. We have recently, late last year, ended the last 106 involving Nala, and the law enforcement agencies are dealing with that. Part of the consequence management, we are following up on Maluta Pofun Tukoloka and Masulonyana working with the AG. And what we do in terms of officials that will seek to move from one municipality to the other, we are insistent that upon being shortlisted and interviewed, this record has got to reflect so that an appointing municipality can be alive to the fact that the type of individual they are hiring comes from which particular background. This will force them to really take responsibility for their actions. Where we believe the process does not happen because even individuals are obliged to disclose, that's when we enter to engage the municipality, fail of which then we trigger the necessary required legislations to go to. Now, Marutapofung and Tokoloho, there's a bit of progress. I think AG can attest to that. And then in Masilonyana, we've been together with the municipality. You know they've got challenges there continuously of water and so on. So we are working with them to deal with their capacity, the institution, but also to make sure that they are able to deal with issues of their service delivery. Chair, I think some of the issues the MEC for the Treasury has really dealt with that, unless HOD will want to come in. Thank you.
Members, we had 3 questions. Are you all sorted? No, we're still coming to the new ones. That's fine. There's no seemingly any complaint. That's fine. Let's take the following members. Honorable Van Wyk, Honorable Mtetwa, Honorable Gupega, Honorable Ndamase.
Chair, for me, the HOD spoke about the financial recovery in M. I want to know, is there any law firm that M has hired to collect all the debt? In what bank account does that money goes? And is the money still in the account of the law firm, or is it transferred to Mangaung Metro? And what happened to the interest of that debt? And then the other one is Chairperson. Premier, on behalf of all our children in Mangaung, especially Bloemfontein, where is the zoo of Bloemfontein? The zoo. Where is the zoo? What happened to the animals? What happened to the money? And when is the zoo returning, Premier? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is going to be institutional arrangement. Premier and MEC, there is wisdom in us having a traditional affairs and cooperative governance. And for 30 years, nothing has been done to develop the traditional affairs institution. I understand you are failed by the white paper on local government, which defined democracy outside the local sphere of government. That's why you have problems. But two, you are being set up for failure. You are dealing with a white system. The Afrikaner, when they ruled this province, they designed their own system, Afrikaner system, with the culture of Afrikaners. You are blacks. You should have instituted traditional leadership as your institution of governance, so that you are service the blacks, because blacks are 92%, whites are 8%. But you are following the white system instead of following the traditional leadership system, and that's why we are failing. You will never solve this thing. You actually inherited problems created by whites, and they use the law called Forced Removal Act. They remove all the blacks from all the towns and cities of Free State outside, and then now you have to service them in where they are. You didn't implement a return and restoration of blacks in the mainstream economy, in the mainstream towns and cities of Free State. That's why you have problems. When are you going to do that? Because it is in the Constitution, Chapter 12 and Chapter 7, and the jurisdiction belongs to traditional leaders, but you are still stuck with the white people system. Thank you.
All right, you will deal with that issue. I think you should just take into account the fact that some of those are issues which are constitutional beyond your own mandate. So, but you are politicians here, you can debate. I will leave you, I won't protect you there. In the meantime, let's have Honorable Gupega as a third question, and then you will distribute the questions. I see two are going for the Prima already. Honorable, yes,
Chair,
Gupega. Sure. Are you sorted?
I've already spoken.
Oh, you
unless
have?
you want me to go again, I can.
No. You want? I'll only allow your neighbor to do that, not you. All right. Then, Honorable, let's take those two questions. We'll come back to Ndamase. Okay. While that consultative process is going on, I'll move. We have two questions to answer. Then, Honorable Ndamase, add yours.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And Premier, those two questions, I'll need you, and then the other one, well, it doesn't matter, but one is specific to you. Please proceed, Fagu.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Premier alluded to a issue of the verification of qualifications for municipal officials. My question is, what did you see as you are continuing with the verification process, and what is it that you are doing to be able to deal with whatever negative issues that you are unearthing as you are moving forward with the verification process? Thank you very much, Chair.
Please proceed with the question, with the answers. I'll come back to finish from this side.
Okay. Let me respond to that. My understanding was that municipalities still has to come and present here. And the issue of ZU, Honorable Member, I don't think it's a non-delegated function. Municipalities will be able to respond, Mangaung municipality, on that matter. And on the issue of qualifications, indeed, AGSA, when we had a meeting with AGSA, this was also what they picked up from their processes of auditing, and we had to go and engage municipalities, and that's where we intervened as provincial government to say we're going to use our institute, the Free State FSTDI Institute, to assist the municipality and enter into sort of a MOU, agree with them, and then they give us a list to verify. Because at the level of province, when you apply, we do that verification immediately with that institute. So with them, that's what AG actually raised, issue of they suspected qualified fake qualifications. So that's why we have taken this upon ourselves as provincial government and the municipality through our mayor and the Gregory Tatisi. And they're also going to add that one of their entities as well, St. Lake, to be verified. As we all know that it's an entity of municipality. They have also been concerned, raised about some of the employees in those entities. So we agreed together with municipality that we are going to start that process with them. So it was not something that we just thought of, but AG raised it as well when we had meetings with them.
Chair, I think the issue of the traditional leadership, we fully understand the sentiment that is being expressed. And I think within the confines of the Constitution, the current local government white paper review seeks to deal with the role of the traditional leaders within the context of the governance systems we have in the country. And I think that's where answers will come from. As to what eventually comes out is really in the hands of the national legislature in terms of how it pens the law through the inputs that everybody will have made. There are, of course, different views looking 30 years back into democracy as to what has happened and or what could have happened in better position in traditional leadership institutions in their right spaces in the country within a modernizing society and democracy. So in that context, I think we'll be better placed to express our views, as we can only currently relate to the space within the context of what the law says. There are a number of things we have done that I might not be able to deal with that detail here, Chair, in relation to the support provided to traditional leadership in the province to be able to execute their work. It's not enough, more is required, and we've expressed that sentiment working with them. And at the right time, we will share that particular detail, Chair, to indicate where we will have made impact and then where there are limitations as a province. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The issue of the spatial planning, we take note, but there are also other issues, other areas where we have made strides to change the shape. In area of Sasolburg, we are building a mixed human settlement in the area where it used to be only a white area, where we are putting RDPs, we are putting social houses, and we are also putting flats and the estates, just in one area. Also in Xhariep, there's also a thinking about that. So as Treasury, we know that we have put aside funds to ensure that those projects, they get away. They come into being. The other third one is in the areas of Ferry Smith, and the fourth one is in Kwakwa, which is all or known as the getaway. So this is where we're trying to reverse the spatial planning to begin to have these people being incorporated into so-called industrial areas or urban areas so that they can then have the benefit of the services. But we are also taking note of what you have raised. Thank you very much.
Okay, do I have a hand from the, all right, I'll take the three. Okay, you'll all share 3 minutes, so it's fine. Oh, there are 4 now. Gee, you've got the whole legislature now. All right. Afterthought. Okay, all right, I'll come to you. Kalipi, you give us 1 minute and then I'll come through to you.
No, Chair, since we're dealing with the AG's report, the legislature, how far with the matter of a member of the public who was a service provider somewhere to provide service to the SOPA, and we have never paid to that member? When he wanted to go to the legislature to find out about his payment, he found a letter on the corridors that he is banned in the legislature. And that matter was brought to the attention of the leadership in the legislature. You attempted to deal with the matter as much, but there is no resolution. So he's asking me as I'm sitting here, how far with that case, Speaker?
All right, let's get the hands from this side. All right, we'll have 1, and then 2, and then 3, 4, 5. Okay, 6. We will be running out of time, but let's proceed.
Chair, thank you. A question to either the Premier and the MEC. We've had the interventions in a number of municipalities in the province, Premier MEC Mokoena, through Section 139C. And I know that part of what the province has been raising consistently and throughout is the lack of resources that accompany that particular intervention in a number of municipalities. One municipality called Mafube was subjected to that for the longest, and the results were not forthcoming. What is the attitude of the provincial government in the current phase in terms of some of the interventions? It may not be that have been put in place to help our municipalities in the province. Thank you.
The last question for now.
Thanks, Chair. To Premier and the MECs, the whole debt, recovery debt of municipalities is at 40 billion.
And 3 billion of that money, it's owed, municipalities are owed by provincial government, which means part of the problems are emanating from where? The provincial government. What are you doing such that you relieve municipalities with this 3 billion, such that they are able to respond to the challenges that they are facing? Two, how in line with section 154 of the Constitution, how do you help them in ensuring that they do away with this 40 billion of debts? Do you have any strategy in place in ensuring that you attend to this? What are you going to do? Because this money is keeping on ballooning. And then the other issue that I wanted
No, you don't have that time now. I was waiting for you. We finished your time. Let's go to the next one.
No, thanks very
Sometimes
much.
it gets inspiring, you see, but it's fine. Let's just get the next one.
No, thanks very much. I've got two. The first one is the MPECs, in essence, are dysfunctional. Anybody saying different thing contrary to that, can we just be informed in terms of the qualifications of the research unit in every municipality that will say to us that those guys that are doing research for politicians, they are capable to do that? Second thing is, we welcome the work being done by the AG, but what is the function of the risk committee, the internal audit committees and audit committees in municipalities? Because all problems that come to the surface are those that are being picked up by the AG. What is the function of these other people, and how do they assist the municipalities to do their function? Thanks.
You can tell someone who went through and was a councillor before. Please, let's get the answers. I've got 3 questions. I'll come to the next lot. Please.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Let me, the interventions that are not accompanied with the required resources. I think since the 7th administration we've changed that approach, where we intervene, we do send our own, that remains on our salary bill, and the work that is required to be done is supported on the side of the province. I can indicate that in Mafube, the acting MM that we've sent there, together with the EXCO team, they remain in the salary bill of the province. We have consolidated, I think about 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had a meeting there with all sector departments that are playing a role in that particular space to make sure that the municipality assumes its role as an integrator in terms of all the support coming from outside. We have assisted the municipality to the tune of about 3+ million to procure or secure a financial system that is SCOA compliant, and this will have been extended to other additional 3 municipalities. So we do deal with the question of the resources in that particular result. The issue of the municipalities and the ballooning debt, I think part of what the government has been seized with together with the national government has been to stabilize particularly the ESCOM as well as the VAL central debt, wherein we work with the affected ministers to make sure that there's a proper plan and agreement between the municipalities and the two affected boards. We have been monitoring closely whether they are able to secure their current, to service their current accounts to avoid the ballooning debt. Some of the municipalities are able to do this. Some of them falter from time to time, and these are part of those that we're intervening to make sure that we are able to turn the situation around. The problems in some municipalities are systemic and will require us to work on them in a collaborative effort together with the Treasury to turn the situation around. Chair, I'll leave Treasury to speak to the MPECs, but we do have a joint program to capacitate MPECs. There is, however, an issue about the research capacity of some of the MPECs, which will then say whatever work that is being done, there is quality. Might be an issue that is affected. I think the biggest battle is MPEC's report being tabled and dealt with by municipalities, and those municipalities will have to answer when they get here. Let me leave the rest for Treasury to deal with. Thank you very much.
Okay, The one where we're asked as to what is the role of the MPEX and the internal auditors, it is the role that they've been appointed for. But what we have been observing as Treasury is that their reports have been undermined and they are not being attended to. Because the same thing that they are picking up as internal auditors and the MPEX are the things that at the end of the day, the Auditor General also picked them up on those things. So what we have done therefore is to say, let all these financial experts ensure that municipalities adhere to discussing internal reports, internal audit reports, and also MPEX, and take action. So this will be the role of the supporting team that will be sending to municipalities to ensure that every report that comes to the municipality.
Just a little bit. You see, the question is what, you may not have put it properly. You see, it's not like we don't know what their roles are. That's why I said he was a councillor. We know that. You know that. The question we're asking is what they don't do it. We know they're not doing it because the report says so. So we're asking you, what is it you are doing now that they are not doing their work? That's the question.
Our work, because it's to support Honorable Chair, we are sending the financial experts to ensure that there's an enforcement in relation to the actions that are supposed to be taken by the
It's the enforcement part that we're interested in.
Okay. Number one, in preparations of the reports they are involved. Number two, reporting on by monthly. This one is by monthly, the way we've set it up. But secondly, to ensure that there's consequence management, including the establishment of the disciplinary boards by municipalities to ensure that where there's unlawful activities, there has to be an action that has been taken.
Question is, if you have asked them for consequence management, do you monitor it? Because the question was asked at the beginning, where has the consequence management been implemented? You've sent people, they found something wrong, they have now started to work on consequence management. We want to know, what is that? Where has that happened? That's the question.
No, Chair. I think the support that we have given with regard to dealing with consequence management, municipalities, we have assisted them with regard to the establishment of the financial disciplinary reports. And in actual fact, Cogta, we actually chair in some of their disciplinary reports. And we have had instances where consequence management has happened. And I might just not have the report of those disciplinary reports where matters that have been referred to the disciplinary report have been dealt with. I think the biggest failure had been municipalities taking resolutions to refer what needs to be referred to MPEC and what comes from MPEC being referred to disciplinary reports. But yes, we have dealt with both capacitating disciplinary reports and being part of those matters that had been referred to the disciplinary reports.
Okay, Premier, MECs, this is the problem, and this is what I want us to. Question has been coming from different members in a different way. The issue is this: you send people to go and say things must be done. If you are ignored and things don't happen, what do you do? Because now it becomes your problem now, and it's you we're talking to. You are the one who are accountable for things that should have been done by those who didn't do them. That's the question. So you can't say we send someone to say there must be consequence management. They told them there must be consequence management, but you didn't check that they did it, and you don't have any action in the event they don't do it. That's the question.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I thought partly the question has been answered. The matter has been taken with the leadership of municipalities. I think we had a meeting at the Premier's Coordinating Forum about 3 weeks ago, where the report on the support provided to ensure effectiveness of MPECs, consequence management, issues of financial disciplinary boards, etc., was being highlighted. And the leadership of municipalities was impressed upon to make sure that, one, all the reports are tabled and the necessary actions are taken to follow them up. Two, that it will be a reporting matter.
And if they are not?
It is a reporting matter, Chair, to the Premier's Coordinating Forum at the level of the political backlog and the performance of the municipality. This is where also Salga in the province has been brought in to ensure the matter. Now, it falls under what we say in overall. It is accountability of the appointed and the elected. The bigger problem has been placed at the level of the speakers, who in majority of cases are accused of not allowing MPEC's report to see a day of light in council. And this is where we took the battle to.
And when they don't do so, you feel powerless to intervene.
Not at all, Chair. We've got the legal instruments in law to deal with that particular aspect. And that's why it was necessary for us to deal with it as a focused item in the last Premier's Coordinating Forum.
Sorry. One. Get us those examples. I'll come back to you. Will give us those examples. You see, the problem here, the Auditor General says, we have raised these issues last year. They are the same. Now we're coming to you and we're saying, but you are here. These issues should have been taken care of. Now you are saying to us, yes, we told the municipalities that these things should be done. They didn't do them. Now we are saying, no, no, no. Once we tell them, they should do it. Now we're asking you, they have not done it already. What is your situation? Because now we have a responsibility over you. What do we do to you if you don't do what needs to be done to make sure that those things happen? That's the question. So you'll give us examples.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy that we'll ask about one example. We'll give two where there was an intervention. It was around Nala. Also Mohokare, where there was a change of leadership in those particular municipalities. Who's no, I'm saying the intervention, people can go to court, but the intervention.
We don't do dialogue, madam.
Okay. Chair, mine is also in line with that. Like when you look at first state municipalities, there are municipalities who have been under intervention for a very long time, but there's no improvement. So what you want to check is that when you send the administrators there, is there a proper coordination and cooperation in terms of both the administrator and the municipality? But when you find yourself in a situation where you have sent the administrator to the municipality and there's a resistance on the side of municipality, what do you do? Which action are you taking?
And you see, when you asked the question the first time, you dodged it. You said the parties elect those mayors. When the first question was asked, the first question, why do you have mayors who preside over different terms of office over collapsing municipality, they still come back? The same speakers, the same MM. We've got examples here. The same people have been there when they've been deteriorating outcomes, and then we ask for the answer. We don't get the answer here. We're asking you, what is your role when they don't perform and then the municipalities are going down, and what they are doing is something that's either criminal or something that's completely recorded as maladministration. And your answer is no, they are parties. And we're saying no, this is government. We want to know your role.
Chair, thank you very much. If I had the power, Chair, to tamper with the leadership of municipalities, a lot of different things could have happened. That was on a lighter note, Chair.
Don't go that route. I don't think it's going to help you. But proceed with your answer. Don't go that route. Yeah, we're going to read your powers just now.
No, Chair. Hence I said it was on a lighter note, Chair.
No, all right. That's why I'm saying don't go that route, because you are going to get yourself trapped.
No, Chair. Can I?
The MEC have the power to remove a council. So it's not about politics. It's about your powers as the MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me get back to the serious business. Leave the lighter note stories. Look, Chair, one of the issues, if you make an example about the municipality of Nketwane, which has been sitting on a disclaimer for over 6 years, Chair. As the new administration who got into contact with this municipality last year, and immediately get into the situation to see exactly what is happening, what are the causes, what is the role of the leadership of that institution, both administrative and political, to really get deeper to the matter as to what is going on. We are putting measures in place to turn the situation around, but the issue of the leadership and the role they've played, it's something that we are probing into deeper, because when you look at the report, they will say that they've got, MPEX will say they've got an outstanding since 2015. And this is a problem that we are dealing with. For us, Chair, to resort to the ultimate measures that were empowered within the Constitution, it is something that we leave to the last resort when we are sure that we have dealt with the ability of the institution itself to be able to deal with this. Why the institution, Chair, our legacy in the province in terms of accountability is quite challenging, as in it's an issue that we're trying to enforce. Some of the examples on these issues that arise from the work done by MPEX, we have said NALA. In NALA, Chair, we said that not only are we investigating directly with the pending suspensions, we have also triggered 106 to deal with these issues, which are pure criminal issues that are arising from the report of the MPEX. And the matter was taken straight to council to force council to account as to why these matters have not been tabled and resolved upon by council, followed with the necessary required action on their side. And there's a couple of municipalities that are in that particular space. So we are not folding our arms on this particular issue. But the first approach, of course, is to take the institution along, to say these are the problems that you're seated with, this is the result of the dysfunctionality and everything. So that is how, Chair, one can try to summarize this particular issue. And there are a couple of questions that will also have got to go straight to the municipalities themselves. Why we're referring the matter to the political leadership, Chair, of particular parties that are concerned is not dodging the matter. It's also to say the responsibility equally goes to make sure that the entire environment is able to assist to enforce accountability on the side of those that are elected as we deal with the institutions from the legal point of view. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So wait now, let me just take these members this side because we stopped. I've got the following names. Lift your hands up and then drop them as I call your name, so I know whether I've missed somebody. All right, lift the hands up and drop them. No, you drop them when I call. So there's Pretorius. There's Pretorius. Yeah, okay, let's drop. Then there's Van Vuren. No, not Van Vuren. Okay, thank you. Then McKay, right, and then there's Leach, then there's Klute. That's it. All right, let's take you in that order.
Thank you very much, Chair.
All right, the Speaker will give you an answer. Let's finish this.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'm just concerned about each year we see that Provincial Treasury and Cogta spends large amounts on assisting municipalities. For instance, Provincial Treasury last year spent 51 million on Program 5, Municipal Finance Management. But despite these large amounts, 51 million being spent on municipalities to assist them, we're not seeing improvements. I think, in all honesty, I think for the last 9 years, not a single Free State municipality has had a clean audit, 9 years. I'm concerned about the value for money. What evidence-based interventions and assistance is Treasury, but Cogta as well, and even the Office of the Premier doing? So these interventions or this assistance that's being given, where is that, is it evidence-based, research-based? I did hear there's going to be benchmarking done. But if we've seen for 9 years money being spent, 50 million being spent each year, but we're not seeing improved audit outcomes, is there a time to really go back to the drawing board to see what the money we're spending, are we getting value for money? And then perhaps just as a comment, especially from these three departments.
Let's round up. You've lost your time.
Thank you, Chair.
Right, next.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the MEC has touched basically on it, just touched on it. The recycling of accounting officers, the CFOs, the municipal managers. Even though they've been cited for previous transgressions, they seem to keep popping up in new municipalities. Are they not vetted? Are they not held accountable? And then they seem to resign just before the disciplinary process is concluded, or taken into process, and then forgotten about. So they're never held accountable for the actual transgression they've done. And you can see that in the example of Mukara, Mohokara, sorry, as well as
Mohokari.
Ngwate. There's quite a few of them. So the problem is you reach the bottom of the barrel. You have to, when will the MMs and the CFOs be appointed by an independent, non-political panel so that they are fit for purpose and not cadre deployed?
Lich.
Thank you, Chair. I was mostly covered by my colleague. Perhaps we can call it employee laundering, because that's how it feels. You move the employee from this municipality to that municipality. My question is then specifically with regards to the disciplinary boards. Do you have one disciplinary board for the whole of the Free State? Because in many cases, the municipalities don't appoint these boards. And then, if so, wouldn't you think that it would be proper for then, if a municipal manager or CFO is found guilty, that they be red flagged on a list, and that those municipal managers and CFOs are not allowed to be appointed again? And just a final one, why did you underspend, why did the province underspend on the employees that were supposed to give effect to the interventions? So you put the municipalities under intervention, but then you don't appoint the employees that must give effect to that. Thank you.
Klute is the last.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Just to start, accountability starts with us as elected officials, and I sometimes wonder, how is it possible that there are mayors in the Free State who's been found guilty of contravening a court order, and they are in the Free State. Just on the issue of the ESCOM debt, I'm not quite sure. The Treasury said on the ESCOM debt relief there is 100% compliance, but then they said it's only about the maintenance of the current account. But one of the rules of the debt relief program initially was that they should at least pay the current accounts. That was one of the rules. Now we're saying it's 100% compliance, but some municipalities are not paying their current accounts. So is it 100% compliance or not? Thank you very much, Chair.
Let's respond.
Thank you very much. Chair, I'll start with the one for ESCOM debt relief. There are two things, as I've indicated. There are submission of reports on monthly basis to National Treasury. With that, we are 100% compliant. We are submitting all the reports. But in terms of the conditions, there are 14 conditions. One of the conditions is that municipality must be able to maintain current account consistently for 12 months. That is where we are failing. So hence I was explaining that in terms of compliance for submission of report, we are 100%, but in terms of the average compliance with regard to the conditions, we are at 50% because there are certain conditions that we are not meeting. The other question, it was around the 51 million that has been set aside for a unit dedicated in the MFM within Provincial Treasury. Let me put a disclaimer. Embedded in the 51 million, there's also compensation of employees. The money that is dedicated for intervention relates to municipal support program, of which it was 10 million. The other one, it was on the audit, clean audit, 16 million. So roughly the 26 million, we can account for it in terms of what exactly have we done in each and every municipality. Firstly, with the 10 million, it was for municipal support program. We embarked on a program that was aimed at enhancing revenue in various municipalities. One of them, it was Tsolopil. Now, with the clean audit, we could not necessarily use that money for clean audit, but we then channeled the money towards the audit fees, which was also a way of assisting the municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chair. We are not moving, Chair, problematic accounting officials around. We have removed upon arrival at the department all those MMs who will have presided over disclaimers are no longer part of our team. I'm stating it as a fact. We have engaged even with Ngwate municipality about the role of their current MM in Malutapofung and his non-responsiveness to the AGs, particularly on the MIs, which is an issue that we felt should have been placed before the council before it decides, and that wasn't. And this is part of the elements that we have taken to court to demonstrate our seriousness about this particular issue. There are several people who are part of the intervention team who were MMs. They've been removed. They are no longer part of that intervention team. Those who are already appointed and their contracts have expired, it has not been extended. So we are quite certain about that. There's no, when we speak about accountability of appointed officials, it is exactly for them to account on the work they will have done in their current employment when they seek to move to the next, so that they don't move the rod from one place to the other. And that is what we're standing firm around. Chair, as we speak, the matter is in the court, whereas Cogta was seeking a declaratory order to nullify the Ngwate appointment. It is but one of the examples. There are many reasons why, but this is part of the key reasons to foster the accountability. We have gone to the municipalities where some of these officials are still there to raise the issues that we cannot continue with characters like this. We've got to make sure that within the system they are removed, because when they got employed, they said they are capable, they are credible, they can help the municipalities to deliver, they'll be held accountable. When they don't do that, we've got to force that particular accountability. That's why our conscience is clean when you go to court on this matter. Thank you very much.
Okay, Speaker, do you want to make a comment? You'll have a minute on your bilateral question with Mkalipi.
I think that was very opportunistic because...
Yeah, it's opportunistic.
Order.
Yeah, it's opportunistic, but we allow the question. You don't call order. You are protected by me. I'm your chairperson. All right. No, you won't withdraw. Finish off your question, a response.
No, the matter was, we had advised that this issue should be taken for mediation, and that has happened, and the report that we have now is that Treasury has recommended that the matter should go for judicial review and for legal review, and the matter is with the state attorneys.
Okay. Half a minute. What? No, we're not going to get inspired again with a long question. 30 seconds, we close.
Thank you. On the letter from the Finance Minister, Gurungwana, on the withholding of the equitable share, I know it was gone to the MEC of Finance, for Cogta, whatever. What have you done to support those municipalities? Because if you think it's going bad now, it's going to get a whole lot worse. I'm looking at it now. I'm just thinking about Kopanong. Outstanding to the pension fund is 330 million rand. Outstanding to Mohokare is 147 million. Mafube, 250 million rand. These are people that cannot retire because your municipalities are failing the people that works for them, that's in service. So what is this, Premier, and this
Okay.
really falls to you? What has been done? Thank you.
Van Wyk.
Chair, I am not happy here, because I was one of the last members who have spoken. I've asked 2 questions, and and even the Premier was laughing.
Just repeat the question so we don't
The
finish your
Premier
time.
was even laughing here, Chair. We might think that this thing with the zoo is a small thing. It's not a small thing. There's a reason why I've asked. If Premier don't know what happened to the animals, with the investigation, with the money, and where the zoo is now at. If you don't know, just ask the MEC of Cogta or the HOD to answer me. Then the other thing is, HOD, please, can we please respect each other here? I've asked you, you've reported on the municipalities. You have opened up on Mangaung Metro. And then you spoke about financial recovery plan. I came and asked you questions. Who's doing the debt recovery for M? Who is handling that account? You've never answered me.
Okay,
Can we
can I
please
just
respect
check?
each other here?
Wait. Now, Honorable Member, with due respect, firstly, on the issue of debt collection or this financial recovery, is that a contract with the provincial or with the municipal government?
Chairperson, is with Triple M. The HOD have opened it up when he spoke about Triple M. He could have just answered me. If he didn't know the answer, it's a build up to the next meeting with Triple M, Chair. Thank you.
All right. The Premier said the issue of the zoo is with the metro. You are not happy with that because we are gonna. I was hoping you were gonna bring it up when the metro is responding.
Chair, she could have just asked the HOD of the MEC of Cogta to answer that matter, so we can know what is happening with the zoo from a provincial level. That is my build-up when it comes to the Triple M after this. It's a build-up. I'm sure I'm allowed to it. Let the MEC answer me on the zoo. We are Africans, we love our animals. What is happening with the zoo?
No. The Premier says the issue is with the municipality. Now I want to know if you want us to get the question back, are you saying you believe that they are the ones who are in charge of that? Because if it's the municipality, is they still coming?
Chair, they are not in charge of it, but they are the province. They are supposed to know at least something about it.
Okay. They have said they don't know about it. They have said that the metro is going to deal with it. Please bring it back at that point. Okay. Triple M.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think we have the view that the issue of the zoo and the collection issue should be referred to the municipality, as at this point as a province we don't have the information at hand to be able to assist. We, however, are open to make a follow-up on it. The issue of the equitable share, Chair, all the municipalities that are affected, we sit with them regularly. We have been part of the sessions with them to clear processes so that they can receive the equitable share, including facilitating and meeting with the third parties that are involved, finalization of the payment plans, including the letters that the Treasury required before they could release the equitable share, Chair. In the end, I think we're left with about 1 or 2 municipalities which are in the clear, and they should be getting their equitable share from the National Treasury. So we are on top of that particular situation. We work with them. They will confirm. This will include Kopanong, Mafube being the ones that were the worst affected, and then others, were better, and their processes should be clear. By now, we hope that there's no municipality that is in a corner in relation to that. We have also raised when the third parties were not really coming to the party, particularly in Mafube, the issue of the pension fund that the Mafube owes. It's quite a huge amount that not be able to pay. And the pension fund was not playing the ball. The request from the Treasury, from our side to the Treasury, was rather release a particular portion and allow municipalities to pay the third parties based on the proof of payment. Then the National Treasury has agreed to release the remaining balance. So we are there at every corner in relation to the challenges that are there. Thank you very much, Chair.
No, you see now, I'm going to request you to come back with a proper presentation about the equitable share that's being withheld, which municipalities, about the debts, the third-party payments, the ESCOM debt, and all of that. We will need a focus on that. We'll come back. From what you are saying, it looks like we need to hear more. So just hold it at that. Go prepare. Now, HOD. Did you say something about Triple M?
Honorable Chairperson, I think in the
wait. Did you say something about Triple M?
No, not as I spoke about 6 municipalities that are under 139 different, and Mangaung is one of them. And then there was an indication that it's a mandatory intervention and there's a financial recovery plan. But I did explain that it's actually 1397. So the reference to Mangaung and the financial recovery plan was in that context. I would have loved maybe to could give details, but to an extent that they are also not a mandated municipality, I wouldn't know about a service provider that Mangaung would have appointed. But
I think that's the answer that I wanted, not the other part. Okay, now, Honorable Van Wyk, can we close it at that? You'll keep your question for Mangaung. Mtetwa?
Yes, Chairperson.
We're not going to do second round. Yes, you'll get. Honorable Mkalipi, you're done, my dear. No. All right, send it to me. Let's have Honorable Mthetho. We've actually overshot the wrong direction with the time. And these members are going to be upset when we now have to extend till 12 o'clock midnight. So, Honorable Mthetho, you got 30 seconds. Honorable Mtolo, you got 30 seconds. And Honorable, who's this? Okay. You also want 30 seconds. Now, all right. Let's do the 30 seconds quickly.
Okay, thank you, Chair. My question is as follows. In terms of demographic parity in Free State, is it true that the Afrikaners, they still control the economy in Free State? Because the question links to this one in terms of revenue base, contributions into the municipality, because it is based on disposable income of the citizen as per municipalities. Why are your municipalities struggling, yet you have a race that controls the economy, and what is their contribution and what is their impact and the private sector thereof?
Okay, thank you. Next, Mtolo. Switch on the mic.
Thank you, Chair. On Kopanong municipality, with regard to pension fund that is owed, are the employees aware that they are owed on pension fund? What steps has the accounting officer taken to ensure this doesn't happen again? Why is the municipality not honoring the arrangements made with their creditors? Why has all the major creditors taken the municipality to court if they honor the repayments or the payments? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, we will not go too much into that for two reasons. That municipality is coming, that presentation will come back. Okay, Honorable Gupega, I'm making it less now, it's becoming 20 seconds. Continue.
No problem, Chair. It's a quick question. I think on the question that was asked on the other side, I'm not sure who the honourable member is. She was speaking about the executives that are hired in the municipalities and they were being recycled, redundant people being recycled. I wanted to ask, does the MEC not give concurrence? Does the MEC not give concurrence on some of those appointments? And if he did, which one of those delinquent executives did he give concurrence on and why? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I thought that was answered. In case there's some different answer, I'll let the MEC come back. But the question was very specific, and the MEC was very categorical about it. So I would have loved to get an example to disprove him, rather than asking him to answer the question the second time. I'll get him to comment, but I'm more interested in someone who's got a specific answer to disprove that. All right, you'll come in. All right. No, first, let's come this side first.
Thank you, Chair. I want to ask, with all the interventions from Treasury, Chair, with regards to the financial statements, I want to check, we are at the end of July now. Are all these municipalities going to be submitting financials at the 31st of August next month? Or are we going to be sitting with the same meeting with the same explanations of interventions, but financials are not going to be submitted? Are you in a position to tell us that municipalities will submit these financials on time? Thank you.
Mkhalifi, you got 20 seconds.
Okay, about my proposal, Chair.
Yes.
I was listening to you to give it to the MEC to say that he must come back with the issues. But I think, Chair, to be fair, we still need the MEC and the Premier, because now we are just asking drip and drabs. But there are so many municipalities that they need to account for. For instance, things that they are saying here is not true because we have information. Let me take one example. The Premier is saying Nala, there's an intervention. In Nala, they are failing to sit even on the 22nd of July now with that intervention. So they still have to come and account for all municipalities. But with this time that we have, Chair, is not going to do justice. That is my proposal.
No, they were going to come back. And I've been trying to restrain you because initially I didn't want them to answer too many questions because I wanted them to come back. Because after all of the municipalities have spoken, we want to know what they say. So we will still get them back. That's why I'm also asking for the second, for that preparation, for that, because it's going to be now a picture across municipalities after they've actually showed us what their real problem is. On top of that, one of the issues which we'll have to deal with, is to lift this issue up right to the level of the minister, because some of the problems of the failure of the municipalities has not got to do with them themselves. It's also got to do with the structure. So we'll come back to that. Direko?
Chair, mine is also on the officials, like how many municipalities that have appointed officials without the concurrence of the MEC, and what action has the MEC taken should they have those municipalities?
You got 15 seconds for the example.
Thank you, Chairperson. My example is Mantsopa Municipality. It's in the Eastern Free State. There, the municipal manager was arrested, but she may not be suspended from Mantsopa Municipality because she was in fact arrested for fraud and corruption in Twelepelo Municipality.
Let's round up.
Okay, the one of the assurance that the member asked from us is that we have set up a meeting next week, but on the 20th of August, we have said all municipalities supposed to have brought before us the AFMs. I know that out of the 5 municipalities that have been struggling for the 2 financial years, only Muhokari where we can still have a problem, but there's a team that is being delegated to work on it. So all what I can assure is that on the 20th, we're expecting to have all municipalities reporting, so that on the 31st, all our municipalities could be able to do. The reason why we have put the 20th, it is because we still need to deal with the quality of the reports themselves. Thank you.
MEC?
No, Chair, I can state it as a matter of fact that there's an administrator in Nala. His name is Goliath. That municipality is under intervention by the provincial government. The municipality that could not sit 2 days ago is a different matter altogether. That will be happy to understand or to brief the committee as what will have happened. The of Mantsopa, I don't understand where does it, the relevance, Chair. In as far as I'm concerned, the was already there when I got into office. I never had to deal with the issues of concurrences. Therefore, it is true that he's arrested on a case that has to do with a former employer, which is what the police have acted on. So as and when the issues arise, we do act. But all the MMs that have been appointed where we're picked up an issue of concurrences with the municipality. It is Ngwate, we are in court. It is Mafube, the MM has resigned. And in Malutapofun, the MM has got concurrence. And I think those are essentially the 3 that we have got. The other ones that have recently happened, the reports have got to be processed through us in terms of Resolution 17, and we deal with it. So we will never recycle any from our past, especially when there are problems. We will check and back with the reports as requested, including with the proof on the areas of concurrences as well as the case in Ngwate, because in Nala, so because we are clear that there we've got an intervention that is ongoing as we speak. Thank you very much.
Okay, the question which Ms. Lisch is raising is that you are saying if someone was involved in a criminal activity in one municipality, would not then be appointed in another municipality. Now, what you are then saying is that you were not, you did not have to intervene in the, did you say in Kentwana?
No,
Mantsopa,
Mantsopa,
yes.
Yes,
You
a reference was
mentioned
made about Mantsopa.
Mantsopa,
The
yeah.
MM was already in office, Chair.
No. The point here is that you may not have been in office when he was appointed or she was appointed, but it means you have to now look into it and tell us what is it that makes someone who was charged in a previous municipality, in this case, gets appointed in another municipality. You are not there, but what is it that makes them to continue with the employment if that's the case? So you'll have to check that and come back to us.
Chair, if I may correct, she was only charged recently when she was already appointed in Mantsopa. So it's quite a fairly new case, Chair.
Oh, I see. So you are saying that the charge only became real now when she was in this. All right. I think that's fine. That's fine. That's the explanation I wanted to understand. If it wasn't known before, that's a different matter. The principle still stands that what the members are saying, you can't have someone charged here and then appearing in the next municipality. But if you say it was not, it's a recent thing after the appointment, then of course I think we're dealing with a borderline case. You want to contradict? Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, she was charged last year already. It is the same case with Masiliano, whose MM and CFO came over from Mafube. They were charged in Mafube, and they were in office by the time you came in, but the problem is that it's never been investigated, never taken further in both cases.
Okay. I think we're dealing with a borderline case here, in the sense that what we're looking at is if someone had a case in one municipality, can't be appointed in the other one. What you are now saying is that this one was appointed and then the case followed them. Right. If it followed them, that's an issue that we need to discuss. How we're going to deal with that. That's a slightly different question in this case. That's fine. Let's hold it at that. At least we understand where we are. Still unsatisfactory, but we understand where we are. Colleagues, I see our program didn't budget for a break, so we will not try and manufacture one. So we'll just proceed. So we want to request members to, whenever they think they need to, stretch their legs and so on, to just go ahead and do so. Those who are here will continue. Now I'm going to request that we bring in the Mangaung team to come to the fore. And members, honorable members, we're going to try and be strict with the time because we are already 1.5 hours behind schedule, and on that basis we're going to try and recover the time as we move along. And we are going to then have the strict 45 minutes and no dragging of questions. We stick to 1 minute, focus on the issue, let's get the answer and move on. Because it's there is one municipality, we will maybe take 1 or 2 or 3, depends on how the questions flow, and then move it from there. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier and the MECs and your HODs. As you know, we really so much like this engagement that we'd like to have you back again. So don't try and disappear, because we will need you at a certain point, but after the municipalities. And we hope that you will have been with us throughout so that you will know what the municipalities say. They might say things about you as well. And so at this point, we're starting with Mangaung. We're going to invite the mayor, Councillor Ntatis, to introduce your team. You will have the first 10 minutes to highlight, particularly we're interested in the answers to the questions, and after that we will take 1 minute questions. Please go ahead, you are on the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me rise on the protocol established and introduce my team. On my extreme left is the Speaker of our Council, Dr. Matai, and next to me the CFO.
Just wave so we know who's.
Dr. Matai, and then our CFO, Metekiso, and on my extreme right is our City Manager, Ntate Lomore. My name is Gregory Ntatisi, the Executive Mayor. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Must I still proceed?
Please proceed.
Thank you,
when we ask questions, it won't matter who answers, all of you will answer.
Thank you, Chairperson.
So
In the interest of time, I had prepared an introduction, but I've since sent it to the team for perusal. Chairperson, I must just indicate that it has been acknowledged that Mangaung is still under Section 139, subsection 7, from subsection 5, A and C. And on the basis of that, Chairperson, I must indicate that we experienced instability until
2023 October when Troika was appointed, and we were able to also in the subsequent month appoint the officials. I would like, Chairperson, that I give the city manager the opportunity to present a technical report, and I think we'll piggyback on the questions that would be asked, and this is per our effort to try and save time and have ample time to present. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members, Executive Mayor, and let me say all protocol observed. My name as introduced, I'm Selomore, I'm the City Manager of Mangaung. So we'll go through the slides that we have submitted as per the questions raised by the Portfolio Committee, where, as you reflected, additional information is required to then be coming through. The first question for us was the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure progress. I must just reflect on basis of the background given by the Executive Mayor. Mangaung has not undertaken investigations, I would say, since 2019 because of that instability. But the MPEC has been functioning post 2023, as the Executive Mayor touched, but no investigations were undertaken due to instability that led to committees being dysfunctional. So none was undertaken in the 2024-25 to date as well. But MPEC has also acquired additional skills from administration to help it process all those investigations. So in terms of our future actions, we have also developed terms of reference of the technical committee that is going to support MPEC, approved by Council on the 30th of June. So therefore, UIFW reduction strategy was also adopted in October 2024. Then policy on identification and prevention of UIFW was also approved. So we are anticipating to break down, because the irregular expenditure is actually huge, around 3.1 billion. So we are anticipating to break it down into various phases, for which in this year, 26, by June 26, we would have wanted to investigate about 326 million. To ratify SCM non-compliance that constitute minor breaches, about 197 million. So we are going to also investigate all contract extensions related to flow items amounting to around 1.5 billion accumulated. So this we are going to recommend to Council, or as recommended to Council as well. There will be those investigations, but as administration and as political executive, there is a clear support to continue with investigations. So unauthorized accumulated to around 6.4 billion. So the non-cash items have been to be investigated and recommended, including depreciation as well as impairments. So the MPEC recommendations are to be repeated to Council during 25-26 quarterly. In cases where financial misconduct is noted, we are going to refer them to the disciplinary board. We have established a disciplinary board. In cases of fraud and corruption, we are going to follow MFMA Section 32. I'm just reflecting on this, Chair, that as a result of the non-unfolding of investigations, there's not been any issues of consequence management, but issues of consequence management will emanate from the report as the investigations unfold. In terms of overtime, inadequate overtime controls, there, Chair, there has been already consequences. But we picked that we should not be putting a lot of resources in terms of putting forms, putting processes in dealing with overtime. Is a highly costly exercise for us as the city. There were instances where we would do pre-approvals, but we are not certain, we did not have certainty that we could stick to issues of pre-approvals. for overtime because we picked that there were manipulations in the same pre-approvals, where in some instances people who were in jail, for instance, would continue to get overtime. So we have picked those cases. We have picked cases where the so-called ghost workers were also paid overtime, people who were not in the employ of the state receiving overtime because of manipulation. But we have done our own investigations. Some of the investigations were handed over to the enforcement agencies. But what we have done also, we have introduced the shift system in the city, which started now in July.
Try and lower your voices because we can hear the details of your private conversations. No, proceed. I'm just talking to the members here.
Okay, okay.
In
We
fact,
have
there's a newcomer there. I think you are causing it. Now we're gonna throw out this freedom freedom fighter just now. Proceed. You'll have a discount on your time. Let's keep a bit of order.
No, thanks, Chair. So we said that an easier process for us will be the introduction of a shift system in critical services, technical services, enforcement, as well as mainly solid waste, which is the main transgressor with regard to overtime. So we are going to enforce compliance with stipulated policy requirements to submit overtime or not pay claimed overtime. So we are saying there will still be minimal overtime as we run with the shift system. So we'll put a policy framework in terms of dealing with overtime, but will not go beyond 40 hours compared to about, I think when the current administration came in, there was about instances where people would be working about 120 hours. So, but we have also put a budget for filling of vacancies, particularly at operational levels. I must also say that also at supervisory levels, we are beginning to fill those positions. We have appointed engineers as project managers, as also supervisors on some of the work. But we still have a staff shortage of about 62% at operational level, which is entry level to supervisors. So to some extent, the issue of capacity or the issue of staff has been a major hindrance for Mangaung. So the process of filling positions is unfolding and it's a continuing one. So we are also bringing in, we have just signed now contracts with companies that are going to provide Mangaung with fleet under a full maintenance lease because we could not afford to buy all the critical fleet that is required for Mangaung. So we opted for a full maintenance lease. So the anticipated actions, we are implementing the shift system as I've reflected. Of course, there is some resistance in that regard, but we are implementing, and we are implementing the full maintenance lease or operational lease as I've reflected. We are reviewing the policies in relation to overtime, and we'll continue to monitor and evaluate the shift system as an option than overtime. As I've reflected, overtime is uncostly, we can't project it, and therefore you can't even budget for it. Then there was a mention of ineffective use of consultants. The city, in terms of what has been mentioned as a transgression, the city spent about 15 million on consultants to assist with variety of services in accounting and reporting sub-directorate. So we picked also as the city that it's more than enough that we are spending in that regard, but we are planning an exit plan to be presented to the executive management team with requirements such as prioritizing filling of critical vacancies in the sub-directorate of finance, ensure skills transfer from the consultants to the newly appointed skills or people that will be working with, and also test knowledge acquired during skills transfer to assess quality and completeness for interim financials. Essentially, we are saying gradually we'll move away from consultants and recruit relevant skills, particularly for financials. We are picking that as a challenge. You can't have duplicate spending on both the consultants as well as personnel, but we note that the relevant directorate had a shortage of skills as part of the shortage that I've reflected of more than 42%. With regard to conditional grants, I must indicate, Chair, the biggest issue in relation to Mangaung not being able to spend its own conditional grants is an issue of lack of capacity to spend. We tried to explain it. You may have the
You're on
money.
injury time now. Don't worry. I've
Is it
given
not
you injury.
45 minutes, Chair? It's supposed to be 45.
You want to come and take over this chair? No, when I started, I said you got 10 minutes. 45 minutes is questions and answers.
Okay. No, my
After.
apologies, Chair. Okay, yes, I reflected.
We may as well stop. Let's start the questions because then you can't do much in the next 1 minute. It was an injury time which you got from EFF, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we must hold it. Let's just go for questions. The program was clear. It's 10 minutes, and then the 45 minutes was a total engagement. Let me repeat that so that we don't have challenges. Each member is going to ask a question, and you will provide an answer straight after that. And you're going to talk for 1 minute. And if your answer is longer, the latter part of the answer will be cut. Because we just want to be straight. We have a whole lot of issues to raise. Firstly, you submitted a report, and then we have reports from the provincial government. We've got the report from Treasury. We've got a report from the Auditor General about Mangaung. So we've got a 360-degree view of the metro. Our biggest problem with the metro is this. Metros are supposed to have the best amount of resources compared to the other municipalities. So we don't understand why the municipalities can actually have such difficulties as you are reporting. So that's our starting problem. I'm going to allow the members to take us through, and then we will ask you to do the questions. All right, to do the answers. Okay. Let me see the hands. All right. We'll start here and go that way. Direko, you got a minute?
The indicated that the city is financially distressed. So I would like to check on their side. What is it that they are doing currently to ensure that they improve the state of the municipality, because they've been under intervention for almost 1 year to 2 years now. And secondly, the also indicated that they also have challenge in terms of capacity. Hence, they are utilizing the consultant. I also want to check with the how long have he been in the municipality, and what have he done to ensure that they address the issue of capacity in the municipality? Thank you, Chair.
Please respond.
Thank you so much. With regards to the financial distress, I think the city has adopted the financial recovery plan, but the anchors to that FRP, number one is the collection rate, which led to the collapse of the finances of the city. And secondly, it is the continued overspending of the budget. And you would realize that when you're looking at the historical budget of the city, it has been an unfunded budget. Only in 2024-2025 MTREF, we started to table to cancel a funded budget, as well as for the next MTREF 2025-2026, we also managed to table a funded budget. So we are currently working on the issues of collections, as well as curbing the unauthorized expenditure to bring the city's finances to a state that we can be able to provide the services and fund the operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, firstly, I want to check on the non-functionality of internal audit and audit committee. What are the corrective actions again? That's one. Two, I want to check, I see that you have a consultant that you are using to assist you with your financial statements. but we are not getting positive audit outcomes. Please, can you elaborate on that? Lastly, I think this gives me an idea in terms of what is going on at a municipality. Luckily enough, I've been an internal auditor at a municipality before. You overpaid in terms of overtime, you overspent with 39 million. But now your corrective action doesn't speak to really fixing the root cause of the issue. Because really, if people are doing that, are getting more paid than they should, can you just please, give me some corrective action that deals with the root cause? What is the root cause that made you to overspend with 39 million? That's what I'm trying to get at. Because your corrective action doesn't speak to that this is the root cause and this is how we're going to be addressing it.
Respond, thanks.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Let me first respond on the issue of the audit committee. I think the report of AGSA actually is to the contrary. Our audit committee is functioning. We have checked that the report of AGSA actually says it is a functioning audit committee. We can provide additional information on that. On the issue
Internal
of
audit, sorry.
yeah, even our internal audit is actually functioning, Chair. On the overall report, we are supplying comprehensive answers in relation to that. It is one of the committees that has been really functioning in the city. Our comprehensive report provides details in that regard because it's the key support to the audit committee that submits reports quarterly to the municipality. If you can check the information also is supplied. With regard to the city being a distressed city, our distressed financials, we are putting systems in place. The city currently, in terms of our rates and taxes, 92% of our collection is actually residential. So we need to build in government, we also need to build in the industry. The environment was not conducive. The instability that the executive mayor spoke about was not conducive for doing business in Mangaung, if I may say so. So we are creating those systems, we are creating normality. We have also, as I have reflected, we are building in capacity. It takes time to bring capacity, but we are thinking that this financial year in particular will have a balance in terms of the capacity that we have built. Let me answer the last one on
Before you do
overtime
that,
share.
no, before you get there, you sent us a set of slides at the beginning.
Yes, sir.
And slide number 11, I'll read it to you.
Okay.
Non-functional audit committee. This is Mangaung. The first key performance indicators and targets. The audit committee did not review the draft SDPIP to ensure that the set targets are smart, that is specific, measurable, etc. Root cause identified is that these documents are not submitted timeously to the committee for their review and input. That is the basis on which the Auditor General said that. The second aspect is that the internal audit unit is functional. However, management is not implementing their recommendations. That is the report from the AG. So when they said to you, it's non-functional, this is how they describe it. You can deal with that.
Thank you so much, Chair. With regards to the audit committee, I think in our responses we are basically saying we have identified that issue, we have forwarded it to the audit committee. They are much aware. Their response that they provided is that they are going to improve the relationship that they have with the committees within the institution to ensure that what is expected of them is actually done. In as far as the internal audit,
which means what they expect to be done is not being done. That makes them non-functional.
Yes.
That makes them non-functional. Now, we can't have a contradiction there.
Okay, no, it's fine. So let me answer the question in relation to overtime in our response.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Let me. Okay.
You have an audit committee that is non-functional because of what I've just read to you.
Okay. Let me,
And you have got an internal audit team that the management is not implementing their recommendations. Now, don't tell us about the other issues. We want to know what should be done to you who have got an audit committee that's getting ignored.
okay. No, Chair, perhaps I might just qualify that this is for 23-24, and I think the AG is here. I've seen the representative of the AG. We have improved our relationship with the AG. We are meeting frequently, and our internal audit and audit committee, as I've reflected, the correction, the future is to that audit committee to continue to table quarterly reports to council and the city in particular to improve on its internal controls and communication in relations to all compliance related.
Starting when?
We have started, Chair. We have started already. That's why I was saying perhaps we can piggyback on the presence of the AG in this meeting. There are systems improvements in the city. For instance, the audit action plan serves in our executive management team weekly. So we are improving in terms of how we respond and how we support council in terms of responding to issues. I've made an example that there's not been any investigations since 2019. So the current team is supporting MPEC to ensure that the decisions that have been taken, for instance, by council or by MPEC are implemented without any hindrance. But the GM, maybe just to reflect, the general manager of internal audit was not sitting in the executive management team. We have brought him in so that he can bring the reports that we can be able to implement. So before this team came in, there was no general manager internal audit or even the general manager risk management was not sitting.
Can I read you the last sentence from the AG's comment on this matter? Subsequent to the 2023-24 audit, we have found that the audit committee reports for the 2024-25 financial year, quarter 1 and quarter 4, has continuously reported these matters to council and management with no implementation of their recommendations. That's what the AG is saying. You got a good relation, so they must be telling us the correct story.
Yes, Chair. For the 23-24, I think we admit that probably there was no cooperation.
Not probably.
Okay,
Let's just be specific. You know, with the issue we're trying to get here is that the Auditor General reported this thing 2 days ago. This is not last year. Now, when you fluff it and we don't understand what you are saying, it becomes difficult because we don't expect you to try and cover. We expect you to be specific. It didn't happen up to this time, and we're trying to get when has it started. Because the AG says 2 days ago they say you are not implementing those recommendations. Sorry, Kubev.
No, thanks, Kamazel. No, luckily you are dealing with people who have been in the system, who understand how this thing works. One, me and you would agree that as a municipality you must prepare interim financial statements every 6 months, which you submit to internal audit for review. They subsequently go to audit committee for approval, which then are the basis of how you create, you develop your year-end financial statements, right? Which they must go to audit committee and they must go to internal audit. Which what the AG is saying basically is that you do not submit those financial statements if we simplify it. Leave alone that they are using a technical language, or it's either you submit them late or you don't submit them at all. Hence, the audit committee does not advise you, because even the audit committee itself is supposed to provide a particular advice to the chief financial officer in terms of the quality of the financial statements that are prepared by the municipality or any other reports at the end of the financial year. Now, my confusion with you is that you are becoming unclear with us in terms of to submit the information to AG, and that is in line with what I was asking above, that we are paying 15 million I think it's 15 million yearly, to a particular service provider to assist you with, I believe it's with financial statements. How is it that you don't get favorable audit outcome? That is the question that I was asking, is straightforward.
Through you, Chair, when the current administration came in, there were 5 qualification paragraphs for Mangaung. We have reduced that to just 1. And issues of financial statements currently, the non-submission of financial statements is not an issue for Mangaung currently. Chair, if I may just answer it straightforward. I can say in 23-24, there was no submission, there was no timely submission. But since 24 to date, we are submitting our documents on time, Chair.
And AG says you don't implement the recommendations.
We do implement recommendations, Chair. That is why we moved from 5 paragraphs qualifications, and we only having 1 paragraph of qualification.
I think simply, did you
No,
submit
wait,
interim
wait.
financial statements to your audit committee and internal audit this financial year?
Thank you so much, Chair. Indeed, when we prepare the financial statements, they are given to internal audit unit for them to review. And in terms of our processes, around the 20th of August, the audit committee receives the financial statements and they make comment. We only finalize after receiving the inputs.
Sorry, CFO. That is the second set. Firstly, you are required to have a 6 months financial statement. Did you submit those to audit committee and internal audit for review? That's our question. It's very simple. And 6 months have long passed. That's why we are asking that.
The city at this point in time is not compiling interim financials. We are only
Thank you.
preparing section
Thank you,
52D.
CFO. No, thank you. You can-
No, that's fine. Let's move to the next one.
Chair, my first question is, Chair, they appeared in Appropriations Committee on the 11th of June 2025, and they said in that committee they are implementing the shift system.
I'm going to recommend that these 3 gentlemen get split. Could I request one of you gentlemen to just open space, so we move one of the gentlemen over. Mr. McKay, you don't mind? You can manage the. Let's swap, guys. I've got that as an option. The other option is to throw you out. No. Swap. Now it's going to be worse. You're going to have a party caucus there. Please proceed, Honorable Mwali.
Thank you so much, Chair. So in that committee, Chair of Parliament, they said they will be implementing this shift system starting on the 1st of July. I want to check, Chair, has that been implemented? But taking from the response you've just given about this shift system and this 39 million that you see on your presentation here, I'm under the impression that that has not been implemented. So can you take us to confidence as have you implemented it?
No, thanks, Chair. We are implementing the shift system. We started piloting it in June.
No, you said in the committee you'll implement it on the 1st of July. Have you started?
We have started, Chair.
The second one, Chair.
Yeah, let's not do dialogue. Just list the questions. You are on your second chance now.
The second one, Chair, is I want to check with regards to Mr. Pule Mola Lenyane, who's acting. He's acting on how many posts?
Mr. Mulalenyani is having his own position, but there is a vacant position. He's currently the General Manager for Labor Relations, but is also acting in the position of General Manager, Human Resource Management, because the incumbent actually has been just recently now fired. So the likelihood is that we'll now move forward to fill the position.
So is Mr.
Okay, all right, finish off. Let's ask one question with all the aspects so that we don't have to do in between.
Okay,
That's
thank you, Chair. Now I want to check here. Is the municipality paying Mr. Pule for acting on 2 posts?
He's only acting on one, but we are not paying him for.
No, no, you
acting.
said he's acting on 2 and he has his current position. So there's 3 positions here.
No. He's acting on one, he's on occupying another one. So I think that's fine. But your answer is, he's getting his salary, is he getting also acting allowance?
Any acting allowance.
Okay, all right, that's fine. Let's move on. Let's try and combine the questions within the minute so that we don't have to do dialogue. Proceed,
Thank you
Rose,
very
please.
much. I think it's very much on the issue of functioning committees, and the one that I want to ask about is the Municipal Public Accounts Committee. And I would like to ask that you provide clarity for me on the following serious allegations. Is there any truth to the allegation that there's been an attempt to conceal a current fraud investigation by the Hawks into indigent verification process? And what is the status of the relentless efforts by the National Director of Public Prosecution to secure a preservation order against main management and chartered accountants? And why was main management and chartered accountants paid 4.2 million rand for services related to the very same fraud case that's under investigation by the Hawks, which was just, listen to this, it was registered already in 2023. And what measures lastly are being taken to ensure transparency and accountability in this matter and to prevent any potential conflicts of interest or obstruction of justice? Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Van Wyk, is that the same question you're asking? You ask the question, let them combine the answers. You come in now, or on that one specifically.
Okay, Chairperson. What I would like to know is, who is responsible for the last 2 years that was doing the debt collecting of Triple M for the last 2 years? And was that money, was it paid directly into that law firm's account? And when was that money transferred to Triple M? And was the interest of that money also transferred to Triple M? Thank you.
I'm not sure it's the same thing, so you just separate if it's separate, if it's 2 issues, that's fine.
Thank you so much. I will deal with both items, the indigent verification as well as the appointment of the law firms that are referred to here. On the matter of the appointment of Maine as well as the case that that was being dealt with by the Hawks, the case was reported by the official in the municipality, not in terms of as a whistleblower in that matter. The affected officials, upon getting the first outcome of that case, were suspended by the city. They went through the disciplinary hearing processes. Therefore, looking at where we are at now, as a city, we are not involved in terms of responding to the case because it is between the private person who is an official of the city as well as the Hawks that are investigating and doing all the necessary investigations on the matter. From our side, we have complied with all the requirements and the request by the Hawks in terms of information as well as the files. To date, in the city, we are still having about 5,500 applications that were verified by Maine that have not yet been considered and included in the indigent verification register due to the fact that the matter is still sub judice and it's a matter of court that needs to be resolved. Moving forward, as a city, we agreed that the process of application in Mangaung for indigents is quite manual and takes long, and it is also expensive. We are now moving to a system driven verification process, which is supported by an app, and it's part of the MSCOAM implementation program that we have in the municipality. Therefore, moving forward, we are not going to be using consultants, but it's going to be a system-driven process, and we're going to be deploying those systems into service centers where people can reach. In as far as the appointment of law firms, when we came to the city, we found that there was an appointment of 2 legal firms by the city. We were appointed from the panel of legal advisors. We have investigated that appointment and we found some non-compliances with the entire process. But be that as it may, we sat with the 2 firms appointed to understand the work that has been done and what is it that is expected to happen so that we can close the matter. When we prepared the financial statements of 30 June 2024, per agreement with them, we established, number one, that one of the law firms is holding 60 million in their coffers, which was amounts collected on behalf of the city, and they received instruction from prior management of the city to have to hold those funds, or that the clients to pay directly into the accounts. So we are dealing with that matter. The second law firm appointed is holding about 325,000, which were paid by the residents into the account. The status to date is, number one, we had to open in the financial system the data account in the amounts that we were aware of. 60 million was recorded as amount owed by Chabangu to the city, and 325 million was recorded as a data amount owed by Renars to the city. As at last week Friday, we've been working with the 2 law firms to do the reconciliations, and the reconciliations indicate that in as far as Chabangu is concerned, the commission in terms of the appointment letter, which was indicating 18%, the city is still liable to pay commission of about 16 million based on what they've collected and paid into the account of the city, and we want to finalize the entire process of closing that account. So you can see from that recon that the city still has to pay 16 million because their total commission calculated is 75 million. In as far as Renars is concerned, there's still some disputes in terms of the total amount or number of accounts that they collected from. But from our side and based on the records that were forwarded to them for collection, the amount we are arriving at is 325,000, which they will have to be paid 18% commission. We are going to enter into a net of agreement to indicate how much was commission due to them and the amount that they are holding of the city, and then based on that net of, then whoever is having a balance due will have to make good to that account. That is the status as we are speaking in as far as the 2 matters are concerned. Thank you.
Okay, just finish off your overtime issue. You were talking about that and I stopped you.
No, thanks, Chair. We had to make decisions with regard to overtime. And I must say that the correlation between overtime and controls, we answered it by saying, let's have a shift system. Because the hours that the workers were working were abnormal. I've said there were times when people were working about 120 hours. So when we bring a 4-shift system, it means one shift will take from another. Therefore, it will cap or minimize overtime. And we have said, we have also procured a new set of vehicles. We have just signed contracts recently. One of the reasons why the workers were doing overtime was the shortage of tools of trade. So we are addressing the issue of tools of trade. But we have also spoken about the 61 million that we have put aside in terms of filling those critical operational positions to ensure that as we do the shift system, we have sufficient numbers to respond to the issues. So essentially, this year we can regard it as more of a pilot year for the shift system. We don't have yet the numbers in terms of how it will impact, but with availability of fleet, with availability of personnel, we think we are on the right track in terms of ultimately cutting overtime in Mangaung. Thanks, Chair.
I thought we were going to get to this point, that's why I'm just coming in. So 120 hours per person per month is abnormal. And we want to know what you have done to the one who authorized it. What have you done? I mean, that has cost you the 39 million. And what have you done to the one who authorized it, and who was it?
Chair, there are norms and standards for waste collection. Maybe if I can just break into that before I go into answering your questions. That sets a minimum in terms of how many households per team can be collected via one truck. And therefore, immediately when they've done those minimum, which is between 500 and 750 households, immediately when they are done with that, overtime kicks in. Whether yes, sir.
Let's just deal with the question straight. Who authorized 120 hours, and what have you done with the person who authorized that?
Okay, Chair. One of the things that I've reflected, I think even the Hawks entered that space, there was an investigation to check. And one of the things that we have picked, as I've reflected, there were people who were even paid overtime who were not working at the municipality. Why I'm okay.
Wait. You see now what you are trying to do. You want to run around the issue. You see, simple question: who authorized? What has been done to that person? You see, you're creating a bit of a. We just want simple answer there. Who authorized? Money gets paid. Somebody signs. Who authorized the 120 hours?
The operational managers are authorizing, but we have introduced now a system of pre-approval.
Okay, next question.
What we have done.
Exactly.
There are officials that have been charged, Chair. Like I've
list us those.
I'll have to get that list, Chair. Can I
Whilst
submit
we're
that later?
sitting there, you'll get us that list.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
Chair, I just want to ask on the whether who authorized that. Knowing that he's the accounting officer, it means that when there's something that needs to be approved, he should be the last person to approve that. So, in his capacity as the accounting officer, has he authorized any payment for overtime? You are talking about now. Have you signed any of the document regarding the one that we are talking about now?
Chair, I needed to give context. I know you just
We've got
want
the
simple
reports.
answers.
We've got the reports. We have read the report. We have got the comments from the AG. We have got from the provincial Cogta. We just asking the questions now. We just want those answers, not the rest of the. We got the context from the report.
We authorize, Chair, as the Metro, on basis of various reasons. Can I just conclude this, Chair? Based on
no. There's no way. You see, you are cutting from 120 to 40. Now we want to know the one who's responsible for the 120.
Chair, I needed to give context. If you can just give me 1 minute to give context, Chair. Just 1 minute.
You will give us the names and then you can come with the context after.
Okay, Chair.
No, you give us who
the chair
authorized.
said I should have the names, so I'm going to talk to someone.
And your part, your side, did you authorize any of this? That was the
Chair, this
question.
is 2324.
No, we don't know.
I was
we
not.
Just,
It's not
you were
me.
not there.
It's
Okay,
not me.
that's fine. That's fine. You are not there. 2324. Right now, going forward, those are the names we want to go to. He was there? All right, let's check that. Can we go to the next speaker there? Question?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to follow up on this issue of the shift system and want to check if the city manager did not mislead Parliament on the 11th of June when he said that the shift system is going to be implemented on the 1st of July. Yeah. There is a memo, an internal memo that you issued on the 22nd of July. Can you tell us about that internal memo and what does it say about the shift system? My last question is, out of the 6 forensic investigations that were undertaken in Mangaung, that is on Metropolis, bus contract, overtime of bodyguards, security tender, appointment and payment of political staff, fraud on indigent accounts. When are they being tabled in council? Thank you.
Let's respond.
Unfolding investigations across the board. I'll talk to the one of the shift system after. We have unfolding reports. The one of IPTN, for instance, it has been, I think, 3 reports have already been tabled in council. Some elements of the report are handed to the police, the Hawks. There are ongoing investigations. There are officials, of course, internally, who are also being charged in relation to the IPTN. The security tender is an investigation of the police. We can say it's sub judice. We have given them all the documents that are required in terms of the investigations that they are undertaking. I was busy.
No, sorry. Just for clarity, sub judice is if the matter is in court, but we still have to ask you questions if you don't talk about the case.
Okay. No, Chair. Because it's a police investigation, from our side, we did not pick any anomalies in terms of awarding of the tender. So we have allowed the police to do their investigations. We have given them all files. We have not resisted to give them any information. We have not concealed any information in relation to the tender. I was just noting your questions in relation, you said there were 6 investigations. I think the main one the CFO has responded to. I think there are 3 still remaining. Honorable member, if you can maybe just give me the 3. Okay. I think that one of investigations of overtime, it cuts across all the departments. We have done our own investigations, and there are people that we have charged as a city in relation to overtime broadly, including in political offices. The 5th one? Oh, is it okay? No. Yeah, we have allowed transparent processes in relation to investigations. We are not concealing or not answering any of the questions as raised, honorable members. So we are allowing investigations. Let me say, even on the Maine matter, we have done our own. We have set up our own committee to investigate the broad Maine issues. Of course, combined with what is unfolding also in the courts. I think you will note that the court to a large extent dismissed the case against the individual who took the case to court, but there is an appeal on the matter. So we are really cooperating on these cases. In terms of the shift system, Chair, yes, you are correct. We have said we will start implementing shift system now in July. I can say to you that the community safety has implemented as part. The Department of Solid Waste and technical services, they were supposed to start in July, but we are piloting across the board, honorable member. So one department has implemented, the other departments we are assisting them, but we want to ensure that by the end of July, at least we have kickstarted all the departments. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Mayor, on this issue of the authorization of the 120 hours, has that matter been dealt with at your level?
Thank you, Chairperson. The 120 hours is an inherited problem that came with the intervention team on Section 139 with subsection 7 by national. We have worked on it since then, and as we speak now, we are at a point where we have literally reduced the challenge as it is. The matter has been before me, and the matter has been what I've been fighting for. And on the basis of fighting, I was able to uncover that even people that are called ghost workers, who are not in the system, that are also benefiting, were a discovery on the strength that we were chasing the issue of the unwarranted amount of overtime that came from the period under review. And I must qualify, Chairperson. The intervention team that gave rise to some of these things did not do that also willy-nilly. Political parties did not allow them to work. They did not give them support. There was no council support from the work that they were doing. As a result, they had to be guarded day in and day out. Their life was from where they stay to the office. They could not even go to operations where things were taking place. So when we talk about instability, which I thought AG would understand the era that we are talking about, it was not just a child's play. It was a serious instability that involved serious issues of security, where the center was not holding. Chairperson, thank you.
Yes, I think we must be a bit cautious about what we expect AG to do. When you have got maladministration, it cannot be the fault of the AG. And therefore, the question which we are raising here, whether AG understood that or not, it's not their mandate to get onto that aspect. What we're interested in here is consequence management. When 39 million rand is being used and 120 hours has been authorized, we're asking who authorized it. And when we ask, it could have been someone who was sent by Cogta in national office or provincial office, doesn't matter, but whoever authorized is working for government and is subject to this probing. So that's really where we're at. Now we want to know who authorized, who has been acted upon for authorizing that. That's really where the question is. Instability, yes, we understand, and and that's why you have got the police and the Hawks to deal with that aspect. We're not on that aspect. We're on the aspect of somebody made money to be paid. That's really what we're asking.
No, thank you, Chair. I take what you are saying, and I think I must give a straightforward answer that says, coupled with what the city manager says, and realizing that no particular action came before me, I take that as a criticism that I must go back and ensure that consequence management with regard to those who affected, and that does not is not limited to even those that I served under intervention team, but I'll take that action.
It actually says something happened. And by the way, the municipal manager came in here 2023. Correct. That's the time when this thing was still a problem. You didn't cause it, but when you came in, this problem was there. And our issue is that you already have a report about it. We want to know what has been, what were the consequences on this matter, and we are not getting that. That's really where you come in. Whether you came in and this thing was already done, we're not asking you that. We're asking when it was done and we found out it was done. That's really where the question is. Let's move to the next thing. You will comment on that, but I hope we're still going to give us those names. Honorable Shenga.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think three of the questions that were pertinent to me have been touched on. I won't waste time. I just have one, Chair, and if you indulge me with one very, very brief comment, is to say, do you, I mean, as a team sitting there, how do you rate your chances of turning around Mangaung? It's a very simple question, but I think it's a question you must feel as you are sitting here in front of us. Within the time limit that you've said. But then, Chair, I think it's important, I just want to say very briefly as well, within the minute I have, that maybe because we have come here for business and there are lots of people who are still going to present. I think people, maybe one must just remind you that if we're sitting here, I mean, we cannot really, it cannot be tolerated to fudge, because I was spending quite a bit of time drawing people out of the woods whereas we have all the presentation in front of us. I just think that also this is a committee of parliament, and we all know consequences for misleading parliament. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that comment, Honorable Shenge. Do you want to come in?
I just want to respond to the question asked by Honorable Shenge on the turnaround of Mangaung. When we came into the city, it was regarded not even, it was adverse. When you look at the report today, it says low risk. I was under the impression that would speak to itself in terms of turning around the city. When you look at when we came into the city, we had no budget that was credible and funded. And we are talking about credible and funded budget lately. The situation was endemic, but I want to believe that there is an effort. I must, however, put it this way, Chairperson. We are satisfied with the stability that we see, but we still believe it's on a shifting sand. Much still has to be done. But being under Section 139, subsection 7, and without any existence of the team that was supposed to be alongside with us in getting the city right, I want to believe that we have done much. However, if Section 154 could kick in, that could perhaps even kindle the movement towards realizing a better Mangaung and bringing it to its former glory. But we can't blow our own whistle. Much work has to be done.
So you're accusing the province of not assisting you? Necessarily,
The one subsection 7 is driven by national Treasury. The province is subsection 5, A and C, which they left it and then gave it to national. So we're actually a product of national on 139, no longer of the province.
154. Section 154 is support from provincial?
Well, we do get support, but we also expect that national to also kick in to a certain extent, because we are their subject as we speak.
Okay, the province will still come back on that. Let's proceed, Honorable Mkalipi.
Thanks very much, Chair. On the issue of IPTN, just share with us the report that was tabled in the council by the MPEC, that we are told that it was blocked by the council. And my question, because the speaker is supposed to protect the institution, what happened? Because the MPEC suggested that they want the CIU to be part and parcel. Secondly, do you know the person by the name of Tumelo Moloi from Finance Office? And if you know her, how do you know her? And there's a case number that is linked to her. So I'm interested as an employer of the municipality that what is her status after I am told that there is a case that is ongoing of a forgery when she tried to forge a signature of Mayor Salome in the Department of Finance. So I want to know if that forgery was successful and that 5 million was used or not, since the case is still ongoing. The last one, Chair, the AG says that you as the municipality failed to complete the extension of Tabanchu wastewater treatment. So how much was used and how far with that project? Thanks.
Okay, let's respond.
Chairperson, I'll respond on the IPTN, and the CFO will respond on the Bitumelo, and the city manager will respond on the issue of Tabanchu and the waste treatment plant. The issue of the IPTN, it's a product of the Department of Transport at the national level, which they conducted a forensic audit, and it came to us as a product that council had to implement as compliance. In it, there are 3 items: disciplinary processes, criminal investigation, and civil claims or asset for future. all the 3 recommendations were followed to date. The disciplinary processes are still unfolding on those officials that were mentioned in the report. On criminal investigation, matters are before law enforcement units, and on civil claims, the competent law firms have been appointed to trace the money. The municipality's posture in the council is that even though we must chase where our money must come from, criminal cases must be chased, but where civil claims would be, and the matter would by far surpass what we would spend in order to arrive at that money, we must literally take a cautious steps and employ other modalities. But the long and short is that the report is being implemented to date, and as a compliance matter, we have not defaulted on it. So I would not expect any perhaps a hanging matter on the IPTN report, because it's literally what was sent to us by the Department of Transport as a sanctioned investigation from their side.
Chair, so is the mayor saying that the reason why they blocked the MPEC report to be tabled in the council is those reasons?
The speaker is going to respond to that one just now.
I think I must respond to that. First, before maybe the speaker comes in. The report has only been sanctioned to go to MPEC now. And I think last week I had my meeting with MPEC where I presented on the strength of what the council said. I cannot remember where the report was blocked. There's no report like that. But maybe the speaker can help. As far as I'm concerned, I appeared before MPEC last week on the same report. And I submitted even the entire report to MPEC for further investigation and action by MPEC. So there's never been any contradiction at any stage.
Okay, when the speaker responds, Chair, the date is on 28th of February this year.
The speaker.
2024.
Thanks, Chair, and greetings to the treasured members of this esteemed house. I can vouch, Chair, that there was never such an instance. I have no recollection of a council sitting having rejected the attempt by the MPEC to do its work. As part of my responsibilities is to lead a charge in providing a framework for a sound oversight over council matters. So I can really vouch there was never such an attempt. Even the date that the honorable member is referring to, I don't think is factual. The mayor has just alluded to the fact that we took a resolution that MPEC must now be part of those investigations. They will, however, not second guess the findings of the SIU, but it is to allow them to investigate internal matters which are linked to the report. To the extent that they did not have the capacity in the past to do that, Council on the 30th of this last month adopted a technical committee, a committee which will comprise of certain expertise in order to allow the MPEC committee to do its fiduciary responsibilities effectively. So thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. I'm going to respond on the matter of Muilwa and the forged signature. If you're looking at the court ruling that was dealing with the matter, it found that there was no forgery of the signature by Muilwa. Rather, Muilwa signed her own signature on the document. The only issue that was there is, in the city, the books are assigned to individuals. Whether it's an order book or it is a requisition book, the lady who opened the case, which is Mesalome, she was the acting individual who was managing the contract of Maine. It comes out in the court when you read through the affidavit, the statements and the affidavits, it comes out that at some point when a payment was to be made, she refused as the project manager to sign over that payment for it to be processed. And it followed through the processes to an extent that Memu Ilwa, who was acting general manager revenue, took over the responsibility and said, I don't understand the challenges you are having with regards to this payment. I will therefore authorize this payment. And that authorization of that payment by Memu Ilwa as the acting GM was also approved by the CFO at the time. So to put things straight, the court found that the signature was not forged because she did not attempt to sign someone else's signature, but place her own signature on the document. In as far as the payment is concerned, indeed, the payment was effected, made to Maine Consulting. It was part of the first case that was opened by SIU where they wanted to secure and reserve that bank account. And we know when you follow through that case, the preservation order was declined and Maine's account was opened and were able to transact on that account. As we are seated here today, we also know that the SIU has actually is attempting to appeal on the outcome of the preservation case that they had. So from our side, Muilwa is back at work. She was charged. She went through the disciplinary hearing. At this point in time, in terms of the report we got in from Labor Relations Department, was that they are busy arguing the mitigating factors on the matter for them to come to the decision whether she is innocent or she's found guilty, and the processes of dismissal will follow. But at this point in time, she has been reinstated. She's not in the position. She reverted back to the old position that she's appointed on as in the Revenue Management Department. So the forgery is not them. It is basically signing. Thank you.
I think your explanation, I think you don't need to repeat. We understood that. Proceed, next question.
Thank you, Chair. Chair. Thank you, Chair. Chair, the MM spoke about a 60% staff shortage. I think, Chair, with him being there since 2023, he's planning to fail. Because I'm not sure what are the reasons behind the municipality running at a staff shortage of 60%. Maybe when he responds to the questions I will ask, could you also speak to that, please? Chair, the AGSA, when they came to Parliament, they said that the Metro has disclosed significant doubt on its ability to continue operating as a going concern. I would like the mayor and possibly the CFO and the MM to speak to that as well. Do you believe that now, because I believe the report was from 2023-2024, that AG report, where are you now? Where is the municipality now? Will you be able to operate as a going concern? And I speak specifically, and I mention the CFO specifically because back then the Metro was taking around 318 days to pay creditors. The Metro was on average taking 127 days to collect debt. So on those two, where is the municipality now? Chair, the AG also noted that 84% of the municipality debt is unlikely to be recovered. This was 2023-2024. Again, another question, where are we now in terms of your debt recovery? And then lastly, Chair, 45% of key service delivery targets were achieved in 2024. And that took 111% of the budget spent. If that was the case then, what is the case now? What is the percentage of key service delivery targets that have been achieved in the past financial year? And how much is the budget? Thank you, Chair.
All right, thanks. Please respond. Just to say to you that on the issue of the going concern uncertainty, the AG says it was noted that little to no progress was made on several activities on quarter 2, quarter 3, as was indicated on your side to be in progress or not yet started. And then 46% of the activities within the FRP were achieved in quarter 3. So we're worrying about how you're actually lagging behind, and then we just want you to take us out of the problem. What makes you think you have got this problem under control?
Thank you so much. I'm going to respond on this going concern matter, probably just to state that one of the reasons that led us to that mission that the city has a doubtful going concern prospects were based on the fact that we were under financial recovery. And when you're looking at the reasons why the city had to go through the financial distress and be put under intervention, number one, it was the collection rate at the time that was below 50%, and it was persisting over a period of time. Just to touch on that, currently, in the quarterly report of quarter 4 of the 2024-25 financial year, we have reported a collection rate of 99.96%. The report that has just been presented to the portfolio committee that is going to council on the 30th, due to the fact that we are now implementing credit control policy.
So which portfolio committee?
The IDP and performance, as well as the finance committee. We are now going tomorrow to the mayoral committee, and on Wednesday next week, we are sitting at the council meeting to table those reports for adoption. So I'm just trying to give an account of before and now. So our collection rate has been improving. When I'm looking at the average collection rate for 2024-2025, looking at the ups and downs of the financial year, I believe that the city is going to achieve an average of 82% compared to 73% in the 2023-2024 financial year. We are definitely making improvements. When you're looking at the policies that we tabled to council, Mangaung has separated the functions. The electricity distribution is done by Centlec, and one of the key strengths in collection is the use of electricity, suspension of the prepaid meters to force people to collect. We have now reviewed the policy of Centlec to accommodate the aspirations of the city to use them as part of the collection mechanisms, because as it stands, before 30 June 2025, we're mainly relying on the switching off of the prepaid water meters and the disconnection of meters. And I think we all understand the consequences that are sitting with that, especially the intervention from the Human Rights Commission, where they came to the city to say, as much as your policy allows for the trickling of your prepaid water meters, it becomes a human rights crisis when the trickling system is not dispensing the amount of water that you are intending and your policy is relating to. Going off the issue of the collection rate, one of the struggling areas when you're looking at that FRP, and one of the reasons that placed us under intervention is the overspending. I think I've spoken about it. You can go and look at the financial statements. We are spending almost about 800 million in excess of what is approved by council due to challenges that are within the budget, which we have adopted a 3-year plan of coming out of that quagmire. But in closing, Chairperson, when you're looking at the cash reserves of the city, as we reported in the report I was referring to, the city is standing at 1.2 billion cash in the bank today, though it is not enough to cover 3 months coverage, but we are sitting at 1.63 months of cost coverage looking at that. We have all agreements in place. I think the Premier and the MEC had spoken about all the mechanisms we have. And I think it has been in the news how we are doing well in terms of paying our bulk suppliers. The Val Central account is up to date. The agreement we have with them is being serviced according to the terms and conditions. We are working with, we are part of the ESCOM debt relief, and I think the Premier mentioned the fact that we did receive a write-off of 124 million by National Treasury through the debt relief program, which has not yet been finalized by ESCOM. But there are so many things that we are doing in the financial management space that is linking to the question that was asked earlier in terms of the prospects of turning the city around and make sure that it is financially healthy and it becomes sustainable. Thank you so much. On the days, probably, just to elaborate, our data's collection days was actually not even 68 days that was mentioned. We are coming from 600 days to turn around on the debtors. And that ratio is reduced to 500, and we know that our target is under 90 days, but all the efforts of credit control and the cleaning of our indigent register is going to enable us and put us in the position where we want. In terms of creditors, Mangaung is doing good. We are currently sitting at 33 days turnaround time in paying creditors. That will be all from my side. Thank you.
Okay, next question, Fancy.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just quickly on the IPTN, apparently there is a council resolution in 2022 that this should have served within 14 days back then to MPAC. Why has that still not happened? I think that's very important for us to answer. Then why is the Metro struggling so much to spend conditional grants? And what measures are in place to ensure full-time utilization of grants? Because we have seen that there's a lot of money that's being spent, returned back to national and provincial Cogta. Then quickly on the debt collection, I think there's about 12 billion in your debtors book that needs to be collected, and you've appointed a service provider that will, I think, get 8% of whatever's collected. Has a progress report served at council? And if not, when will the first progress report serve at council regarding that? Then talking about the
All right, round up.
Talking about the UIFW and the 3.1 billion that the MM said since 2019 has not been investigated. I think that was one of the opening remarks. All of that has been written off. Now, Mayor, I think you need to really focus on this because consequence management is lacking surely, because what 3.1 billion rand could have done is done 12,400 RDP houses. It could have done 2,800 kilometers of power grid infrastructure. It could have fixed 500,000 water leaks. It could have fixed 885 potholes. And that's what the city is struggling with, all of those things. But you can, because of a lack of consequence management, not do those things.
Okay.
So that's the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to enter into the questions that were dealing with the debt collection companies. Indeed, we've appointed 7 debt collectors. They started the project in March. The first reports had been coming through from April, May, and June. We haven't taken a report as yet to the Finance Committee that will end up in council, but in the reporting month of August, we'll be giving them the first 3 months of performance of those contractors appointed. Just to close it, in our tender specifications and the award, we have not awarded the collection on government because we want to pursue cooperative governance in as far as engaging all the departments that are owing the city. And the only part that they are collecting is your residential as well as business. And I think in our report, we have actually gave you the balances of the debtors of all the consumer types that we have as a city. Probably coming to the UIFW, the point that the city manager is making is that there hasn't been any investigation. And we have outlined the process that we want to follow. We are saying we cannot preempt the outcomes or the recommendations of MPAC to council, whether to write off or to recover. At this point in time, we have broken it down to say what MPAC can start with, because under our UIFW reduction strategy, our target is 50% for 2025, 2026. And in the reports we've provided to them as the finance department is that under your fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which in the main, it is interest on overdue accounts of ESCOM as well as Val Central, which in terms of the agreement in any way, they will be written off at a later stage, but they don't have an option but to raise that interest. That is the 346 million we are talking about. So we are saying in the report, this can be investigated and be dealt with because it's got a history, how it came about, which was the collection rate and many other factors that we've already spoken about. Those other sectors like your irregular expenditure, the biggest problem in Mangaung was contract management. That led to irregular extension of contracts. In the last management meeting, because we've been working with Legal Services Department, I've been working with supply chain, we have developed now a manual for the city to manage contract amendment, contract extension under MFMA section 33 as well as MFMA section 116 because there was no clarity in the organization and people had to do what they thought it is possible to be done. And hence, when you're looking at the MIs that we have, 4 of the 16 MIs are emanating from the issues of contract management and contract extension. So we believe that with the manual we have written for the organization, it will give guidance and people have to follow through the detailed step-by-step processes that they must follow. Therefore, there's no right office at this point in time. It will be dependent on the findings of the MPEC and the recommendations that they will make independently to council. Thank you. I think CM, we can deal with them. Project management and underspending of conditional grants. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. The city did not have capacity to spend the grants, Chair, if I may put it that way. We had a top-heavy type of structure where you'd have HODs, probably general managers, but had no people with technical capacity to implement projects. So what we have done, we have started to fill those positions within our own limited revenue as the city, but we have prioritized mainly the technical positions, but we have also created supportive structures. We have created a project management office that is supporting the departments in terms of the projects, and I think you'll see that it's actually reducing. We are on a reduction space with regard to underspending, but we have also created what we call a project readiness task team that supports the departments within the city to ensure that the projects are ready, and this year we think we are on par and will be able to spend what has been given to us. And I think this current financial year that has just ended, you will see the fruits of what we have created starting to bear fruits. Thanks, Chair.
The next question, sorry. You had 5 questions. We'll come back. You had 5 questions. Move on.
If I can just reply to the last question.
What's the question you're answering?
The MPEG and IPTN story.
All right, hold on. Let's get the questions. You'll come back when we deal with that. We'll come back to the MPEG question. That's your question? Yes, you asked a question. He's going to come back. No. Let's try and combine. I'm just having a problem with the time management. So let's get your questions. You'll come in. Let's try and combine more questions. Yes?
Okay, thanks, Chair. Just a question about unauthorized and irregular expenditure. You've given quite a bit of detail as to why that has been the case. But what I'm reading here is that the Metro reported total revenue of 6.85 billion in 2023-2024. However, the unauthorized expenditure was 7.8 billion, which is actually more than your actual revenue, and further 3.4 billion irregular expenditure. Was there anything that the Metro did that actually wasn't either unauthorized or irregular? So it appears that almost all your spending was unauthorized and irregular. And then the second point was with regards to ghost workers. So you mentioned the fact that you're 60% understaffed. However, the Metro spent 81% of total cash it receives from its customers on employee-related costs totaling nearly 2 billion rand. So, and they just said it leaves very little to spend on service delivery. So, the story I want to ask here is: you mentioned the fact that there'd been an issue around ghost employees when it came to paying off overtime. What have you done to check in the municipality itself for ghost employees within your present payroll? So has there been a process to go through to check? Because obviously there's been an issue with overtime, but it does appear to me that if you've got a 60% vacancy rate, yet you're spending almost all your money on employee-related costs, that just doesn't tie up, quite frankly. Thank you.
And Damas? You're fine. Van Wyk, is there a new question?
No, Chair. I just want to add here. I just want to add something. I just want to know, when it comes to the debt collection companies that you are speaking about your CFO. You are saying there are 7 altogether. Nah? I just want to find out, did they all did they follow the proper supply chain processes? Do they have proper contracts? Is everything in order? Because I can tell you one thing here, that we do have information that not everything is proper when it comes to those companies. Thank you.
Okay, let's start with your speaker. Let's go back to the MPEC. Then we've got the other questions. So if we can just distribute them in the meantime, come back to the MPEC issue.
Thanks, Chair. I find it rather difficult to comprehend the question by the honorable member, more so when she refers to the inability of council to allow MPEC to consider the report in 2022. To the best of my knowledge, the IPTN report, the SIU completed their findings in 2023. I may not recall the dates from the top of my head, but I can recall that it had allowed the mayor a 90-day period to sift through the report and choose the best course of action to be followed. It also provided 3 critical areas. The first area was to undertake criminal proceedings against certain identified individuals, but it had also pointed to some internal disciplinary proceedings against certain officials who were part of that investigation. But lastly, it highlighted the need to undertake civil proceedings against contractors who were doing work for the municipality. And it was only in the aftermath of 2024 that we had the first meeting to consider the report, and there have been 5 meetings ever since 2024 to look at the final implications of the report. The 30th of June, when this report was also tabled before Council's consideration, it had allowed MPEC to advise us on certain areas of the report, particularly civil claims against contractors who were involved in the irregular and fruitless expenditure associated with the IPTN. So I'm saying I find it difficult really to comprehend, because the report was not there in 2022. The report was not even concluded in 2022. It only came to the attention of the council towards the late quarter of 2023. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I think for the members, if you have a different view on this, we'll need the information so that we can then take it further. Otherwise, I think we take this explanation. I'm going to allow one response, and we're going to take a short break. I wanted us to close everything before we go out for lunch, but we're having problems with the time now. So I'll only allow the one response. We'll break for 30 minutes. When we come back, we'll take 10 minutes and close this, because we've gone beyond our time. Yes, or whoever is responding, that's fine.
Thank you. On the unauthorized expenditure, the numbers that the Honorable was looking at, those are accumulated over a period of time. I think from the response of the city manager, we indicated that the last time we investigated UIFW was in 2019, and to date we are sitting with about 7 billion of unauthorized expenditure, but that in the financial statement it is broken in on an annual basis. So that is a cumulative figure. In as far as the employee cost, we fully agree with you. When we do the assessment of the city spending on employee cost versus the total revenue, the city is spending about 42%, which is abnormal. When you're looking at the norms and standards, the average spending on personnel should be between 28 and 33%. But when you go back to the FRP, they've identified the reasons for the high salary bill in Mangaung. Number one, it is the remuneration system, which needed to be changed. You would understand the whole development of our remuneration in local government to the decisions that were taken around 2013 of the implementation of the task system. But the city now has adopted the task implementation that will replace the Funda Merwe system of remuneration. But also the old organogram, because we've got a new organogram that has been approved by council on the 30th of June. The old organogram had number of heads of over 7,000. I think the total number then is 7,200. That is where the ratio of 62% vacancy is coming from. When we were revising the organogram, we had to go back to the basics and understand the process of determining the number of personnel that should work for the municipality, which is the ratio of employees against the population and employees against the household, which gave us a ratio of a minimum of 4,500 and a maximum of 5,100. Now, the next process after the approval of the organogram will be the placement of the people from the old organogram to the new organogram. That will reduce the vacancy rate that will come out of that, because in the old organogram, we are currently sitting with 4,200 against the over 7,000 people are talking about. And in the new structure, we will be sitting with 4,200 against a 5,200 total number of employees. Therefore, that ratio is going to reduce significantly. I think we have alluded to how this is impacting on overall performance of the organization, especially looking at the allocation of the budget towards functions like your maintenance, which is currently sitting at 3%, an improvement from 0.59% in 2022-2023. So we are improving on how we appropriate budget to areas of importance that are focusing on service delivery. I will end it there. Thank you.
Just before you come in, Mayor, you know what's confusing with the whole explanation? You are running overtime of 120 hours, which means you have more work than people. Then you are bloated beyond the norm of 4,000 by almost another 4,000, maybe just under 4,000. And you still do overtime. And then you're still short-staffed. How does that work? I mean, there's something that is weird going on here, because we can't be losing money on overtime on a bloated establishment. You see, the Mayor, you might want to come in here. There's a problem with the arithmetic. Mayor Mangaung.
Yeah, no, Chairperson, thank you. The structure that has just been worked upon was top-down, meaning it was heavy-headed in terms of those that were on top. But I'm going to ask the CFO and the city manager to go deep into that, because the assignment we gave them was that make sure that we have a lean and mean structure that will address, amongst others, the issues of overtime, as well as making sure that we address what we are supposed to. The question that I wanted to deal with, Chairperson, is the one that was talking to the appointment of service providers on the collection of our debts. I wanted to deal with that question in a nutshell to say the issue at hand was that the entire tender was given to a single company. We have since unbundled it. And in the process of unbundling it, we've made sure that each area of collection is not given to a singular company, spread across. And I must indicate that it went through a process of advertisement, people applied. Seated here, I am not aware of any irregularity around it. But should there be any, I really would invite such, because we have got limited room to allow shenanigans. So we are not aware of any, but I am satisfied insofar as how the cake was spread amongst companies, so that people must focus in terms of making sure that we get our monies from wherever the money of the municipality is to date. Now, if I may ask the CFO or the city manager to respond to what you requested, Chair.
No, you will respond just now. Just to say, the question raised by Honorable Van Veek, if there's evidence here, let's deal with it that way now. That there are people, there are companies, service providers who have no agreement in place, who have no contracts in place. So that's the reference. That's the one issue. The issue around the UIFW and the MPEC is come up for those three members are raising the same issue. The problem here is that your response is you have not investigated UIFW since 2019, and you have 7 billion of unmanaged. How much? 7 billion, which has not been processed. And when we asked the question about MPEC, now the members were saying, one member was saying reports were blocked. The other member was saying, when did that meeting happen? There's a mismatch here. You got 7-point-something billion rands worth of UIFW which has not been investigated and processed, and yet MPEC is working, and we have got, over that period, we still have MPEC to still table those issues and process them. When is this going to be processed, and when is MPEC coming? And when people say, when the members say the MPEC was blocked, and the mayor and the speaker say it was not blocked, so what is stopping the MPEC from processing all of this thing? If it was not blocked, and we've got no work since 2019, and today is over 7.1 billion rand that's not been processed, what actually is the problem? Because you are saying, you didn't block it, so it should be working properly. And at the beginning, the question was whether is it operating, and the MM was vehement that actually it's there. What the AG is saying is not correct. The MPEC is working, the audit committees are working, the internal audit is working, and of course we did read that in fact you are not processing these reports. So that to me is the proof. So just explain that so that you can understand what you're telling us.
Chairperson, I thought the answers that came earlier were relevant enough to the issue, but if I may recap.
Yes, please recap.
Yeah. The answer that came was that instability could not allow operational ability by the metro. As a result, systems were dysfunctional. 2023 October, life started with the metro to bring things to normality. That include all committees, including MPEC, to begin to have a proper infrastructure to address the issues. That's one. But if you look into the report that we gave to the portfolio committee, it then outlined when are we going to be able to address UIFW as a metro, but equally so, the report that we gave as a supplement, it would then speak to when did normality come into the fore with the metro. So the CFO was reading that in 2025, 2026, a particular, I can't remember the percentage, but I remember they were indicating, if you remember that.
No, don't worry, we remember the percentage.
Yeah, so those are systems that we are saying to redress the imbalances that we come from. And with effect that MPEC must address some of this unauthorized expenditures and other related aspects. Only then we'll be able to can do that. That does not suggest we are referring issues to MPEC. And the notion that there is a contradiction with regard to cooperating with MPEC, nor any other MPEC committees or even Chapter 9 institutions we are hard at work, Chairperson, to ensure that we collaborate, cooperate, and provide the necessary required, desired report that are coming from our side. The only problem that might be there could be that we may not be on point in terms of answering as a learning curve, but cooperation is there.
Okay, look, let me just put it this way. We've seen these percentages. When you've got 7.1 billion rand outstanding in processing since 2019, and then you say to us some of this will only be solved in 2027, 28, it's very problematic for us to understand what this is all about. And it becomes a problem in the sense that normality came back here, was restored in 2023. We are now towards the end of 2025. You see, so that's really why we're still not getting a sense that this MPEC is working. That's really where the problem is. Okay, now if we, that's why you get these questions. You can't say today. That means by 2019 you have not investigated. Okay, you had a reason why you didn't up until 2023. Going forward, you are now going to give us another 3-4 years before we can finalize this thing. Is that reasonable?
I thought Speaker would deal with the
Let Speaker deal with it.
Yeah, but I want to just raise this, Chairperson, for the meeting to know that 2021 to 2023 and the issues that are under review and we are dealing with belong to that period. That period, Chairperson, had 7 municipal managers and 2 administrators, some of which left with the property of the municipality in the form of documentation that actually makes things difficult for us to even follow consequence management and other related issues. And some of those things are the ones that are part of the report that comes from AG, which we are not questioning because they are and they belong to the municipality. So the long and short of what I'm painting before the municipality is that, before the committee is that we should also be understood where we come from in terms of the difficulty of even tracing matters that are before us in terms of documentation. And we are not saying one doing that, but this is the difficulty with which we are faced with as we speak currently. Now I'm going to ask maybe the CFO to come in, and then the Speaker will then deal with MPEC.
Okay, let me ask us to do it this way because it keeps dragging. You will come back now, 2:15, you will come back. Somebody's going to just explain to us how we're going to have lunch so that we can break and for 30 minutes and then come back. Who's going to give us this, Deputy Speaker?
Thanks, Chair. So the members and HODs from the provincial government,
And the speaker. We can throw in another question if you want to organize your thoughts, then we'll come back to this side. Let me just finish. I'll get the questions from the MPs this side and then come back this side. Yeah, right. Nyambos, Velungene, and then you'll pick on the roundup and then finish off.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The black cat in the dark room here is about the institutional arrangements and the legislative environment which the municipalities are functioning under. As I'm sitting here, I've observed, I noted the following terms: escapism clauses, collusion, law of precedence, enablers, money flows, naming and shaming. When a white person commit fraud is called an accounting error. When a black person commit fraud is called corruption. Now, which means in the institutions that we are using are actually the reason of your downfall. So I think if we say this leadership is corrupt as it is being purported, it means the system you've inherited.
Sorry, wait. Where has that come from?
It comes from the irregular lease terms. Wasteful expenditure, irregularity, and all these accounting terms.
No, that's fine, but who have we said is corrupt?
No, it's purported, I'm saying.
Okay,
Purported.
okay.
Once you use this term in accounting.
Because you said this leadership. No, I wanted to check who you're pointing
leadership, I'm talking about the institutions that we are engaging today. Because the report of the Auditor General.
That's fine. I don't want someone sitting there to feel that they've actually been labeled as corrupt when I actually have not got a situation where that was the issue. The investigation of corruption is not the problem. Is the way you have put it, which is what I'm trying to clear, so that we don't have hackles here.
We wouldn't sit here, Chair, if there is no query. It's an audit query.
No. You are saying if we say this leadership is corrupt, that if you remove that, you can continue. Because unless you say who said who is corrupt, let's be very clear on that.
Well, we don't have dual leadership, so there's only one. There are not two, unless in those municipalities where you have dual. I heard that there are two municipal managers.
All right, go to your question, because you've dragged us into a debate we didn't intend.
I said it when I started. I'm going to focus on institutional and legislative and institutional mechanisms. Is the problem we're sitting with here. The people working in this institution, the legislative environment they've inherited, it has an old order. It comes from the white regime. So it means the white regime was operating the same way, because this leadership, the current democratic dispensation, didn't invent this. They actually continued from where the white people started. So that is why I'm questioning the institutional arrangement, that there's something wrong, because this is the problem. When the monies are mismanaged within the institution of government, and then it has a label of accounting irregularities and wasteful expenditures, but the money flows is flowing into private sector. And into private sector, that money is labeled as business. When it gets into the bank, it's business. When it gets into the private sector, they've gotten business. So my question is, what is the level of query we are making? Are we querying the leadership that is sitting within the institutions of government, but we are not querying the private sector that inherit? Because at the end of the day, the beneficiary of these monies, whether through corrupted means or not, the money ends up somewhere, and whoever that is an enabler to whatever we are querying inside government. And in this case, is the private sector. That's why I want to query the private sector. What is their role in terms of the functioning of government, because it is them who services government, it is them who've got contracts with government, it is them that are beneficiaries financially and materially. So it can't be that we are querying one end, the other end we are not querying. Money get lost, but it is ending somewhere. But where it ends, we don't query that part. And this is where I have a problem with the institutional arrangement and the legislative environment. That it queries one side of the story, yet in law, we have a principle that says, audi alteram partem. Here, the other side of the story as well. This side, we are hearing this side of the story. There's another side of the story, which is private sector. As a public manager, we studied that you must the environment of a public manager is between private and public. And that is
Okay,
what is
let's
happening.
round up.
No, I think let me end there.
Okay, thank you very much. Mtolo, you still have a question or later? That's fine. Okay, thank you very much. Let's allow you to respond, and then I would like to note the hands this side. Thank you.
Okay, Chairperson, should we respond now?
Yes, please respond.
I wanted to say when we adjourned, the speaker had just expressed himself once again on the issue of MPEC, and I am under the impression that the matter is now attended to fully. However, there is a question that was asked about the zoo, and which it was said it would come our way. And I just wanted
yes, it is there.
yeah. Chairperson, the zoo was closed some years, I think, before we could come there. The animals were taken to places of safety, the report says. Some were taken to different resorts, and where we are, MPEC has commanded us to now trace as to where the animals were taken to, but key to the movement of the animal was a provincial department, Distia, in this case, which were interacting with them because they are the one that must
Sorry,
also...
which one?
Distia.
In full?
Department of, I think, Environment and Economic Development, the provincial one. The section that deals with part of it is animals, I think, environment, and they closed the zoo because the permit and the licenses are acquired from them. We are at the point where we are resuscitating the zoo. But part of the resuscitation of the zoo goes with opening the zoo by way of getting all the permit and the necessary licenses, and that's where we are, and we are making serious progress with regard to that, and I can safely say the issues between us in terms of looking at where the animals are and also interacting with the province, which we have, and the answer that I say they gave to us that animals were taken to safe places comes from the province, from the ASET department in particular. So we are at that point, Chairperson. We have acquired the permits to do so. We are busy revamping the zoo. We are revamping our holding nest. We are making sure that we do get, we'll get soon animals. We're in an interaction with the Johannesburg Zoo to ensure that we piggyback on their experiences and to ensure that our zoo becomes what it should be. We are also trying to make sure that the zoo generate its own resources for sustainability. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Let me get the question this side. You want to respond on the zoo? Oh, okay, all right. Let's hear about the animals.
Thank you, Chair. The executive authority responsibility for environmental affairs is with me. The function itself is still with the STIA. It's a process of transfer of function that the presidency and DPSA is busy with. The mayor is correct. There was an inspection on 10 December 2019, and the zoo was found not to be in compliance with the Environmental Management Biodiversity Act and Free State Nature Conservation Ordinances. There was a pre-compliance notice issued on the 17th of December 2019 and temporary closure. A follow-up inspection was done on 24 February 2020 and all the permits were declined. The animals then went to the Joburg Vet Hospital with their Wildlife Rehabilitation Center. Some of the animals there then went to Croc World in KZN. They went to Volpro in Northwest, Shamwari in the Eastern Cape, International Primate Rescue Center in Gauteng, Monkeyland in the Eastern Cape and KZN, Jukani and Birds of Eden in Eastern Cape, Dalstroom in Mpumalanga, Lovekrans, which is in the Free State, Lions Rock. Others went to Maria Maroka, Sangiru, Amanzing, Sudoring and Bathurst. Those are all provincial reserves. Some, the domesticated animals, went to the SPCA and some went to a rescue center in Northwest. We can provide you with a report of exactly the number of animals and the category and type that what went where. The animals, however, were confiscated. So all those animals ceased to belong to Mangaung. So the department and the municipality is now working on the list of possible animals for a new zoo. So that is still a process that is ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take the questions. We start with the Deputy Speaker. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is on the submission of the response reports by the municipality to the AG. So the AG notes a lack of accountability and poor quality responses from the municipality. 2 questions. Quick one, what internal processes are in place to vet and validate these reports before they are sent to the AG? And 2, who signs off on these response reports in the municipality? Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just want to make 2 questions quickly. One, it's in regard to, I've heard a city manager saying he does not remember as far as overpayments as to whether what happened. For us to correct situation of Mangaung, it will need an honest historical memory on what has transpired. 2021, 2022, city manager, you are HOD solid waste in Mangaung. Don't you remember in any stretch of imagination signing overtime under your department? Because we know that HODs they are in Mangaung, they can approve up to 5 million if I'm not mistaken. Don't you remember any time signing overtime? Number 2, quickly, Chair, that I want to go to. There's a equitable share. Yeah, there's an equitable share allocation of 1 billion to Mangaung. Out of that, you only managed to spend to budget for 40%. What happened with this 60%? Because only people who are 163,068 who benefited out of your indigent policy as a result of the allocation from national. What happened with others, the 60%, why they did not benefit out of this? Why, when you were given more money and then you decided to allocate 40%, what happened with 60% of the amount? Because communities must benefit out of that.
Okay, thank you. Next question.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I think firstly I just want to make a comment. The entire Free State Provincial Government's budget is 46 billion rand. Mangaung Metro's budget is 36 billion rand. So there's a 10 billion rand difference between the two, but an entire province has 46 billion rand and the Metro has 36. So it shows the immense power the Metro has to influence people's lives and why financial management is so important. Chair, my question is in terms of the financial recovery plan. Earlier this year, the Minister of Finance had a technical meeting or technical oversight meeting on the 26th of March with the Metro, and they advised the Metro to prioritize activities to accelerate the recovery process. This was in terms of an internal question asked in Parliament. One of the activities that they said must be prioritized by the Metro in terms of the FRP is that, and I quote, the Metro must implement consequence management by requesting the National Treasury to conduct a forensic investigation into financial misconduct matters, including all allegations of fraud and corruption for a period of 3 years ending June 2023. So that's one of the activities. National Treasury is saying Mangaung must implement consequence management by requesting NT to conduct a forensic investigation. Has National Treasury been requested to conduct that forensic investigation? Why not? Has it been done? Because it seems that National Treasury is availing itself to say we can assist you with a forensic investigation in terms of financial misconduct, etc. That's now the National Minister of Finance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. 4 quick questions. First, just a comment. If you had a functional and an operational organogram and completed regular skills audits in accordance with Section 43(3) of the Municipal Systems Act, you would have resolved your issue of ghost workers long time ago. Regarding the Jobs for Buddies allegations in both the Mayor and the MM's office, were proper appointment protocols observed? Have you not bloated the staff complement in your respective offices to create jobs or for political gain? Then when will the Ombudsman be appointed as per Council resolution, which was way back in 2018 and 2022, and there still isn't an Ombudsman appointed, which would have saved you fortunes in legal costs? Then you're on the brink of surpassing the 50% water losses for water procured. What is your long-term and short-term solutions for that? Because 50% of every single rand that you're paying for water is literally going down the drain. And then last but not least, Mr. Municipal Manager, will your shift system be a team allocated to a truck or a truck allocated to a team? Because a team allocated to a truck opens the door to vandalism, to vehicles to manipulate shifts and reinforce overtime once again. Thank you.
Let's get the responses.
No, let me just correct, Chairperson. Our budget on annual basis is 11 billion, not for 36. It is capitalized at 36 within a 3-year cycle. I'm sure Honorable Member would remember because he was a councillor in that municipality. On a matter that relates to financial misconduct, we have referred such cases to the disciplinary board because it is within their purview to investigate all reported cases of financial misconduct. So they are hard at work. They are yet to report back to council, and once they've done that, we will report back to the Department of Finance in the province on the extent to which we have been able to engage with such reported cases of financial misconduct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to respond on some few questions that were raised. I'll start with the ones that relate to the quality of responses submitted to the Auditor General. When looking at that audit report, in the main, the biggest challenge of poor responses sits with the performance information reporting. That is the problem that we have acknowledged. we have partnered with AG because we have picked up that there's a lack of understanding at the level of the HODs, sorry, in as far as setting up of the indicators. Because if the indicators set are not smart, enabling you to report, then the problem is going to be at the reporting level, because the unit of measurement and the description of that indicator would cause problems. So we engaged with AG, and when we were doing the midterm review of the budget going to the adjustment, we have taken some of the recommendations that were made in the prior year's report to improve on the indicators that were giving us some challenges. Indeed, when looking at the authorities, the signing off of responses to AG is the responsibility of the respective HOD. Now, in the main, when you're looking at performance, the indicators that or the key performance area that is mostly audited is your basic service delivery, and that's where the challenges are. So we acknowledge the challenges, and we are doing something in terms of capacitating, as well as being more descriptive in terms of the indicators and the unit of measurement, which was the problem. And I think I've covered the issue of who signs off. So if the questions are coming or the comments are coming from finance, then I'm the final signatory in that audit finding. If the matter is coming from technical services, the HOD for technical is responsible for review and signing off on that audit finding that has been issued by AG. In as far as the indigent register, in the question raised by Parliament, indeed, you are making reference to about 65,000 indigents. When you're looking at the policy of the municipality, we have two categories of indigents. The first category is those that are registering for indigents based on the level of income they are earning. And those one would require to apply, they must be verified and approved, then listed in the indigent register. But we've got another category which is based on the valuation of the property, where council says if the property value is under 100,000, that household is deemed to be indigent. Those ones don't have to register or apply. They are automatically benefiting from the free basic services policy of the municipality for all services, including the rates that are chargeable on that property. It is fully covered from the indigent, from the subsidy that we are getting. Then we have also a category of areas that have been formalized where water and sanitation has been installed. Those households are qualifying automatically as well. We do have the numbers. When you're looking at the status of the indigent register of the municipality, the income-based indigents and those that are qualifying automatically, we are looking at about 150,000 qualifying indigents. The spending of the city on equitable share, you are correct, we are receiving about R1 billion of equitable share, but 890 million of that is spent in covering the social package that we are extending as a city to those that qualified automatically and those that had to go through the process of application and verification. And I think we indicated in the response that probably we need to get to give more clarity in the policy so that the readers of the financial statements of the city understand the qualification process as well as the qualification criteria. Then on the forensic investigation, I think when you're looking at that FRP again, we are sitting with it. The challenge we are sitting with the matters that must be referred to National Treasury for investigation, they were not properly identified or listed in the report. But when you're looking at evergreen contracts, some of the matters were clearly identified and caused the city to follow up on them. We are engaging with National Treasury. There's no way that we can close the door where investigation has to be conducted. We are open to those, but for now, the FRP report is not specific which matters must be investigated. And we are sitting with them. I think as I was sitting here, we've got a next meeting with National Treasury and Cogta on FRP on the 22nd of August. I think that matter will have to be discussed in detail to understand what was identified that must be investigated through forensic means. But as a city, we don't have the capacity to do forensic investigations. I will end it then. I think the Mayor and CM.
Chairperson, I want to deal with the question that deals with response to the AG, sometimes lack of response, or if not, not quality kind of response. And this one came to my attention, Chairperson, and I must report to this meeting that our interaction with AG is as active as addressing issues of a similar nature. So we've already touched base with dealing with issues of quality report, equally so dealing with prompt response to the issues that are raised with AG. But I need to also raise that the 15 million that was raised with regard to sourcing, outsourcing consultant, we instructed that it be used to source competent officials that would also comprehend the nature of the report that may be required by, in particular, Auditor General. But may I conclude by saying on this one, improve on working relation and cordializing communication discipline is also what impact on the two structures. Cordializing the relationship as well as making sure that there is a meeting of minds. I think that's what affects some of the limitations that are seen in the report. But that's quite operational. We are at that, and I'm encouraging that the team must make sure that we reach at that point. On the water losses, I think, Chairperson, like the speaker alluded, we are common with the councillor, with the honourable member on this one because it's historical. Our water losses are not as a result of water losses, leaks and other related matters. We've addressed those issues. Our water losses are more related to informal settlement, where when you deal with Human Rights Commission, you can't debar water from our people accessing it in the 57 informal settlement that are across the metro. So there's water that's going there, and we're fighting very hard to regularize that water in order to not lose water to that extent. It's not water as a result of ailing, old, or leaking pipes and this and that. It is known, and those that were councillors from us would understand that. And I'm sure as you drive around, you can see that we don't have a similar problem like. Where we could use nearby bulk by bringing people closer to cities, there is serious resistance from other formations in society by way of trying to hold on to previous layout plan that was there, when there are places where we could piggyback on existing bulk to avoid a situation where we could lose the amount of water that we are losing. So that's where we are, Chairperson.
No, thanks, Chair. Honorable Busanku would remember that during the years he has mentioned, Mangaung had unqualified audit reports. It means that the overtime that we signed on was justified and there was backup information. There were no findings 21, 22 that we are mentioning in relation to overtime. It means there were systems in place to defend and justify that overtime. So yes, I did sign, but provide sufficient motivation that prevented any findings on Mangaung. The Ombudsman, we are going to make a temporary appointment, and I think we'll do that temporary appointment between, I think by August we'll have that temporary appointment. Then we'll advertise the position for a permanent appointment at that level. The issue of jobs for PALS, I must say that it was subjected even to public protector. There were no findings in that regard that we have appointed friends as alleged. I think it's mostly a social media issue. In terms of teams allocated to trucks, Councillor McKay, or trucks allocated to teams, I still insist that if one could understand the... Oh, I still call you Councillor because you my apologies, Honorable McKay. In terms of NEMA and the regulations that govern waste management, this is what I was trying to explain, that you need up to 7 people per truck. And why we are, it impacts across the board. Also, it impacts on the issues in relation to overtime, because when you have limited resources, it means you may not be able to collect sufficiently, because the workers also are very deeply understanding in terms of their rights with regard to the regulations in relation to waste collection. But we are putting, like I've said, we have just finalized full maintenance list. We want the teams to be meshed with the trucks. In that way, we are cutting over time, but also the security aspect, the assurance aspect. With the full maintenance list, unlike the current system where when a truck is broken, it can take a long time. There is the clause included there that says if a truck is broken today, a replacement truck must be available in 48 hours. So whatever they'll be doing, but we have also put in systems as part of full maintenance list, including issues in relation to tampering with trucks. Whatever tampering that will happen, it means that there will be disciplinary processes. We'll charge people. We are doing by all means that, in particularly in relation with this contract, to ensure that there is trackers to keep the kilometers, to deal with tampering, including for fuel issues. So we are taking the risk to the service providers, but we want services to continue as normal. I don't know if we have left any other question there.
No, we have in Chairperson, just to say to the meeting, jobs for PELs. I can't come before you and talk about lean and mean. And there I go bloat an office of no significance when it comes to services to the people on the ground. I would have said I regard it as an insult, but to be polite is that I honestly invite a visit and see how many people we have in our offices. I can tell the committee, if you get any number more than 8, then that's too much.
Thank you very much. We should bring this discussion to an end. Thank you very much to the mayor, the speaker, the municipal manager. I'm sorry, my dear brother, now we won't be able to proceed. My dear brother, I'm very sorry. We have to stop.
Okay, Chair,
You
I
are
just
insisting.
want to put it on record.
You are insisting.
The mayor answered something that I've never asked. I've never asked him about the zoo. He brought it up. He
No.
answered it.
Look, look. Let me say. Let's leave it. Okay. You asked the issue about the zoo. I said the question must stand over for.
I've never asked it to Mangaung Metro. They have answered the question themselves.
No.
I've talked to Province about it. Never to Mangaung, but it's fine.
Okay.
Thank
You know, I have to now rule you out of order. Okay. I have to rule you out of order. You are raising this issue the 3rd time. Okay. You asked the question. The mayor, the premier said she didn't have the answer. You said they must ask the MECs. Those MECs didn't respond to that issue. Then the mayor said you must go to Mangaung. Okay. Then Mangaung has responded. I didn't stop them because you had asked the question, and I did say to you the question needs to stand over for Mangaung. Mangaung is asking the question because I've said they can continue. Because when the question was asked, it's like the question that Honorable Mtolo raised. I said the question stays on the table. All right. Now, whatever the issues are, let's deal with it as an issue now and not deal with it as an outstanding question, because the question was asked. And I actually came back to you and I said, but the premier says he does not know about this. And you said he must ask the MECs. And those MECs were there, they didn't answer. Okay? And I said, no, let's get Mangaung. You didn't ask the question, but they were here. I would have still asked them myself. So let's hold it. If there's an issue, let's discuss it, because I'm not quite sure what the issues are. But what I cannot allow is that we must actually pick up the issue when we don't have the information. We have got as much as what can be raised by be responded to. I think that with that you can now pick up the issue with the responses that you have got, and then if they have something that is misleading, incorrect, or that needs further investigation, I think you are welcome to do that now. Okay. So let's close this issue. We have dragged it beyond, but I hope we won't do so on the rest of the other municipalities. We had come to, members, may I really apologize? No, please. No, please. No, no, no. No. No, 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 no. We can't. I want to close this. I want to. No, that's what I'm busy with. No. Let me finish that to the way forward. If you are not happy, right, send me a message. You know, honorable members, I have to now have a meeting of the committee to discuss this issue. No, there's no principle. Let's proceed. No. Look, Honorable Xhariep, please don't do this. We have raised as many questions as could be raised. We've dragged this thing for 3 hours instead of 45 minutes. Thank you very much. If you're on my side, please. No, if you're on my side, can you imagine I've got problem with this one. What will happen when these others now start having, you are well behaved, you are well behaved. No. Let's close this issue. Yes, that's fine. You send a WhatsApp, that's fine. I want us to close this matter. Honorable members, let's close this matter. Firstly, let me say, we do appreciate that you have come to give us this report. We also appreciate that you come from a very troubled past of instability, and that you are very positive about where we are going with this municipality. The members asked you directly, do you see yourself turning this thing around? The reason for it is because there are still a number of queries that have come from the Auditor General's office and of course from Cogta. We were here before. Now the issue for me is that we have heard all that we have said. There are a number of things that I think we need to deal with so far as your issue is concerned. Firstly, one of the issues we wanted to deal with here is the issues of accountability and consequence management. On this one, we are very unhappy with the extent is that we have the concern about the effectiveness of your MPAC. We have got a concern about the effectiveness of your audit committee and your internal audit unit. Based on what the Auditor General, we think that's what's going to cause a culture of impunity that makes this matter to fester. So we want you to deal with that. And when we say so, we're looking at the MEC because he needs to give us timelines over which all of these issues need to be dealt with and give us a report on a regular basis on in this matter. The second issue relates to the inadequate overtime controls. Now I will give you a whole lot of details of what the AG's concerns are in this. That you have got no approved overtime policy or standard operating procedure that is in place in relation to this. We'll give you these details. What determines the overtime? We know that it is not determined that the overtime, the need for the overtime is not determined with the consideration of the budget. So the budget runs away and the overtimes are running away. So that's an issue. That's the point that we've been raising about 120 hours. There also is limited progress in changing the working hours of employees to a shift system. The question we asked, have you started, are you going to start, and how is that going to be structured? Those details are actually saying to us, you have still not started working on this matter. So you need to provide all those details, and the MEC will come and give us a report as we look at the progress in this. We'll give you a bit more of those details as we've been discussing with the with the Auditor General. The next one is around ineffective use of consultants. Again, the balance between consultants and vacancies is a problem for us. We should be saying you should actually employ the people with the right skills instead of actually employing the consultants. And that's the problem that we're sitting with. Now, from the Auditor General, and we haven't heard from you that this might not be the case, that you don't have an approved policy or strategy governing the appointment of the consultants. That's why the members are raising the question of some may have actually been given some employment without a proper contract. Now, terms of reference need to be in place, what kind of skills and the scope of the work that they have to do and all of that. So we'll give you details of that as well, so that when you have to respond, you'll actually, progress for us will be measured in terms of these details that we are actually going to be raising with the Office of the Auditor General. And having said so, we still have a problem that you can have consultants and still don't get, clean audits. We think that this is a big problem in many municipalities, but even here it's an issue. We don't see that it's a shortcut that actually helps you. You still spend money, you still don't get the results that you're supposed to have. And then the issue of grant funding unspent or not spent for intended purpose, again, this is an issue that is based on the various control deficiencies, internal control deficiencies. We'll give that detail to you as well, which you need to address. When you have to address, you have to address to the detail that's raised by the Auditor General. So we don't come and have a debate about whether you're doing it or not. So we don't want a situation where we say we're already doing it. The way the puts it is like, no, we're doing that, but we want to get the specifics of how that's being done. And a link to that would be issues of completion of the delays in completion of SAM processes and confirming work done by consultants and getting proper contract management, which again is an issue. So that issue for us, if it's not addressed, and we're going to send all of this for the MEC to for the MEC to report on progress on the specifics, not on a general statement that we're doing it. Then the issue around the inadequate budgeting for support of the indigent, there's been a lot of explanation, but this for us, it's an important issue as to the specifics and the details of where the money is going. Because you have, just top of the head, the CFO said, well, 800 million is going to the services. But do you have a proper record of who those people are, with the IDs, with the addresses and all of that, and eligibility criteria and all of those issues? So for us, again, that becomes an issue. That's not a statement, if you said you are doing it, that it satisfies us. It's those details that are going to make us see where things are. Then the next issue is the going concern uncertainty. Now, I did talk about this before, about the question of your financial recovery plan. I heard you now got some what you call surplus and all of that. So we've got specific here that will, for us, show that in fact we're making the progress. Then the other issue relates to poor performance planning and reporting. That will affect your issues of your infrastructure grant spending and how you end up with targets on the one side, and then so much the targets that are met not being in sync with the expenditure pattern. That again is what we need you to clarify. There was an issue that was raised around the information technology contracts, which you will get more details as to what we need cleared on those issues. And then we raised the issue of the audit committee and internal committee. I won't repeat that because we've dealt with that. Then The other issues, we still need to get a bit more information. The question that were raised whilst we were here, illegal dumping, clean mahasi, public spaces for artists and all of that, we're not quite, happy with all of the responses, but we need you to, clarify those a bit more, because it was not clear on that report. And then unspent conditional grants, again, there are specifics on that one. So we would like you to deal with that. And of course, the issues around a proper budget is an issue that runs across various municipalities. So we'll have all of these details for the MEC to report. Now, it's no longer you reporting about it. It's MEC and the Premier who are reporting. They'll report here to this leadership in the province, and we'll get the same report. And therefore, we're no longer at a point of whether you are giving the report. We want to know if you didn't do what needed to be done, what they've done to you, because that's how the whole hierarchy works. And that's really the point of this exercise: accountability and consequence management. When it comes to that, you are going to give us a list of the people. I'm not sure if you've got it at this point, MM. You are going to tell us who are people who are responsible, that you said you have a list somewhere. If you've got that now, you can give us, then we close.
Can we do it in writing, Chair? My humble request.
Do you have it?
I don't have it, Chair, but we'll send
it. When will you have it?
I will have it tomorrow, Chair. I will get information today when I arrive at office, and will send it either today or early tomorrow.
All right, honored members. What time do you want to give? How much time? Yes. All right. Okay, let's do this. We'll get those answers tomorrow, and then most of these issues that I'm talking about will give you a period of 6 months within which the MEC will give us a report. All of these string issues on the structure. Excuse me? You want a quarter? Okay, I've been overruled. 3 months, that's it. We will not argue. We agree. 3 months, that's it. MEC, 3 months. Okay, we start the count today. Thank you very much. Honorable members, can we close this issue at this point? Xhariep, we're closing Mangaung. Okay? Thank you very much. Honorable members, we're closing the issue of Mangaung. Thank you very much. You are therefore now excused. Thank you very much. We will now be inviting Xhariep Siyabong. Xhariep, I'm not sure what the correct pronunciation. Somebody said to me it must be called Xhariep, and others said it must be called Xhariep. So the right members, the members will give us the correct pronunciation. You will introduce yourself. Are you alone, madam? Oh, okay. You've got a big team. All right. For a while, I felt very intimidated. Gee, that's a strong force. Yo, I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed. We'll give you. Are you part of the team? All right, let's start the countdown. 10 minutes, you will give us your opening comments. It doesn't have to be 10. and then we come down. After that, we'll go to questions. As you have seen the process, it's 1 minute per question. We'll get our timer back. Please start. Introduce yourself. Please switch on yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Chair and the Honorable House. Chair, I will borrow the greetings that were done earlier to save time. My name is Councillor Irene Mehlomakulu. I am the Executive Mayor of Xhariep District Municipality. On my right, Chair, I have the Municipal Manager, Mayor Lebu Muletsane. We're told to wave. Thank you. And then on my left, we have the Speaker of the Municipality, Mayor Agnes Mkhoro Shasha. And then on my far left, we have the Chief Financial Officer, Ndate Mpho Damasane. Chair, as the current council, we have obtained an unqualified audit opinion for the past 3 consecutive years, maintaining a record of over a period of 5 years. We believe that clean audit is achievable, and we're working tirelessly, Chair, to achieve a better audit opinion. Our municipality, Chair, is a grant-dependent municipality. We are dependent on national government in a form of equitable share and the provincial government in a form of a provincial assistance grant. The provincial assistance grant, Chair, came into effect because of the low allocation to Xhariep District Municipality, being the least amongst all 4 districts in the province in terms of the equitable share. Chair, I will hand over to Municipal Manager to respond to the questions of the Auditor General without a waste of time. Thank you, Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good greetings to the House. Protocol observed. Chair, I'm going to go straight to the issues that were raised against the municipality by the Auditor General. I think the first one, it was around the municipality receiving unqualified, but the quality of the financial statements were very poor. We agree as an institution because we know most of the time there were material adjustments to that. But what resulted to that, it was we lacked capacity. In the past, we used to develop or to compile them internally as a municipality. But then the 2 officials who were responsible, they had since resigned for greener pastures. So we had to go back to the consultants. So also we had a vacant position of a CFO last year. He was only appointed in April this year, so mostly it was acting positions. So information to get it, yeah, we struggle a bit. That's what, so we are agreeing to that. But we've also proposed or come up with remedial actions to say we've appointed a CFO now, and we also have a mechanism or plans in place to say we are having a service level agreement with the consultants in terms of skill transference, that they should work with the municipality and our officials. And also there's a strategy that we need to move away from utilization of consultants. So we have a strategy that was tabled and approved by council to say 3 years from now we'll be moving away from using consultants. So the audit action plan is also monitored on a weekly basis with the support of Provincial Treasury. We are also reporting on the system in terms of your FMCM and your immune. And then the other issue was the issue of AG saying our expenditure in terms of the key performance indicators is undeterminable. Chair, what I can say is that in terms of the local and the district municipality, when you assess or when you audit basic services, in a local municipality you have a project, and the project will have an amount allocated to it. But in the district it's a bit different because now the same unit is performing different services. So you'd find that the one for water quality, it will also include your awareness programs, your wastewater compliance, your compliance issues like your shops, your funeral parlors and so on. So the AG, we are talking about it to say they are not sure in terms of what we are saying we've spent, because there's no an allocated amount to water testing. So we use a total amount to use to implement different responsibilities. And then the issue of finance, this lies around that the executive mayor spoke to it to say the increment is very low and it's still decreasing over the years. The issue of unauthorized expenditure, we responded by saying, yes, we agree, but it's because of the little or the small budget that we are having as a municipality. So most of the time we are overspending on the budgets that we are using because we are expected to pass funded budget, and then for you to pass a funded budget, it means that there are some votes where you have to reduce them so that you find a balance, you get to a balanced budget. So we are having that issue of overspending and its unauthorized expenditure. In terms of irregular expenditure, we agreed as well, but the challenge was that when we're developing specifications for contracts, the municipality was still using the triple BEE, which was outdated, and then the AG said we disadvantaged other service providers because of that. Hence, we had an irregular expenditure. So the other one, it was fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It's basically because, like we said, we've got limited budget, and then when the interest from the AG account is the one that is the main contributor. We had issues from SARS where there were penalties and QUEDA and some were the bank charges. So those are fruitless and wasteful expenditures that we incurred due to financial constraints. And then the last one, it was the issue where it was said that we did not use the money for what it was meant for. It was the RAM project. So in that, we appointed a director and he was from the private sector. So there's a program known as PINK. It's about infrastructure knowledge management. So we took him to the course with an accountant, but the AG did not agree to say it was wrong. So we have since taken the issue to MPEC, and then we are waiting the outcomes of the MPEC to say what will be the sanction, that the money should be paid back or whatever sanction will be imposed to the municipality. These were the 4 issues that were raised to Xhariep District Municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's hold it at that. Let's ask the members for the questions. All right. Let me start with Mukalipi. We'll move from you to Bega, and then we'll pick other questions. Please proceed.
Okay, thanks very much, Chair. I just have a few questions in regards to Xhariep District Municipality. If we can be clarified around the issue of senior managers, particularly the MM and CFO, who are no longer there, but are at Mohokari. It is an allegation that needs to be confirmed, Chair, that the director corporate were overpaying these 2 senior managers' salaries beyond the gazetted ones. But now they are found in Mohakari. So is it true? The second one, Xhariep used MIG money of Kopanong to pay salaries of employees. And there's a project that was also was supposed to be the MIG, and is from the department. Just hold on. Is a letter that was written to, is about grant, INEP grant, I believe is something to do with the electricity. And it is also allegation that needs to be proven by the leadership of the municipality that those grants that were supposed to go to different municipalities, they were taken to somewhere. Like for instance, they were granted that's supposed to build some 300 stands, phase 1 on electrification. But that money was taken to somewhere to build houses, and those houses are incomplete. Those are the things that I need the municipality to clarify, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the team from Xhariep municipality. Chair, the municipality is allegedly taking about 666 days to pay its creditors. I would like the team to speak to us about that and tell us, since this again was around 23, 24, what are we looking at now? What is that number looking like currently? Because I don't see how you would run a municipality effectively if you are taking 2 years to almost 2 years to pay your creditors. The number of days to collect debts was 34. That too, it's not too bad, but I believe it could be approved upon. 34, this was 2023, 2024. Where are we now? And then 2023, 2024, again, this is all according to the Auditor General. 53% of municipal debt was unlikely to be recovered. What happened then? Where are we now in terms of the municipal debt that is currently carried by the municipality? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Mweli, then Matiwan.
Thank you, Chairperson. From the report we got from AG, we can see that the municipality did not use the roads, the Rural Roads and Access Management Systems grant. I want to double check or check with the municipalities that are the people who live in this municipality sorted now? Because if you guys receive this grant and not use it, then Treasury takes the money back. So are the people who live in this area covered now? You no longer need this grant, because if it remained unused, to Treasury it appears as allocated but not needed. Number two, AG also reports that MPEC is non-functional in the municipality. You're not investigating your FWE, so check. Can you confirm that? The unauthorized and irregular expenditure looks like you don't look at it. And also, if you are not, if MPEC is not functional, you might at some point regress from getting unqualified to qualified, of which it's not what I think you are you are aiming for. So get this function correct so that you would stay, or you would move actually from unqualified to a clean audit. Thank you so much.
Okay, let's get the responses. We will come back to the following members. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and let me thank the questions. The questions of the MM and CFO, their contract ended with the municipality. They are no more in the employment of the municipality, so if they are seconded to Muokari, I think there's no conflict there because their contract came to an end. And the issue of overpayment, yes, it's true, it happened. And when it happened in the previous council, they were appointed by the administrator by then. And then when we took the item to council to say there's this issue of overpayment, council requested that we must apply for waivers from both the MEC and national. There were waivers, there were applications that were submitted, but we could not get any response. I think we did it for a period of 3 years. So the matter is still standing as it is, but it was referred to MPEC. So the report will be tabled to council so that council takes a decision around that. But all the processes were followed in terms of the municipality requiring a waiver from both the MEC and the minister by then. But the current administration is paid according to the Gazette, so the matter will not repeat itself. The issue of INEP, it's about from the Minerals and Energy Department. The municipality received an allocation of 23 million. In that, we were told, or we instructed as a municipality, that we must pay 8.5 million to St. Lake, because Sentlek was the implementer by then before the money was regazetted to the district. So after paying Sentlek 8.5 million, what was left was only 15 million. And we expected to implement the projects. So we went on tender and the lowest bidder was 20 million, meaning that there was a shortfall from what we've appointed and what was left in the municipality's bank account. Hence, as we are talking currently, we did get a top-up from the department because they knew it was their instruction to say we must pay the 8.5 to Sentlek. I'm not sure about building houses because it's none of our competency, both the district and Mogar. But what I know, what was outstanding, it was the transformer in Smithfield. It had nothing to do with the connections. So maybe we need to submit a comprehensive report to say what was outstanding out of that scope. But it was not, definitely not the connections. The issue of MIG, we acknowledged that as the district, but there was money that was expected by the municipality, but it only came on, I think, the second week of July. So we apologize for that, and the money was taken from our equitable shares in December. And the same mistake will not repeat itself this year. So we acknowledge the mistake as a district. And the issue of 666 days, I think it's 2 or so creditors that are outstanding, but we are embarking on an exercise. The CFO will assist with the response. Treasury is coming tomorrow to the municipality because we've got creditors whom we've written letters to them to say, are we owing you as a municipality? Because others, they date way back. So we cannot take them to council to say, write them off without us following the correct processes. So what we are doing with Treasury, there will be a workshop tomorrow, but the CFO will talk on that. And there's this prescription, a law that we can apply as a municipality, but it's a process. So maybe some of those that we are owing for 666 days, they come from that we don't know the creditors. And when we say we are owing you, others are not even existing. So we'll have to go back and cleanse that data as a municipality. And the issue of debtors, the CFO will talk to it, but I can say we've got one main debtor as the district, which is the local municipality that is renting. We are sharing the same building, so they are renting with us. So Kibona, our biggest creditor. Currently, there are engagements that are happening with the intervention of both the Premier and the MEC. So maybe we might find a way out in terms of dealing with that debt. The issue of ramps, that we do, Honorable Member, we do need ramps, but what was questioned is that out of the 2.3 million that was allocated to municipality, there was 8,000 rand that was used to take the director for a training. So AG was saying we did not use it for the purpose that it was supposed, whereas we felt that the director is the one who was managing the grant, so he needed to understand how to report and the financial. So the AG said no, it was not supposed to be like that. So it's not like we did not spend the money. The money was spent, but the money that the AG was putting is about 8,000 rand. That's why the issue of us not using the grant for what it was intended for. And then the issue of a non-functional of MPEG, we do have a backlog as a municipality from even the previous council. We are having a functional MPEG this year. However, because the amount that they were writing off, they were insignificant in terms of what is on the books. So as we are seated here, the 2023, 22-23 and 2023-24 registers are now completed. We are sitting next week with the MPEG. So the delay is because they are dealing with issues that come from way back, even before we were part of that council. So maybe that's where the AG is feeling that the MPEG is not functional. If you allow, Chair, I would request the CFO just to talk to the issues of the creditors and debtors. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon. On the issues of creditors and debtors, on my arrival, I found the debtors and the creditors book in a very chaotic state, which we are trying to clean up the data, and especially on accounts payable. You would have, when the municipality was switching from the old financial system that they were using, in 2019, some balances erroneously came over to the new financial system. And the other thing that causes the creditors book to be in a mess is that there was no stringent financial management before my arrival, because you will find that there were some court cases that were pertaining to certain creditors that the court had ruled on them to say that the municipality does not owe those people. So there is a court settlement as such, a court ruling as such, but those creditors were not removed from the creditors book of the municipality. The other category of creditors is where there was a council resolution that was taken after a rigorous process was taken to investigate, communicate, email, telephonically call all these people who are listed in our creditors book to come forward and provide the information that will necessitate the municipality to expedite the claims that are made. But because they could not be found, the council had passed a resolution to say that for the interim, they must be removed up until such time there's a need to reinstate them. So those creditors, they are still on the books, and they are dating far back. So hence I'm saying the issue of financial management also was a little bit lax in terms of dealing with that. And our biggest creditor also, it's the reducing bus line. It had to do with the shortfall that we experienced with the INEP project, whereby DMR undertook to the responsibility to make that creditor good. I can confirm now in the DORA for 2025-2026 that allocation has been put in DORA. So we are going to get that 3.7 million from DMR to clear off that debt. So over and above, our creditors book will improve over time because of the reasons that I have already alluded to. On accounts payable, we are a district municipality. We don't have a lot of debtors except the rental income that we are earning. Our building, we have rented it out to other organs of the state. One of our tenants is the Kopanong local municipality, and then it's NYDA, National Youth Development Agency, which are paying very well on monthly basis. And also we have rented out to Free State Gambling, Liquor and Tourism Authority. There we can confirm that we are not experiencing any problems. Our biggest headache is Kopanong local municipality, because their bill have accumulated to 10 million now over the years with interest. We are charging them currently it's about 40,000 for the space that they are occupying. But however, also we are owing them for municipal services, water and electricity. So I think we are owing them around 4 million, if I'm not mistaken. So we are looking into mechanisms of coming into the table with the local municipality to see how can we sort out the matter between us and them. But also Treasury is assisting us with that to give an opinion, because it's urgent now that we are compiling the financial statements. Hence, indicated that tomorrow we are going to have a meeting with the Provincial Treasury regarding our debtors and creditors book, so that we can have it cleaned. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. We'll start with Matiwane, come to Mweli, and then to no, Mweli is sorry, it's Spies, and then Direko. Mweli, you covered. Oh, it's you. Okay. All right. No, that's fine. We'll take the floor. We'll just come over this way.
Thank you, Chair. Some of the findings of the Auditor General are that the budget spending is not aligned to key performance areas. which hampers basic service delivery targets that the municipality should be putting for itself. I want to check in terms of the prevalence of the bucket system within the Xhariep district municipality. What is the extent of the bucket system, and what are the plans to eradicate the bucket system? Also, to follow up on the question of the overpayment to Section 56 managers, I don't think it is enough for the municipal manager to say that they have written letters and there has been no response. Whereas statutorily, the MFMA Section 60, Section 61 and Section 62 outlines what is expected of the municipal manager. Have you satisfied yourself that you've conducted investigations that monies that were overpaid to people can be recovered before you asked for waivers? Were investigations conducted in that regard? Thank you.
Okay, let's get space and then Kuwe.
Thank you very much. Just a general question, and I would like to have an honest answer, is what would you deem your relationship with the Auditor General is? Is that a favorable experience, yes or no? If not, what would you think could be done to, maybe enhance your relationship with the Auditor General? The issue, as a follow-up to my colleague here, is one needs to know exactly what are you going to do to realign an action plan, maybe short breakdown of an action plan to realign your key performance areas with your budget, because that is a huge problem. And then Honorable Mawale touched on the impact, and so it is a huge concern when the AG says that there is just not an epic frame of when this will be addressed as a concern, which is a huge concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuwe.
No, thanks, Kabaza. Thank you very much as well. I think the municipality is relatively small, looking at the size of its budget and how it's funded. I think more than 90-something% of its budget is funded from either grants or equitable share. So that tells you that it's not a sustainable picture or financial position. That's what accountant would usually say. But then I think, Chair, I must say, I think the municipality, yes, it might have some findings, but I think it's not as bleak in the picture as the one that preceded them. Yeah. So I
won't allow you to do that comparison.
Just
talk to this one.
Okay. But I think I want my question. I think that I should pose should be one. Given that the municipality is relying on grants, what is your plan as the municipal leadership to grow the municipal own revenue base? I think you only made around 3.5 million from your sales, which is around 3%. So what are your plans around making your own, which obviously you ended up having a deficit? Secondly, what would your position, perhaps, don't you think you would maximize your capacity if perhaps you are integrated into another municipalities, given the financial position of the municipality? That I'm asking in line with the first question, that do you have any plans that will increase your own revenue base? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just two questions, because looking at the report of municipality, it shows that they've been getting unqualified audit outcomes, which is fairly good, but not what we're expecting, because we're expecting you to fully account for every money that you get. So our expectation is that you get a clean audit. So when the MM was presenting, she indicated that they have identified a lack of capacity in the municipality. Hence, they had to utilize a consultant for the annual financial statement preparation in the last financial year. And then also mentioned that they want to build internal capacity so that they can do that on their own in future. To be precise, I think she said in 3 years' time. Can you please take us along on how are you planning to build that internal capacity? And since you have appointed this consultant, do you see any progress internally in terms of skills transfer? Because what we've observed is that most municipalities have came to us and say, we are utilizing consultants for temporarily because we want to build internal capacity, only to realize that even after 5 years, the consultants are still there, the capacity is not there. And then secondly, you also mentioned something about unfunded budget. Adopting a budget that is not funded, it simply means that you are selling unrealistic dream, because it's not realistic. You will not have enough money to cover your costs. For this financial year, how is the state of your budget? And to our surprise, because we've taken a resolution long time ago that municipalities must not adopt unfunded budget because it's not going to work. And in that resolution that we have taken, we're expecting the Department of Cogta together with the Department of Treasury to ensure that no municipality will get any grant until they fix their budget. The reason why we are having MIGs that are going back is because municipality adopt a budget that they know that they are not going to fund. So while they're supposed to use money for grant to be where it's supposed to be allocated, they then use that money for their salaries. When they're supposed to account, they're unable to account, and then the money will not come to that particular municipality. Lastly, Chair, there is a lack of internal control in the municipality as per the AG, which also has an element of lack of consequence management system. What measures have you put in place to ensure that you address this matter? Thank you.
You're going to respond. Let me see how many hands on the one side. Those are the two. That's fine. I didn't get you before. Okay, no, so that will be 3, but that will be later. Let's do the response.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I would like to handle the one of the unfunded budget. I am sure the honorable member akavanga kakuhle. Our budget is funded, Chair. But what the MM was trying to say is our budget is very limited, Chair, because we are dependent on grants. The equitable shares and the provincial assistant grant is what is keeping the municipality going, and the smaller revenue that we are having on the rental that we are doing, Chair. Chair, the issue is the limited budget. Hence, we have the problem of EUIFW. Chair, I want to make an example. Because we are avoiding to have an unfunded budget, we end up budgeting. Let me make an example for Auditor General. We budget 500,000. And the audit fees, when they come, Chair, is 3.5 million or 3 million rands per audit. So already, we are lacking with 2.5 million. Hence, we'll always have the UIFW, Chair. So the issue is not that the budget is unfunded, but the issue is the budget is very limited. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Honorable Chair, in terms of the first question of budget spending according to KPIs, we try to respond to it to say our situation, maybe we need to work it out with the AG, because our situation is not the same as those of local municipalities where you'll have basic services, but there's a project that you're going to be audited on with a financial funding to say this is the amount of the project. So with us, they are all over. So it's like we do the wastewater, we do the quality water and so on. if we had enough money, we would say for wastewater or for quality water, we've got this budget, and then we are measured against that. So this is a conversation that we need to have with AG to say, how do we deal with the issues of district municipalities? Because they are not the same as the local municipalities, but the AG will also maybe pronounce itself on that one. And then the issue of bucket eradication, most of our district here in the Free State Province, especially, let me talk about Xhariep, we are only performing 6 functions as by then, as it was outlined by the then MEC. The district is performing only local economic development, disaster management, tourism development, ADP, firefighting, and municipal environmental health. We are not performing any bulk services as the municipality. So we don't have a bucket eradication based on the functions that are assigned to the district. So bucket eradication is not one of them, Honorable Member. The issue of overpayment, yes, the matter was referred to the disciplinary board, and then the disciplinary board said there's no financial misconduct in that one. So what needed to happen, because the law allows that you can ask a waiver from the minister to say, in terms of these conditions, people were appointed at this level, and then after a few time, can we reduce the amount or what? If the MEC or the minister is not granting that, definite step is due for us to repay those monies. So hence we are saying the item is before the MPEC, and in the council it will sit. So if the council say pay back the money will definitely be paid back. But we exhausted other avenues, like we requested for a waiver before. It's not that we are condoning to say it was right to do it that way. Hence, we are saying in this new council, people are paid according to the Gazette. And then the issue of the AG, we do have a relationship with the AG, but we'll always differ on some issues, Honorable Member. The AG would want to say some things like maybe make a finding and we'll have to defend it as a municipality. But most of the time, we do find a common ground. But there will be those 1 or 2 issues that we will miss, and then you'll get it in the management report. But that doesn't mean that we've got a bad relationship with the AG. They do advise us. Sometimes when I'm expected to do something, they phone caller to say, if I do this, what will be the implication thereof? And then the AG, they are always available to give an opinion to say, no, this will put you in the red. This is how best we can approach it. So we do have that relationship with them. We are not having a bad relationship with them. And then, yeah, we need to agree as the municipality to say, in terms of the report saying there are no investigations conducted and so on from the municipality in terms of the UIF, there is no real consequence management, and we would want as a municipality to improve on that to ensure next time we will have a record or a register to say these are the issues that were handled or the matters that were referred for consequence management. And then the executive mayor responded on the issue of the funded budget. And then what we can also say is that as a municipality, we've taken some of our staff officials for a peace officer training, so that we can start issuing fines and collecting on behalf of the municipality. So it has already started now in July as a municipality, so we're hopeful that we'll receive any income from that.
Okay. I think you are done there. Is there something missing?
No, thank you. I'm fine. It was the issue of internal controls, but I was going to ask the CFO to respond on it.
He will respond when we come back. Can we take the members? You are on the second round, madam. So let's start with the first round first. Yes. Bega and then you're done. You did the first round. No. That's where we're supposed to be. Yes. We start with Van Sale, Mtetwa. Do I miss anybody else? That's fine. Okay, you'll be there, Shane. Please, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. The overpayment, it was just mentioned. I mean, it was asked, and I don't think it's properly answered. You said that it's in front of MPAC, the overcharging or overpayment or over giving salary. who will pay back that money? Will it be the municipality or the managers that was overpaid? I think that is critical for us to understand. And then your EHPs, look, I'm from Burgersdorp in the Eastern Cape, so I know Betuli, it's just like neighboring me. And I know there's a lot of sewage spillages in that town into the Orange River, because I also have part of the Orange River with me. Is your EHPs issuing compliance? Because you said you're a district that doesn't really deliver a lot of services, 6 key functions. Are your EHPs functioning? Are you issuing compliance notices? That's the first thing. And then another thing is, I understand you are spending 81% of your budget on salaries. 81% of your budget on salaries. Is this correct? Chairperson, I think if we can maybe request from them, I understand that they won't have that on hand, but of that 81% that they're spending on the staff component of the whole budget, 81%, can we get a detailed report to the Parliamentary Committee on the breakdown of staff composition, the organogram, your expenditure, assets, and your fleet? I think that's very important for us to understand. I'm very shocked, Chairperson, about this 81% of the budget on salaries. Thank you.
Thank you. Nyambosa.
Thank you, Chair. I'll ask a very controversial question.
If you say so,
yeah,
it must be very bad, because you are otherwise controversial. All right. Never.
Yes.
Oh, you got supporters. I'll leave you. Continue.
Yes, my controversy is that something is not adding up here. You can't have a municipality that exists with a jurisdiction. By virtue of having a jurisdiction, it means there is land and there are people. Then the question is, are you not even able to raise money using the land you have? That's one question. Number two, there's a possibility that the white people have not returned the land to the black people. And as a result, they are rich in a province where blacks are poor. So something is wrong. So which means the ownership patterns in terms of economy, factors of production, are so unequal that the 8% is actually the tail waging the dog, whereas it's supposed to be the dog waging the tail. So in this case, we have many black people who are in your area because you look like you are dependent as a welfare, yet you can't have that institution. That means something happened. Is either there was mine closure, or either you were redemarcated outside the scope of rich areas, and then you were left out because you are black, most of you, and poor. And then all the rich was redemarcated, because in the old order, the white people used to take all the rich economic generators into themselves. And then the black people will become labor reserves. And then in terms of stay, you are in the Bantustan part of municipality, and the whites are in the affluent part of the municipality. This is the controversy for me. And then it is not only in your municipality alone, the entire province. It shows that the land reform, restoration of land to blacks who were forcibly removed in this province by the Afrikaners, when they declared this province Vrystaat, after they were chased by the British in the Cape region, it has not been resolved. And we need to deal with that. But I see whites are rich, the farmers are rich, but the blacks are poor. You can't have that. Something is wrong there. We need to fix it. And also, is it not that that land, which is now a jurisdiction of the municipality, was belonging to a traditional authority? We should have been given to them so that at least they constitute themselves and actually run themselves, because clearly we have a race culture issue where we can't function under an old order culture that was Afrikaner.
Please round up the controversy.
Thank you.
Round up. Thank you. All right. Please respond. Oh, sorry, there's Shenge first. Honorable Shenge.
Ngiyathokoza Cwabe. I thought that what is very evident, of course, is that as has been indicated, it's a small municipality, and I think, of course, there was quite a positive side when you presented to us that you are tracking in the right direction in terms of books. But we all know there is this ongoing concern that you find that sometimes there is so much emphasis put on cleaning the books that you find that when you look at that vis-a-vis the service delivery, it's oil and water. So I just wanted to find out from yourselves that in terms of the whole, as my first question, the way you are tracking now, of course, trying to catch up and get your books right, what is your own, let alone what's in the report, what is your own estimation of service delivery in terms of being placed with the circumstances that you have right now? And then also, I did not hear, Chair, second question. I know that it's difficult, we are small, but I did not pick up any effort at all towards revenue generation, unless I missed something. Thank you.
Please respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorables. Good afternoon. We are a district municipality. We are not a local municipality, so we don't own land. Our function, one of our functions is to support the local municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Chair, in terms of the overpayment, the managers are the ones who are going to pay the money back, not the municipality. And then the issue of EHPs, yes, Honorable Member, we do have EHPs. We do also issue compliance letters to the locals should there be any transgressions. The report in terms of the 81% in terms of employee-related costs will be forwarded, all the information, but I missed some of the items that need to form part of the report, but it will be availed. And then in terms of service delivery, yes, we are delivering the basic services that were your water testing, your shop, the shop owners, whether they comply and all those things. We are doing that as a municipality with the limited resources. And then in terms of the issue of revenue, I think we've touched on it before to say, as a municipality, we are trying to get peace officers to assist, and then we rented out our buildings. We were also discussing with the executive mayor in our meeting to say, how do we cut the cost of the employees, because some we feel that some benefits are not really needed. So we are embarking on that exercise to deal with that. Yeah, and then we'll see also, or the MBD is also busy with a capacity assessment in terms of the municipality, just to check which of the powers and functions can they take back to the municipality that we can perform. So next week we are having that assessment from MBD. Thank you.
Okay. Mkalipi, no, I thought you said 81% they must go and detail it and give it to us. You want to know if that is correct? No. Let's not have supporters. We have the team on the table. 81%, is it correct?
It is correct, Honorable Member.
Okay, you are going to get your report. Okay, listen, let's do it this way. You give me your last question, you give me your last question, let's close it.
Okay.
You're on the floor?
Yeah, it's a follow-up.
You've got 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's a follow-up. Chair Cogta, yes, it's a follow-up regards to the issue of houses, and you responded by saying that is not your mandate. It's true. I have a correct information. It's about that 8 million that I spoke about, that you took it and you spend it somewhere not supposed to be spent in Smithfield, about the electricity. So now there's a story that needs to be confirmed, that in that 8 million, the contractor that got the tender, the specification according to the contractor was supposed to be 300 houses to be electrified. but you as a district, you find out that the contractor didn't electrify 300 houses, but only 100 houses, according to the contract. But further to that, the district also found out later that even that 100 that is confirmed by the contractor is not correct. So therefore, I'm told that there was also a report to the council that you adopted, whereby you recommended that you are going to issue a public apology for the downgrading of this contractor. Is it true or is not true? Because 8 million is too much, Chair, if it's going to be this kind of problems around it.
Okay. All right, yes. So what?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the municipality achieved 35% of its basic service delivery targets. The budget spent in this regard is undeterminable, as municipal spending is not aligned with KPAs. The question is, how is a municipal budget spent not aligned with its KPAs? That's the first question. The next one, the municipality in 2023-24 MFMA audit report indicated that unauthorized and irregular expenditure, along with fruitless and wasteful expenditure, was not investigated to determine if any person was liable for the expenditure. The question there is the second one. Why were these investigations not done? Was this on purpose? Was the executive trying to hide something? Why would so much of irregular expenditure not be investigated? Thank you, Chair.
Fancy?
Thank you, Chair. Who will pay back the money? The managers who got the money, or the municipality? And the second one, the EHPs, are they issuing the compliance notices, and has the sewage spillages been resolved as a result of that? Thank you.
Matiwan?
Thank you, Chair. On this issue of overpayments, Chair, we are getting conflicting answers from the municipal manager. She says that they conducted a disciplinary process and that they found that no one was guilty. Then they went to the MEC to ask for a waiver. And then now she's saying council is investigating to determine if a person will pay. Then my colleague there asks, who's going to pay? Is it the municipality or the person or the people who were overpaid? She says, no, the people who were overpaid. But you have already instituted a disciplinary process according to what you said to us. So which is which? Is the disciplinary process that was taken, or what was the response that you got from the MEC in the 3 years that you have been writing to them and you have not been getting the answer that you seek, which is to get a waiver? What is the basis of you not getting a waiver? That is not what you are getting from the municipal manager. Thank you.
Please respond.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair. The issue of the 8 million, I said the allocation was 23 million, and there was an instruction from DMRE to say from that amount you must pay cents like 8.5 million because Muhokare used the money for INEP for salaries. So the money was transferred to the district account, and then we were instructed to pay the 8.5 to Centlex so that Centlex can release the designs and the district must continue with the project. So the 8.5 million went there for as an instruction from DMRE. It is not the money that we said, let us go and implement houses or whatever. So we were working with Mokare, and I'm not sure, the mayor will talk to that. There's no way where we said we're going to issue a public apology, because there's nothing wrong that we did as a district. Because the money that was left was 15 million, and the service provider appointed was 20 million. So there was already a shortfall. Hence, a DMRE gave us money, allocated funding this year to say complete whatever was outstanding. So I don't understand when they say we were supposed to go and apologize for what. Maybe I'm wrong there, but there was no way that we took an item to council for us to apologize for something wrong that we did not commit as a municipality. And then the issue of, let me talk about the issue of overpayment. Immediately the item, when we found that there was an overpayment, we requested a waiver, of which we did not get any responses. And then this MPEG that came in, they identified that overpayment, and they said the matter must go to the disciplinary board. The disciplinary board said there's no financial misconduct here because we were paid those money. However, the issue of overpayment was standing. So the MPEG said we are going to conduct our investigations, and we provided them with all the information, the letters and so on. So it's upon the council now to say we've seen everything, but in spite of that, as you are saying, Honorable Member, there is a gazette to say this is what needed to be paid. So if the council pronounce itself and say let those directors who have paid this money pay back the money, those directors will have to pay back the money. That is what I'm saying. So we are just awaiting to hear what is the MPEG and the council resolving on, so that if that needs to, whatever sanction will be given to the municipality, it will be implemented accordingly, because we could not get responses, and I don't know why didn't the MEC or the minister respond to the municipality. That is something that I don't have a response to, and I will not sit here and mislead the House. So I'm saying if the council is saying payback, the money will be paid back for the people who benefited from it, not the council. And then the issue of the EHPs, ma'am, we said we said it's true, it's 81%, and then we said also the EHP, we are having them. We do have peace officers as well, and when there's a transgression, they do issue the compliance letter to say you failed to comply, and we are doing that in consultation with DWS. So yes, there is that action that is happening, and immediately we'll write to the local municipality to say, can you go and attend to this challenge? And the local municipality will give a report subsequent to that to say we did address the situation, or if there are any hiccups, then we can say. But we do have that communication with the local municipalities. I'm not sure, Chair, if there's anyone that I left out. Or the issue of MPEG. I think we've responded to that to say the key performance indicators, we've been responding to it to say we need to sit with the AG to check how best can we respond to it, because we don't have an assigned or a dedicated budget for water quality only, and I think the AG was based on water quality. Hence I said we need to have a meeting with AG to say, AG, how best can we respond to this so that you find a satisfaction and you see we are compliant in terms of that. So it's something which is outgoing. They brought it for the first time in the previous financial year, so we are engaging with them to say in this financial year, how best can we respond to that. I think I will stop at that. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any? All right. Is that your hand or your finger? Your hand. Okay. I thought you were showing me the other gentleman. All right. That's fine. Let's have the three of you and close. Excuse me. You never asked. You asked. You say it wasn't answered. All right. I'll come to you. Can we deal with? Let's start with Cogta and move on.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think one of the issues, especially in this district municipality, was when the Jagersfontein disaster happened. It actually exposed the disaster management responsibility and capacity of this district municipality. And just a reminder, when a disaster breaks, it affects all communities. So maybe the question to the district is, do you have a functional disaster management center? And if not, have you, what are the budgetary constraints, and have you spoken to the MEC of Cogta and even Treasury in this regard to establish a functional disaster management center? Thank you, Chair.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my question is regarding the MIG funding that is being sent to the various municipalities that fall under the Xhariep district. What is Xhariep district's involvement with checks and balances, making sure that this MIG funding that's being used, especially on waste treatment plants, etc., all of those projects, what is your involvement? Are you also on the ground assisting there with checks and balances? And then secondly, in terms of, as I understand, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that a lot of money of Kopanong, etc., is being channeled via the Xhariep district because of financial issues at Kopanong. Are we assured that the money that is being sent via Xhariep district to be utilized for service delivery, etc., in Kopanong, Muakara, etc. Is there checks and balances in place? Are we assured that money is not going to be utilized for the Xhariep district's operations? Thank you.
Last question.
Thank you, Chair. All right. Firstly, just a comment. If you can't reduce your salary bill, it actually, you as a municipality, you become totally dysfunctional. It's pointless just sitting there typing out compliance certificates and not delivering services. So you must get your salary bill down. Then why did it take so long to actually establish the impact committee? Your finance committee is supposed to be representative of every single political party. At this stage it is not. And a request for the Speaker to move Councillor van Wyk, Richard van Wyk, to the BTO committee has not been answered, and he has not been moved. So your finance committee or BTO committee at this stage is not transparent. Could you give us clarity on that? And then, has a feasibility study been requested or completed before your request to Cogta to establish your water testing laboratory of your own? So in other words, what I'm asking is it not going to be more expensive, because now you've got rent, you've got electricity, resource management, all that type of things to pay, instead of where you're just paying for the transportation to the UFS at the moment? And then the last question, it's just, I just want to know the SCM manager, has he been investigated for any improprieties or link or to possibly irregularly awarding contracts? What was the reason for his sudden resignation? And that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. You said your questions are not answered. Just remind them so that we can put them in the page.
Yes, Chair. Chair, the first one was the municipality achieved 35% of its basic service delivery targets. The budget spent in this regard was undeterminable, as municipal spending is not aligned with KPAs. The question was, how is a municipal budget spend not aligned with KPAs? That was the first one. The second one was, in 2023-2024, MFMA audit report indicated that unauthorized and irregular spending, unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure was not investigated. And the question was why? Are they hiding something? Are they protecting someone? If so, who is being protected? That was the question, Chair.
Okay. You last. You got 20 seconds.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is quick. I just want to know, are you aware of Section 32 of the MFMA? Because it specifically outlines how to recover the overpayment. So there's no question about it. The people that were overpaid must pay it back.
No, thank you.
Please respond.
Honorable Chair. The issue of the Functional Disaster Management Center is not fully fleshed currently, but what is more efficient is on the firefighting side, where we did receive some donations of equipment. So we are having engagements with the Cogta in terms of assisting the municipality to have a disaster management center because of its location on the N1. So we don't have a center, but we do have staff that is assisting us, and we are working with other stakeholders. In terms of the money for MIG, we are doing this with Cogta provincially, and also MISA. Before we make any payments, we would get a certificate from MISA and also Cogta to say we did verify their job, and then they attach their signature there. So we don't just pay without that confirmation report. So we are relying on the assistance of MISA currently. And we can say the money was in the bank account because we are doing reconciliation on a monthly basis with Cogta. And then the issue to reduce salary bill, yes, it's a thorny issue. We are working on it. Hence, we said we identified there were also officials who are receiving some benefits and they don't qualify for that. So we engaged, we took the item to council. We also engaged the labor unions. They are in agreement with the municipality. So we are working on that. But what is difficult is even when we freeze post when people resign, but every year there's that increment from the bargaining council. So we get, it's about 5% increment until we ask for an exemption. So that's something that we are working on, because if we continue like this, we would not be able to afford that anymore. And then the issue of the MPECs, the current MPEC is also addressing backlog issues from the previous years. We did have MPEC before, but they were not functional. We are not sure it was an issue of capacity or what, but the current one that we are having, they are still dealing with the issues of backlog from the previous councils. So the impact will be insignificant because the amount that they have been recommended to be written off is a small amount. It does not make an impact. But I also made an undertaking to, currently we are having 2 financial years registered, that next week the MPEC is sitting. So when the AG comes around, there will be a significant improvement on that. There's nobody who's protected, and there's nobody who said the MPEC should not sit. Honorable member. And then the issue of the SCM manager, he resigned last year, is true. Yeah, there were some issues that we were trying to investigate, and then suddenly there was, but the matter is not closed. We are still pursuing the matter because we know where the employee is, and then we'll have to come back to respond to some of the issues. But yes, he resigned abruptly last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the question of Committee of Finance, we have an open policy in the district municipality. We did talk with Councillor Van Beek, and then I did told him if he have any concern around issues of finance, he can come to the office of the Speaker. We are balancing the gender in that department. We are having 2 female and 1 male. If we are going to include Councillor Van Beek, that means we have to put out a female, and then we put in Councillor Van Beek, so we cannot afford to do that. So we are fine like that. So we are having an open policy with Councillor Van Beek if he have issues that he want to raise around the Committee of Finance. Thank
You need a bilateral. You need a bilateral. I'm not going to allow you to go further, and I'm not taking any new question. Okay, what's the question?
I wanted to know why did it take so long for impact to be established? That wasn't answered.
Okay, just respond. There's been quite a bit said on the impact.
When you say how long, what long?
Listen. Let's get back to the basics. Speaker, let's get back to the basics. If you want to ask questions, you ask for my permission. You don't have it. You only got a permission to answer. Now, whether it's how long, if you think it wasn't long, you must tell us how long it took. If you are not happy that that whatever it took is seen as long, then you must just tell us the time, then we will do our own judgment. So let's talk about the MPEC. I didn't want us to go back to this, but the way you're answering it now, you're making it a bit problematic. When was it appointed, and what is the issue with MPEC now?
Sorry, Chairperson.
Wait. Let's have. What's this excitement? Mayor, you didn't get the question asked to you. It was asked to the Speaker. Now, let's first hear Speaker. When was MPEC set up, and why do you think that's good enough? Why do you think that's acceptable?
Thank you, Chair, and I'm apologizing. when we did set up committees of council, we also did the MPEC.
Time now. Time now. Now you've asked a question.
In 2022, because we were appointed in 2021.
The MPEC has been in existence since then.
Since we have been in council, Chair.
All right. If you got contradictory information, give me the facts that we can pursue this issue. I don't want us to continue now. But just as a matter of courtesy for everyone out there, you are in front of a committee of parliament. It's got a particular decorum that is associated with it. It starts with respect, and it goes to the issue of honest answers, so that you don't mislead Parliament. You do not have the right to ask questions, but if you want to ask the question, you can raise it so I can understand why such an anomaly should be permitted. Accountability is you answering to the legislature and to National Assembly, which is what you have. We only shifted the venue, but we're still Parliament. So it does require a good degree of respect. So I don't want us to take it too casually, or sometimes that might create problems and people think that you can deal with it in any way. It's actually quite a serious situation. If you mislead us now, you can be charged. Not just charged as like, we report you to your council. It's a criminal charge to lie to Parliament. So it's as serious as that. We didn't take an oath as we walked in here. We took it when we went to Parliament, and so whenever we go under oath of Parliament. These members are not allowed to behave in an unparliamentary manner. And if they do, it's our duty to go and report them to Parliament to be disciplined or acted upon. So everyone here has to hold that decorum. And I think your response has made it necessary for me to say that, so that the rest of the others who come in must know. We're not coming here for a very casual exercise. It is quite serious. If you didn't behave yourself properly, and if you actually transgress the parliamentary prescripts, you actually have action coming. So I think we need to understand that. Having said so, I'd like us to close. We have been very slow, and I'm sure the members who have had so many questions to ask will understand why we're going to drag longer than what was written on the program. And it is going to be a bit longer than what we initially anticipated, because we do understand the members of Parliament are here to ask questions. And when they do ask questions, they must be given that opportunity. But because the municipalities also have been given a particular program, we have to try and see how much we can deal with them, so that we don't disturb the programs they would have set for tomorrow and our programs for tomorrow. The night that lies ahead of us will still have a number of hours that can be taken advantage of. So thank you very much to the team of Xhariep. What we note on your municipality is the fact that it's a very small municipality. You've tried your best, but we'd like you to know we don't want you to stay with the kind of audit outcome you have until you are it clean. So you have to still do a lot more. A number of challenges that have been raised, which we note. On the one side, I think that we need to call on the national minister and provincial government to work with and support you as a municipality, because of the lack of a significant revenue base, which would mean that you remain grant dependent, which for us is unsustainable. That's an issue, that's a huge a challenge which we can see. Then we're also concerned about your expenditure pattern. 81% of budget going to salaries, wages, is huge. We have asked for a breakdown so that we can look at that. But on the other hand, it is a matter of concern that we pay people salaries and when they're done, they have no money to go and deliver services. I think that's a challenge. We also believe that work has to be done to ensure that the MPAC is fully functional. And I'm going to ask that the MEC must also look at setting timelines and targets for setting up and also making sure that it operates and monitor its operations, particularly on the issue of investigating the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and also that process needs to give us consequence management. And when it comes to consequence management, we would like that to be recorded so that we have a proper report of what consequence management is taking place as a result of the activities of your MPAC. But we also think it's important to actually appeal for province and national to assist and build support, build capacity and give you support so that the district is also able to help the local municipalities. We've seen that some of the times we have to ultimately rely on in particular infrastructure grant being dispersed from the district municipality. However, there was this concern of the municipal infrastructure grant which was not spent for the required purposes, and that this is an issue that needs to be curbed so that we don't have that continuing. We also think that you need assistance to deal with the issue of the use of consultant versus building internal capacity. We want to emphasize the fact that the use of consultants is something we're discouraging, rather want to encourage building of internal capacity. With that said, I want to say we will get the report. We'll give you you'll give us the report on the municipal finances, which we will get to the you'll get to the MEC, and we'll then pick it up from there. Having said that, I want to say thank you very much. We will now release you. You will be free to leave this venue, and we'll get the next municipality to come to the fore. I think the next municipality is supposed to be Litsimeng. Thank you very much. Travel safely. Litsimeng. Please introduce yourselves, and then we've got 10 minutes for the presentation, and we'll go to questions thereafter.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable greetings to all honorable members that are present in the meeting. Chair, my name is Councillor Bunole Ingrid Muchwaledi. I'm the mayor of Litsimeng local municipality. On my far left, it's Honorable Xolani Mthukwane is the Speaker of Litsimeng local municipality. On my right hand side, it's the acting municipal manager, Ms. Indiswa Maneli. On my left, immediate left, it's acting CFO, Mtate Stembile Toyi. Chair, we have received, I think, about 3 consents from the portfolio committee. And I must indicate, Chair, that today we will be presenting factual account on the state of our municipality in response to the audit report that we have received from the Auditor General. Must indicate, Chair, that the going concern uncertainty, which a question was raised to ourselves if we will have the ability to continue to operate fully. Yes, we are in a process, Chair, to ensure that we get to operate fully as an institution. Chair, when we received our material irregularity, which relates to the late payment to ESCOM, resulting in interest in 2021, when we took over as this administration in July 2022, the then acting municipal manager was suspended by council. Chair, when we met with the Auditor General on the material irregularity, we were expected to give a detailed report on how are we going to deal with the material irregularity. Number one, we're expected to go into a payment plan with ESCOM. Must confirm, sitting here, Chair, with the team, that we have not concluded our payment plan with ESCOM due to the proposed payment plan that was submitted to ESCOM. ESCOM has rejected it. Part of our proposal to ESCOM was that we had requested for them to write off our interest that they had charged Litsime. Secondly, we're expected to go into a payment agreement with Galfontein Water Association. Can confirm here, Chair, that we have made strides, and Galfontein has given us time to pay the current account until such a time that they consider writing off the interest of the bulk account. Must confirm here, Chair, also that we have gone into payment arrangement with the following. On ESCOM, Chair, we are currently paying the small accounts, the current account, they are up to date as of today, Chair. We have gone into payment arrangement with Auditor General. As we are currently owing them 900, there is a payment arrangement in place. We are owing Sala pension 15 million. There is payment arrangement with regard to that, and we are keeping to our payment arrangement. The NFWM pension fund, we are owing them 1 million. There is payment arrangement to it, and we are keeping to our payment arrangement. There is an arrangement with Salga. We had defaulted with Salga for 1 month, if I'm not mistaken, Chair. We are currently at 925, and there is a payment plan to that effect. Chair, I must indicate that the ESCOM small accounts are being paid. The Xhariep Water Association, we are on current account with them. SARS, we are on current account. Other third parties like your medical aid and other deductions from employees, we are on current account. With the Free State Pension Fund, we are on current account. With regard to the SMMEs, Chair, I must indicate that we are not fully have paid off our SMMEs, but we are on 70% with their current account. Chair, we also had to look into our critical fleet procurement because we were leasing out particularly water tankers and suction truck. Can confirm it to you, Chair, sitting here with the team, that in May 2025, the water tanker and the suction truck has been delivered to the municipality, and we will be procuring a TLB by the end of this financial year. Chair, during this financial year of 2024-2025, to respond to the material irregularity, we had to look into the issue of our electrical meter audit, where we were having electricity loss. We did that internally, Chair. We have a fairly capacitated internal electricity unit, and that meter audit was concluded in the 2023-2024 financial year. After that, we then made a request to the Free State Provincial Treasury requesting them to assist us with an amount of 1 million. And the allocation, Chair must indicate that we did receive a positive response from them, and the allocation we received them in 2024 in March. We, from the allocation from Provincial Treasury, Chair, we then procured 65 meters, which are 3-phase, 162 single-phase split ATA, 158 3-phase split electricity meters, and those materials were delivered to the municipality on the 28th of August 2024. Must indicate to you, Chair, that sitting here, our electricity collection is at 100%. We are currently, Chair, busy replacing 50 meters for the large power users for commercial customers. And I must indicate, Chair, that our collection rate as a whole in the municipality has moved from that 1% where it was when we closed our books in 2024-2025 to 48% as of last week. Chair, we are also expected to deal with the audit action plan. Must indicate to Chair that indeed an audit action plan has been tabled in Council in January 2025. An audit action plan as of May 2025 is a standing item in all EXCO meetings. Chair, to deal with the audit action plan, the Auditor General has raised a lot of issues. I think, Chair, we are unqualified with 17 paragraphs. We had increased our findings from 14 to 17 paragraphs, if I'm not mistaken, Chair. And I think the qualification areas for ourselves as an institution has mainly been on our asset, which is our property, plant and equipment, and investment property. Must indicate, Chair, that we are not a capacitated institution. Therefore, we went out and had to get consultants to come and assist us with particularly our property, plant and equipment, and also our investment property. Chair, we have a report on the work that has been done. What we had requested the consultant to do for us is to do a task planner, which we would get progress on with POEs on a bi-weekly basis. As management, we would always extend it to them. We have a report on the work that has been done to date by the consultant that is assisting ourselves with asset, Chair. We also have got a weekly report on that, Chair. Just to take the committee through our total assets, Chair, we have the following. Summary of our asset category, which is our buildings and community assets. Our total assets is 410. The total scans that the consultants have done, it's 298. They are still busy with it. On electricity asset is 330. They've done to date 167. Movable asset is 2,221. The total scans is 1,000. Roads and water is 1,136, and total scan to date is 536. This is just to demonstrate that our audit action plan, Chair, is just not an audit action plan, which is a exercise for just ticking the box, but work is being done on the ground. Chair, when we met with the Auditor General, one of the advices was that given our history with using conditional grants for operations, we must, as an institution, ring-fence our conditional grants. I can confirm to you, Chair, that from the month of July 2024 to date, we had received an allocation of 5.4 million on WASIC, and that 5.4 million was also reinvested from July to date. MIG, we had received 5.2, it was reinvested. On FMG, we had received 3 million, it was reinvested, ring-fenced, and EPWP was 1.2 million, and it was also reinvested. The interest that we had earned on the reinvested grants, Chair, is 554,000. Chair, I'm also going to deal with the issue of the audit of the MPEC reports. There is an established MPEC committee since 2022. Must indicate to you, Chair, that we are lagging behind with with our investigation on UIF and W. MPEC had set their meeting. They had tabled to us on the 22nd of July in council their investigation that they did on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the 2023-2024. Ourselves as council, we referred the item back because of the following reason. We needed MPEC to include in their report a work plan that they would stick to during this financial year. We needed MPEC to also investigate irregular expenditure and also unauthorized expenditure. Hence, we said to MPEC that they must go and review those and come back to council to include their work plan. Chair, for a better part of 2024-2025, the municipality did not have an audit committee. The audit committee has now been appointed by council, and they have started to work, Chair. The audit committee, their interviews was held and members were appointed. Rampa, Suunelo, Lentate Salamani are our audit committee for the next coming 3 years. As an institution chair, which
Round up, your time is up.
which is one of the reasons why we don't have consequence management as an institution chair, is that we did not have a DC board. But I can confirm to you, Chair, sitting here today, that the council
didn't
has
have what?
a disciplinary board. But I can confirm to you, Chair, sitting here today, that that was dealt with on the 22nd of July 2022. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, it was done. Yes, 22nd of July. It was done. It was done. Yes. Yes, it was done. Yeah. If it wasn't done, it would be not done, because 22nd is gone. It's done. One. Let's see the hands now. One. All right. Let's take a row. Let's shorten our questions now. I'd love that you could just take 30 seconds, 30 seconds out of 1 minute.
Chair, if this was a business, we are going to just close it because of the going concern issues that were raised by AG. Budgets are not done correctly here. You're using grants for operations, which is incorrect, and you know that. Pension funds are not paid to the fund. I'm worried, Chair, if the employees know that their pension funds that are retained by the municipality, they fund operations of the municipality and they are not paid to the fund. Chair, the municipality can't pay ESCOM, and it's their sole mandate is to provide light. It's this mandate of the local government, and it's the mandate of the municipality. But you can't pay ESCOM. And ESCOM was at appropriations asking for a debt relief. So I'm not sure, Chair, if it was a business, we're going to close this thing. Thank you.
Next, thank you.
Chair, my colleague has said it all. I can only add to say that if the very leadership of this municipality cannot pay their own accounts, 12 councillors that are in arrears for more than 90 days, that is just very wrong, because you are supposed to lead, and if councillors are not complying and they are in contravention of the Municipal Finance Management Act, that is just wrong from all levels, and I don't want to understand what are you doing about it. Have these councillors been called in? What is the action? Because there's also legislation that prescribes as to what needs to happen if councillors do not, if they are running into arrears in terms of their accounts, in terms of the material irregularity that you have partly commented on that in your payment plans in terms of paying off ESCOM. But for now, I will stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, Matiwa.
Thank you, Chair. Let's make a local municipality in violation of the Bill of Rights, Section 27, subsection 1B of the Constitution, and regulations 3 and 4 relating to the compulsory national standards and measures to conserve water, has failed to ensure that all households, particularly in informal households in Kofi Fontaine, have access to water. I want to check what is the contract value for the outsourced water provision services. What is being done to address the question that I had posed to the district municipality, that is the backlog in the bucket system by the municipality, and what measures are being put in place by the municipality to deal with the water shedding and communication with residents to inform them when there's going to be water shedding. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask from the team there, if they look at the excuse me, I think if they look at the performance of 7 years qualified, I know that it's always easy to say we were not there, but I think that most specifically, how has been your relationship, or what interventions have you appealed to the province to I mean, in terms of trying to lift from this? And you yourselves, what is the time frame in terms of the turnaround? Because I think that is very critical to say what sort of time horizon you're looking at for the turnaround of this very, very, at the moment, it's a fact, I'm sorry to say, but quite hopeless situation. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I don't know if it's the mayor, the beautiful lady that was doing the presentation, I was out. The mayor?
She's the mayor.
Oh, okay. She's
And
young.
thanks for the compliment.
She's young and beautiful.
Proceed.
Oh, young leadership. No, I just want to understand, because I heard her on her presentation saying that they lack a capacity. They don't have a capacity as a municipality. Now, if you don't have a capacity to do all the necessary things that you're supposed to do in order to achieve the service delivery, what is the plan, young mayor? Secondly, according to the presentation from the province, they said one of your challenges is a prolonged senior management vacancies due to the discord of political leadership. Please tell us about the political leadership and what are you planning to do about it. So now the acting MM from the municipality is from the department. So is that acting MM assisting you in order for you to achieve the capacity, in order for you to be independent, or what is the plan about this acting MM? Thanks, Chair.
May we get answers? We'll come back to the next page.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair. I'll respond to the intervention from the province and also the filling of vacancies on senior management. We have advertised for the MM position. We are, as per process plan, will be concluding the appointment of the MMS Council by the end of July 2025. Directors, we are envisaging to conclude it by end of October 2025. With regard to the intervention from the province, I think for the 2025-2026 budget financial year, we had support from Free State Treasury. We had bilateral meetings with them. They have assisted us to ensure that at least we have a funded budget for the 2025-2026. We have also, I had indicated that we had a 1 million allocation from Free State Treasury to assist us in caving the electricity losses that we had as an institution. We have also written to them for this financial year seeking financial assistance. Thank you. The MM and the CFO and the Speaker would respond to the 1 year areas of councillors.
Good afternoon, Chair and honorable members. Chairperson, I will respond to the issue of the areas of the councillors. The councillors have come forth to make arrangement in terms of what is owed to the municipality, and so far they've been compliant in terms of the arrangements that we have made. In terms of issues of the water sharing, how do we communicate with the residents in order to alert them that at a particular time they will not have access to water? We use the communication channels that the residents of the Mangaung local municipality are able to reach the website of the municipality, and also we attach notices, but so far the community have got a schedule. They know that on a particular day there will not be water as the schedule is previously communicated. The other questions, I think the CFO will respond to them, as the mayor has tried to respond to some questions. It's only those ones that are left that the CFO will respond to. Thank you, Chairperson.
Please proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, honorable members and Chairperson. So I'm going to deal with the issue of going concern. The issue of going concern is actually coming from way back, I think around 2014 financial year. However, in the current financial year that you currently are discussing, AGSA did raise the issues of going concern. And in the main, they mentioned a couple of issues that I will deal with individually. One, they had said that our performance statement showed the net loss of 96 million. However, if you go and analyze the financial statements of Let's you'll see that there are around 120 million of non-cash adjustments. One is the depreciation of about 40 million. Two, debt impairment of about 80 million. Three, it's an impairment loss in terms of the assets of about 20 million or so. So in aggregate, those amounts add up to 120 million. Remove that from the 96 million loss, there's actually a profit there. The second issue was the issue of current ratio and the acid test ratio, where they were way below the norm. So the norm in terms of the guideline should be 0.5:1, meaning that for every asset that you have, there should be one liability, and so also for the acid test ratio. Now ours was below that. What we've done to improve the situation is that we have now went out to negotiate payment plan as alluded to by the mayor, where we've secured payment plans with AGSA, secured payment plan with SALA, secured payment plan with the water boards, and we currently are trying to comply with those payment plan. And then in terms of the revenue collection from our side, so what we've done is we went out and did meter audit for the large power users. So what we found is that majority of them were actually not correctly calibrated because they are way old meters. So in terms of that, the reading were obviously not correct, and those also contributed to the losses. We went back, did an audit, and then on the ground we found that around 50 LPU users meters were not correct or not up to standard, the current standard here. Some were old, readings were close to 1 million or so forth and so on. So what information that we're getting from there was basically not accurate. So we are currently busy now with the replacement of those 50 meters, LPU meters. That will obviously augment our revenues and basically make sure that we are able to comply with the short-term obligations that we have. We also went further in terms of the TIS STD convention, where we went house to house, and then our finding is that around 800 households had bypassed our meters. Obviously that will deal with the revenue issues that you currently are experiencing. So we are currently replacing those meters and ensuring that each and every household are actually paying for indigent. The other issue that contributed significantly to our going concern issue was the issue of indigents. So we currently have about 530 million of outstanding debtors. Of those, around 85 million translates to about 450 million or so. 85%, which is about 450, are households debt, and of that amount, around 90 million of that, 90% of that is beyond 1 year. So you have to say that we will not be able to get that. However, on the ground, our people are not registering for indigents. We currently have plus minus 2,000 in our indigent register. But then if you look at the demographics of, let's say, main local municipality, we should be around 7,000 households. We've actually even increased the threshold of indigent to around 6,000, contrary to, not contrary, but the guidelines of Cogta saying that should be around 3,000. So we've actually doubled that amount to ensure that majority of the people that are unable to pay for services actually are paying for services. In terms of the census 2022 results, our average household income is about 29,000, translating to about 2.4 per household. So that is way below. Majority of our people are not able to pay for the services, and that is contributing to our going concern. Those are the issues that we've basically implemented to ensure that majority of the people that are not able to pay for services actually are registered on the debtors book as indigent, and we are able to write off such debt. So in terms of the going concern, I think we're on the right track to ensure that we actually are dealing with all the issues. And to add chair on top of this is that for the current financial year, we've actually implemented cost containment measures. I think our budget is one of the 9 budget within the province that has been assessed as being funded due to the initiatives that we took of the payment arrangements and liaising with all the other stakeholders to ensure that we actually do things according to the books. Thank you.
Can I? Sorry.
Chair.
Yeah. Okay, we'll come back. There's that outstanding question on the use of grants and pensions for operations. Let me just see the hands that were remaining. All right. Let's do 1, 2, 3. Bega, Van Sale, Mteto. All right. That's fine. You want the second round? So let's just finish that first. Can you include this outstanding question? Okay, let's go ahead. Pega and then Fancy.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and greetings to the Letsimeng team. Chair, I'll just jump on to the gentleman who just spoke now. I'm not sure if he was the CFO. He spoke about cost containment measures, and the lady who spoke before him. Chair, I'm not sure what the situation is with those cost containment measures right now. Because according to AG, their water losses amounted to 2.21 million, which was equivalent to 78% of all water flowing through municipal pipelines. And their electricity losses amounted to 3.87 million. Now, for such a small municipality, that points to a very dire situation. Chair, as per the 2023-2024 MFMA audit report, the municipality was one of 49 municipalities whose financial position was so dire that they had to disclose significant doubt about their ability to operate fully. So now, the municipality has made this disclosure for more than 5 years, meaning that because of its financial position, it has not been fully operational for many years. So with that being said, Chair, I have to echo my colleague's sentiments on the other side, where he asks, should this municipality still be functioning? Should it not be closed once and for all? And this is a question now to the mayor and her team. Should this municipality not be closed and possibly amalgamated to another bigger, or amalgamated with another municipality? Because of the 49 municipalities that are dysfunctional completely, this is one of them. Chair, I say this because, again, according to the reports, 83% of municipal debt is unlikely to be recovered. 1,352 days, that's how long it takes for the municipality to pay its creditors, along with everything else that the municipality owes, where they've had to basically go and ask for payment plans. So the question there, Chair, is it's simple. Should this municipality still actually even be functioning? And what should we as Parliament do about the very existence of municipalities like this that basically are dysfunctional. Thank you, Chair.
Fancy.
Thank you, Chair. The equitable share withholding letter from the Minister of Finance that you received, that he will withhold due to your pension funds that's outstanding, etc., etc. Did you respond within the 7 days? What is the status of your equitable share withholding? I'd like you just to elaborate a little bit. There was nothing covered. You did speak about the 48% debt collection. I assume, therefore, you've got an unfunded budget. What is your plan to get your debt collection up? Because 48% is really a wish list. Then where are you with Eskom debt? You said you can pay the current account, but you didn't say what was the outstanding unless I missed it. So I'd just like to know on that. Then there was a water infrastructure program in Koffiefontein, and I think that's what the member earlier referred to, where MIG funds was then effectively lost to pay Eskom. How is it possible that you are not making sure that your project money goes for projects and infrastructure rather than paying off debts? That was something we picked up. And then how are you dealing with aging infrastructure? How are you upgrading your sewage plants, your water infrastructure, etc., etc.? If I can just get a sort of quick overview. Thank you.
Mteto.
Still on institutional arrangement structures at the local sphere of government, I see an opportunity here for black people. The opportunity for black people is to move away from the white culture and the white institutions of local government as they were designed, and move into our traditional governance system that we had, which was destroyed by the white order, white regime. Now, why? Because these municipalities are expected to function without a revenue base. Black people are a majority, they are outside economic circulation. White people are a minority, they are in an economic circulation. So the entire economic cake is eaten by whites. And then the blacks are only slaves, labor tenants working in farms and working in the mines, or general workers. As a result, all of this thing is no longer sustainable. For 30 years, we've been doing a trial and error on an old order system. We have an institution that was destroyed, which we are supposed to restore, to service these black people, which are our responsibility. Because something is not adding up for me. I'm a local government expert, but I have a problem. White people, they're always represented in all the structures from national, provincial to local, yet they're 8%. My question, these numbers are not tallying. It's either blacks are voting for whites, but after whites have been voted, they don't advance the interest of blacks, they advance the interest of white. As a result, you have this misnomer in terms of performance of municipalities. As a result, we need to move away. It's over with this system, it's no longer working, and I see us having an opportunity to come up with our own system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Exon.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd just like to ask 2 or 3 questions to the municipality. I noticed that it takes 1,352 days to pay your creditors. Is there anyone left who's prepared to do business with you on that basis? The other thing is, almost all your senior positions are not filled. Why is that? Do people just not want to come and work for you, or do you not have the money? What is the reason for you not being able to fill those positions? And then also your outstanding amount to Eskom of 212 million rand. How does it even happen? I mean, do people just not pay bills for years on end? How did you manage to get to a point where you owed Eskom 213 million rand? Thank you.
Let's have the comments, responses.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chair. I think most of the questions, just for clarity before the team responds, on the project of Koffiefontein, I forgot the honorable member's name. are you referring to the stall project of the water treatment plant? Is that the one that you are referring to? Okay. Then the MM would respond together with the CFO on these ones.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I would like to respond on the issues of the human rights. That was a question that came before these ones. Basically, the focus on more on water provision on the municipality. Chairperson, we can confirm that we did correct the pressure, and out of that, 647 households have continuous water now. And also there is refurbishment work that is happening in our wastewater treatment works. So in terms of that, we have made strides in ensuring that we comply to the issues that were raised by the Human Rights Commission. The issue of the equitable share, whether the letter was responded to within 7 days. The letter was responded to, and the municipality has received its equitable share. If there's someone who's still willing to make business with the municipality, we are still having service providers that we are making business with the municipality. But for the community also, to note, Chair, that the issue of ESCOM is a matter that happened around 2021 that has led to the municipality to be in the state that is in now, because the AG also had flagged an issue of MI around the issue of ESCOM. But CFO will speak to that in a more detailed form. We had since improved in terms of ensuring that we don't take that long in paying the service providers. I will then hand over to CFO. Then should there be those that are not responded to, I will then come again. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, proceed.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I'm going to deal with the issue of 101,332 days that it takes municipal to pay its creditors. I just want to qualify that. So if you look at the financial statements of Letsemeng for 2023-24 financial year, the closing balance of the payables, our creditors, was around 300 million. Of that amount, there are two key creditors that are included in your ESCOM, which accounts for around 70% of that. There's also Water Board, your Fontaine, which accounts for around 10% of that. Add the two together, they account for about 240 million. If you remove those from the creditors listing, it means that you have about 60 million or so of creditors. There's also an issue of pension fund. If you remove those again, we have about 45 million of creditors. So if you factor in what AG does when they calculate the average rate, the average days it takes for municipal to pay its creditors, those three are basically the biggest part of it. That's why it jumped to 1332. But then if you remove those, we are less than 90 days. So of that 90 days, we actually are trying to pay those who are able to pay. But then the three, they account for the biggest part of it. Like MMS now alluded to that. ESCOM issues are they come from way far. I also indicated when I first responded that our financial issues come as far back as 2014. So all those factors included, it will obviously add up to 1,332, but remove those three key creditors, you are less than 90 days. We take cognizance of the fact that we are still way above the requirements of MFMA, which states that you must pay within 30 days, but we are paying our creditors. I mean, just now with the equitable shares that we have received, I think the number of payments have been done where majority of our creditors are now current. That will then talk to the pension fund issues. So the issues of the pension fund started in 2022 financial year. We started first defaulting in August 2022. And the reason why we defaulted is the fact that it was basically an ESCOM issue where ESCOM, we had a battle with ESCOM. And then eventually the High Court ruled that we should pay ESCOM around 35 million within 12 months. That we complied with. However, on the downside of it is that we could not then keep up with our current obligations, that including the pension fund. So between 2022 to date, as of now, we've paid around 13 million. Of that 13 million, 6 million was paid between April and July. Now it's in yesterday. I think yesterday I paid around 4 million towards the pension fund. So we are getting there. And over the years, like the past 2 years, we've been struggling to get a payment plan with our biggest pension, which is SALA. they eventually agreed in March to enter into a payment arrangement, and we have been paying them accordingly. So what the payment plan, the way that it has been formulated is that every time that you get equitable shares, we'll make a big payment. Example, in April we paid 2 million, and then monthly is 300,000. In July we paid 3 million, like I said, plus the other one that the mayor spoke about, NFMW. So it's going to again be 300,000 until December when you get another tranche of equitable shares. So every time that you get equitable shares, we channel it towards those key creditors to ensure that they eventually up to date. So as the payment plan of the pension fund, we should be up to date with SALA within the next 18 months or so, with the current account being paid on a monthly basis. The issue of the water...
Just finish off with the...
Okay.
Do the staff know about this?
Yes, they
Has the
know.
staff been affected?
Yes, so what happens is that the agreement between us and SALA is that if someone goes out on retirement or they retire, so or they retire, SALA will pay them whatever they owe up to that point that they retire, and municipality will pay the difference of the contribution that should have been paid. So there hasn't been any case where someone wants to retire but they can't retire because they owe pension fund. So we have that arrangement with SALA and other pension fund and NFMW, where when someone resigns or they retire, they are paid up to a certain point where municipality defaulted, and then we take over from that and pay whatever difference there is. So staff is well aware of that, and we have engagement with our staff on that. On the issue of water losses, Honorable Councillors, so municipality does not have zonal meters where we measure consumption that we get from the water boards. So what we then do at financial year end, we take the water that we have bought according to the invoices received from the water board and the water that we sold based on the billing reports. But then there's those uncounted for water, where we have those places that do not have water meters. So that is obviously adding to this distribution losses, I may say that, because we cannot really account for the water that has been pumped into those households that do not have water meters. But I think we've wrote business plans where we requested funding for us to ensure that we actually do install zonal meters. We do install meters within the households to ensure that we actually do account correctly for our losses. And then there's also a plea from our side, Honorable Councillors. I think the issue of going concern, Honorable Member, so the issue of going concern has been talked about quite a lot. And I think also provincial government, or national for that matter, they should also come to party. I mean, currently now, as small as we are being owed 10 million. So you can imagine now, if 10 million was to be paid to us, how much can we clear of our current financial issues? So they must also ensure that they pay our accounts as and when we send to them. We are being paid 10 million. So of the 530 million that I spoke about, 10 million of that comes from government. And it's very unfair that government is owing us that much money, whereas we have these big problems on the ground that must be dealt with. So we also plead to the committee members that please enforce legislation that government must also pay us to ensure that we deal with all the issues that we are currently experiencing.
Okay, can I have a look? Do you have your hands this side? 1, 2. All right, we'll take those 2 and that's it. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question is one. I just want to check with the mayor and the team. As far as issues of aging infrastructure and the water leaks, how much of your total budget is budgeted for maintenance?
Thank you, Chair. Madam Mayor, I've got a few questions. The first being, what measures will you put in place to stop the political interference so that the seconded Section 56 managers can do their job effectively? Do you have a functional and operational organogram? And although you've done you're going to do a skills audit in October 2025, and will only end or start it in October and end in February 2026. It's a bit long because this should be done more regularly, and if you did that, you would find that you'd have a more functional municipality with less possible ghost workers, and it'll assist in your financial reporting. I also suggest that you take the DAA agreement with Eskom and remove that debt from your shoulders. And then currently, this is the 15th year, if my knowledge is correct, that Koffiefontein has been shedding water for 12 hours a day. So for 15 years, my daughter, in other words, would not have known water in her taps if she lived in Koffiefontein during the day. Then one last question, I'll leave the rest, is, Madam Mayor, I would like to know if you're proud of Letsimeng. Are you proud of the fact that I know that you are registered to have an address in Pietersburg, but I want to know if you're proud of Letsimeng as a municipality, because it is rumored that you actually live in Bloemfontein and commute forwards and backwards to Letsimeng on a daily basis with taxpayers' money. Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Just one more before you can conclude. Kubev.
No, thanks, Chair. I see that you nearly jumped me.
You were very shy. You didn't raise your hand.
No, Chair. I was still amazed. You know, when you are seeing young faces running a municipality like this.
Don't get lost. Please focus on the question.
It's an excellent. No. Thanks, Chair. Chair, I must first just comment that I think CFO, me and you would agree that the situation is dire. I see that you've been having a going concern issues for more than 5 years. Your current liabilities are nearly 3 times your current assets, and that's a problem. So I think we have an issue, and the deficit, as much as I agree with you on the issue that you are raising, that the 96 million point 3, obviously there are non-cash items that would also contribute in that, but the picture overall, it's not looking good, and I'm worried as well around the issue of the pension fund. Particularly because the reason why we contribute and the municipality pay to a particular pension fund in time, it's so that they can take that money, invest it to grow it for us so that it does not lose value.
Come to the question.
Now, in the arrangement, yeah, just one, Chair. Now, in the arrangement that you are having, I want to check, do you take into account such factors such as interest that those employees would have gained if they invested their money, including the time value of money? But please, man, improve.
Let's round up.
Thanks.
All right. Those are the questions. Please try and deal with those.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, for 2025-2026 financial year, for maintenance, we have budgeted 8 million. On the issue of the organogram, it's true, Chair. Our organogram for Letsimeng is outdated, but we have begun a process on relooking into our organogram. I think the only thing that is left is that the union must be appraised on the inputs that have been made by management, and then we'll get to conclude on the issue of the organogram. Indeed, skills audit, we need to do it more regularly. But I can confirm to you that as small as we are, as small as the financial distress that we find ourselves in, with the team that we have in Letsimeng, particularly I will deal with the team that is in technical, we have been able to respond to issues of service delivery by the team, and we have not outsourced that. When I talk to the skills that we have in technical, the work that is being done on communal taps that we currently have in Rimfasmark, it was done by the internal team. In Koffiefontein, for example, Honorable Member made mention of Koffiefontein. I can confirm to you, Chair, that since 2018, the entire section of Mandela Square did not have running water, which was approximately about 390 households, and Donkerhoek 257. And part of Xhariep, about 308 households had water problem. That was done internally by the team here, technical, that is responsible for infrastructure. And in stocks, thank you very much, Speaker. And in Kofifontein still, there is an area called Kudishenting. 70 households did not have water due to old galvanized pipes since 2019. And I can confirm to you that today they do have running water. Yes, indeed, you are quite 100% correct, even though not entirely. I'll give honorable members here our water resource availability in Litsime. Petersburg is currently, their available supplies on boreholes. And our current supply is 1.1 milliliter per day. And our required supply is 2.44 milliliters. That is not enough for Petersburg. With the Department of Water Affairs have done a feasibility study on it. They are still to conclude between ourselves and Department of Water Affairs and Mangaung Metro, because one of the options was to get water from the Breg. And Mangaung Metro had indicated that we would have difficulties on it. There was a second option of Krugersdrift Dam. The honorable member, when he speaks of the regime, is that commercial farmers at Krugersdrift also have indicated that they've got water license and we cannot tap into their water resource. We are only left with one, which is the Kalkfontein one. Kalkfontein from Petersburg, it's about 120 if I'm not mistaken. On Kofifontein water treatment availability, our current supply is 4.5 milliliter. Our required supply is 8 milliliter per day. Yes, honorable member, there is a project that has been installed. That project is with the Hawks. It's been investigated by the Hawks. But that project of the 4.5 milliliter water reservoir was going to address the shortage of about 3.5 milliliter to Kofifontein residents. On Jacobsdal, current supply is 4.2 and the required supply is 3.1 milliliter per day. In Jacobsdal, what we have investigated is that in town alone, there is water running there 24/7 because from the treatment plant to household, there is pipes that are connected directly from the water treatment plant to different households in town. Now, then we have the old Ratanang location in Jacobsdal where there are water restrictions. In Donkerhoek, there was an issue of water, but they have water. In Rimfasmark, we have tapped into the water reticulation that was done by Department of Human Settlements, and we've installed water communal taps there to ensure that they've got water while Department of Human Settlement conclude and put in conclude their project on water and sewer reticulation. In Opermansgronde, the supply there is 0.3 milliliters per day, and the current supply is 0.3 milliliter per day. In Lukov, the 0.9 milliliter supply required, the required supply is 2.4, and the supply currently is 0.9 milliliter. We have done a technical report on it and submitted it to Department of Water Affairs. Must confirm to you sitting here that the waste treatment plant in Kofifontein also, we are currently at what percentage? 29% with the waste treatment plant in Kofifontein, and Department of Water Affairs have confirmed that they've approved our business plans for the waste treatment plant in Jacobsdal and Opermansgrond. And indeed, I'm born and bred in Petersburg. I've lived there my entire life, and I do get to stay in Petersburg. When I've got meetings in Bloemfontein, I'm confirming here that I will get to travel to Bloemfontein. My kids, both of my kids, are staying in Bloemfontein. Thank you very much. The issue of the ESCOM DAA, we have been presented with that as council. We are still to conclude it formally as council of Nletsime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we should leave it at that point. Thank you very much. Honorable members, thanks to the mayor and your team. I think our major issues here relate to the fact that the municipality does have serious constraints in terms of its revenue, its structure, and its operations. The AG has raised the issue of going concern uncertainty, and the question they have raised is why this matter seems not to have been given attention to in previous years. I'll highlight a few issues which I think we need to deal with, and I'm highlighting them because I would like the MEC to be able to pick them up and report on them. Amongst them would be the issues that the management does not budget correctly, accurately, or realistically. So the issue of budgeting needs to be given assistance. The issues of conditional grants that get used for operational purposes impacting negatively on service delivery is an issue that needs to be dealt with, and the attention that needs to be given to the infrastructure projects that have got capacity to improve the lives, and also just give you some of the infrastructure for local economic development, water, electricity. According to AG, these are stopped because of financial mismanagement. Then the issue of the diversion of the employees' pension funds, and also the acting CFO that have been vacant for a long time, and those are the issues that we're concerned with, why the action is not being taken. I still don't quite understand the story of Coffee Fontaine, but Coffee Fontaine has really been the buzzword here. So obviously the water challenge there requires attention, and I want to suggest that from the sound of it, you need to also get a provincial government to work with you on dealing with that issue. It's been dramatized quite a bit. Then the other issue is the challenge of water in areas where the farmers have got the water rights. I think get the provincial department, government to get involved, and of course the national departments have to get involved. You don't have a situation where, because the water rights are with the farmers, that people then can starve. So it's got to be attended to. So it's a serious issue that you will need obviously the provincial and national government to deal with those issues. Then the issues of the material irregularities, these again need to be given attention. In particular, the issue has been raised about ESCOM, which we think that you need to have a kind of definite way of dealing with ESCOM issues. That it cannot be an uncertain situation. And that, again, on this issue, your MPEC and all the structures need to be activated so that they can deal with them. We are interested in consequence management, and all of these issues will now not be asking you, we'll actually be asking the province what they've done when you have not acted on these issues, because then the focus has to be on these issues. So that when they come knocking at your door, you must know is because in 3 months' time they need to be able to give us a report. With that, I want to say thank you very much. We will ask you to be excused, but I do want to convey condolences. We have received news that we have lost your aunt just now. We want to convey our deepest sympathies to you, and thank you for handling the situation despite that mishap. And your team, please, we release you at this point, but focus on these issues, and thank you very much. you are excused at this point. Now, and of course you go. You don't need to stay on. You can leave the premises as well. We focus on the next municipality at this point. Sorry. We have Kopanong. We'll ask the team from Kopanong to come through and do the presentation. You have the list, so let's try and move as much as quickly as we can. We have tea outside, I believe, and water, and you can go out and stretch on your own time. We will not take a break because we're trying to see how much we can cover before we get to 10 o'clock tonight. Welcome. May we have the team introduce yourselves and start the process. Never mind the movement. You are on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Let's just ask the members to converse a bit more softly. Otherwise, we might need to do the rotation. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon to yourself and members of Parliament. Let me also greet the members of the legislature, the Speaker of the legislature next to you, the Premier of the Free State. Next to me on my right side, I have the Speaker of Kopanong Local Municipality. His name is Mr. Xhariep. Then on that,
let's show the hand up so we can see. From here, you look quite similar from us. So we want to know who's who. So thank you.
Then on my left side, Chair, I have the far left side, I have the Technical Director, Mr. Madolo. And the lady next to me, Chair, is the Chief Financial Officer of Kopanong Local Municipality. The acting municipal manager was with us, Chair, just before we came, but he also received news that he has lost his brother at Bilinomi Hospital. But then we did indicate to the MEC and we then agreed that we will continue in our absence, since that we are adverse with the issues that are facing the municipality. Then
thank you very much. He actually came and reported to me before he left, and we also want to convey our condolences to him. Just unfortunate he was with his brother yesterday, and then he gets this news now, so he wouldn't have been in a position to stay on. So we do understand. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Then the last one I'm introducing, Chair, it's me. My name is Xolani Tsele, who is the Mayor of Kopanong Local Municipality. Chair, I am given the responsibility to be the one that leads the presentation that we are about to register in this platform. And then the CFO will then deal with the other technical issues if they arise out of questions. Chairperson, Kopanong Local Municipality is a municipality that is under Section 139, read with the Water Services Act, Section 63. Now, the reason why, Chairperson, we were placed under those sections is because for a period of full 10 years, we've been a municipality that has been struggling to arrive at a position that must be able to give services to communities. But also, Chair, not only limited to that, we are also a current leadership that had the capability of taking the municipality out of a disclaimer for the financial year 2020-2021. Now, ever since we are in charge of the municipality, Chair, the Auditor General is indicating that we are getting qualified audit opinions with certain improvements. But this municipality, Chairperson, it is a municipality that has entirely collapsed. It is a municipality that has got serious problems. Now, the serious problems that are in the municipality, Chair, are related to issues that are in the financial discipline of a municipality. Now, ever since we've been under this section, which is section 139, Chairperson, I must indicate that even though there is slow improvement, but there is at least improvement towards the right direction. And section 139, Chair, has assisted us as the municipality that we need to invoke certain legislative matters that are within the governance system of the municipality. One of them, Chairperson, is that as a superstructure to give to the base of the problems that we have, was that Chapter 5 of the MFMA, which speaks about cooperative government, the section 34 of it also deals with the capacity building. Now, the support that we receive from the provincial government is not only limited on the administration, on the issues that relates to appointments, but it also relates to the fact that provincial treasury is able to assist the municipality in the capacity building of our financial department. Because, Chair, when you read the Auditor General report, in most cases the Auditor General report raises the issue of UIFW. In a nutshell, Chair, that means that the financial discipline in the municipality has entirely collapsed, and as a result of that, you would need to get support, and the support that we receive are in relation to capacity building. But also, Chair, what we have done also through this section 139 was to also speak to communities, your farmer communities, your business community, and our own communities that are living in our wards. One of it, Chair, is that the problems that we had was the fact that when we came into the municipality in 2021, the leadership or the administrative that was then collapsed the entire system. That relates to your billing system, and we had to start afresh. And the collapse thereon, Chairperson, as we speak, it is under investigation. And we also indicated in our report that we have got those particular cases that are investigated by SIU, as well as the Hawks, including ourselves with our own internal capacity through the MPEC. The municipality has got a functioning MPEC. It also has got a functioning disciplinary board. It also has a functioning audit action plan team, which is there, and we are working very close with the provincial government in relation to that particular aspect. Now, coming to the issues that led to us to be under Section 139. One of it was that the municipality had the previous administration led this municipality to be where it is today. And we are trying hard to get it out of where it is. One of it, Chair, is that when provincial government intervened with Section 154, there was an agreement that they would try to assist us with the reversal of promotions. Now, the promotions that were made in the municipality have increased the salary bill to an extent that the municipality is unable to sustain its salaries each and every month. But what we can also confirm, Chair, is that the matter is receiving attention, whereby provincial government is assisting with a state attorney that we should at least put what we call in the court a court order against the promotion of those particular workers, so that it gets reversed, and then we are able to sustain our salary issues. But also, Chair, is that in the past 10 years, or let me say the 5 years before we came into council, the municipality had problems in terms of paying its salaries. What provincial government then did, it treated the municipality as one of their departments, where they were able to give the municipality money to pay salaries, of which, Chair, proves that it was not sustainable. Now, what we also want to confirm, Chair, through our report is that the Auditor General is saying that there is one material irregularity that we are facing as a municipality, which is the Xhariep Dam, where you get your wastewater treatment plant wasting sewage into the Xhariep Dam. That matter, Chair, has been addressed, and the project, as we speak, Chair, it's at 95%. The 5% thereon is that the municipality is in the process of appointing permanent process controllers that would be able to ensure that we service the wastewater treatment plant. But there are also other wastewater treatment plants around Kopanong local municipality which continue to give us problems. What we have done is to utilize Section 63 of the Water Services Act and speak to DWS, including the Val Central Water Board, to intervene in assisting that particular municipality in relation to those issues. At least there is a positive contribution to it. The Philippolis wastewater treatment plant, as we speak, is under the duress and control of DWS and the Val Central Water Board to receive those particular, to address those particular issues. Now the biggest challenge, Chair, which does not make us a very proud municipality, is that the municipality is just owing everyone. I wouldn't be shocked, Chair, if one of you can say the municipality also owe you. Now, Chairperson, it is that what we did was to enter into agreements with these creditors. And one of the creditors which gives us problems, it is the Municipal Workers Retirement Fund. The Municipal Workers Retirement Fund is giving us problems to such an extent that they go to court and they litigate the municipality. In other instances, they can keep the municipality's bank account at ransom for more than 3 months, to an extent that you are unable to move and so on. Now, what the National Treasury did in trying to resolve our matters is that we agreed with the Val Central Water Board that will stick to the payment plan that we agreed on, to an extent that Val Central Water Board reduced our debt to them. We owed them almost 900 million, but to date, as we speak through engagements, they managed to give us a credit of over 700 million. And the agreement is that you need to sustain your monthly debt, your current account. And the current account, Chairperson, to sustain it, can only prove at the end of July whether are we sustaining that particular agreement, of which I am positive that we will be able to sustain it. Now the second issue, Chair, is that our SALA pension fund or creditor were also in agreement to them that will sustain our current account to them, as well as agreement on servicing the historical debt to them.
You should round up.
Now, as we round up, Chairperson, I must also indicate that we will be able to take this municipality to where it needs to be, and it will take a process in order for us to do so. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, we're gonna ask you to take questions, but you're saying that your predecessors are the ones who took the municipality down the drain. That obviously means your management and your political leadership. Have you done anything about that? What have been the consequences of that now that you are in charge?
Chairperson, the first one that we dealt with was the municipal manager that we got there. 2 weeks when we came in, we got rid of him. Then the second one issue was that the previous CFO that we found there, we picked up through Treasury that the CFO is paying ghost companies in that municipality. We personally went to a police station, we opened a case. As we speak, Chairperson, the case is also there in the report that we have submitted to yourself, that it is investigated by the Hawks. Thank you very much. Ever since they left, we are not a municipality that attracts applicants to apply to the municipality.
Why?
I think, Chairperson, one of them would be that the municipality is unable to pay salaries per month. That would be number one. Number two, Chair, is that in the area where we come from, it is difficult for you to attract a municipal manager who comes from there. Then number three, Chairperson, is that the MEC has promised us that he will, in his leadership, create a new layer of MMs, because in the Free State, we've got municipal managers who are rotating too much. Thank you very much, Chair.
Questions? Mtolo, Mthethwa, Damase, Van Zyl, Ubheka, Kalipi, Shenge, Matiwane, the whole row, so it's, sorry, Ukbalile. Ukbale after your neighbor. Please proceed.
No, thanks, Chairperson. Chairperson, with regard to the issue of the pension fund that is owed, are the workers actually aware about that pension fund? What steps has the accounting officer taken to ensure that this actually doesn't happen again within the municipality? And the last one, why is the municipality not honoring the arrangements made with their creditors? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mthethwa.
Thanks, Chair. Please give me the behavioral pattern of race relations in your municipal space. What is the presence of whites? Why I've picked up something, there is a tendency which is happening within the white community. They are colluding against municipalities where commercial farmers, they no longer pay services to municipality. They are all migrating from the grid system, which you inherited these systems from them. Now that blacks are responsible for municipalities, there's a change of practice where they now have their own boreholes, water, electricity grid, they have their roads leading to their farms. So all that was a revenue base for those municipalities has been eroded, but it is funny that it's eroded with these whites. And then you blacks are left in a ledge where there's no source. And two, this province is rich with minerals. And I wonder who is enjoying the minerals of this province, because I don't think the blacks are enjoying it. So it clearly is whites. And that's my problem, because then it creates unequal ownership patterns of the economy, where deliberately blacks...
Let's focus on the municipality, Kopanong.
It is this municipality. This question of minerals relates to this municipality. Issues of land relates to this municipality. Issues of farm relate. That's why I asked behavioral patterns of race relations to this municipality, because it looks like the picture that we are getting is that these municipalities, the only blacks are residing there, and there's silence on the behavior of whites. And I want that mix, because then we will understand that we are divided. There is prejudice, there is racism in the economic structure, and blacks are being marginalized systematically and structurally. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Fagu.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the presentation that we were given, it is alluded that the municipality is on the verge of being separated into two entities, while at the same time you are reflecting that you are on a recruitment spree. Then the question is, what is the wisdom of that? While you know that you are on the verge of separating it into two entities while you continue recruiting. On the issue of late submission of the annual financial statements, you are somewhere saying that the challenge is the lack of internal capacity, while at the same time it is the late appointment of consultants. Where is the challenge between the administrative leadership and the political leadership in terms of balancing what you are articulating there as some kind of an excuse? Thank you very much, Chair.
Van Zyl.
Thank you, Chair. So I don't know, Mayor, if your team was here when Xhariep district was here. They were, I don't know if you were here, but I asked them about the sewage spillages in Batuli specifically. And I asked them if the EHPs have issued you with compliance notices, and they said they have. and that they've issued you. I wanted to find out from you if they actually did issue you with those compliance notices and if that anything has been resolved. I also noticed that your collection rate is at 20%. What is your administration doing all day? If your collection rate is at 20%, no wonder you owe everyone. Again, the equitable share withholding letter from the minister, where it stated that your latest amount to pension funds is 330 million rand outstanding. This means that those employees that want to retire will not be able to retire. That's on your heads. Old people that's given their lives in service of other people, of residents, will not be able to retire because you are not paying over the pension funds. These are people's livelihoods, you know, and there's financial definite maladministration. So I'd like you to comment on specifically that. I know that the bank account was also attached a couple of years back. You can't pay salaries. I'm tempted to ask the same question that was asked earlier. Should this municipality still continue? Can it still continue? Thank you.
Kupega, then we'll get responses.
Chair, I think as a comment, I sit in Scopa along with Honorable Maduna, and we see a lot of disasters there that happen in many departments all over the country. But Maduna, I think these municipalities must be amongst some of the biggest disasters in the country. Now, with that being said, I'll ask the same question I asked to the previous municipality. Should this municipality not be dissolved? Do you as a team from Kopanong believe that this municipality needs to be sustained as a municipality? And if so, why? Because if the mayor himself is saying, listen people, this municipality owes everyone, you can't afford to pay salaries, the people can't retire, what's the point of having this entity as a municipality? And I would like you to give us homework as a team from Parliament to take back to Parliament to have Parliament discuss this issue of such municipalities. And we would beg your indulgence in that you give us an honest opinion. Because as much as we understand that bulk of what is happening there may not necessarily be because of your doing, it may have been your predecessors, but given the state of the municipality as it is the municipality in a state to do justice to the people of this municipality in terms of delivering basic human rights, water, sanitation? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, you know, I'll let them to comment on the question, but they are not obliged. It's a Russian roulette, that question. You are entitled to that question, to responding. But I wouldn't pressurize them if they don't. I think the issue is canvassed well enough without that question being answered. Yeah. Honorable Xhariep, you are the last one, then we take the questions, the answers.
Okay. No, Mayor and the team, it's difficult there. I just want to understand, how do you sleep at night? Because I'm already traumatized as listening to you with the status of the municipality. Now I'm imagining you on daily basis. You are very brave, guys. How many employees do you have in the municipality? Because I want to take it up from the other colleagues about the concern on municipal pension fund and workers' medical aid. And then how did you arrive in this situation, politically and administratively? And what is the plan? Because the plan that is here in front of us is from the department. So what is your own plan? Because the department can come with the plans, but you need to have your own plans that can also work together with the department. So do you see yourself out of the situation? When and how? Thank you, Chair.
Let's get the responses, please.
No, thank you very much, Chair. I think I will try to respond to a few questions. Then I will also, through you, Chair, ask that the speaker also intervenes as well as the officials. The first question that to respond to, Chair, is that the collection rate of Kopanong, it was actually 9%. And ever since we tried to change the strategy, we raised it to 36%. So it's not actually 20%. And then on the equitable share issue, Chair, is that yes, I am part of the municipalities that the equitable share will be withheld according to Section 217 of the Constitution. And in the withholding of such, Chairperson, is that in the last two equitable shares that we received, it was the same issue, but then the agreement was that the minister will release only a tranche that pays the creditors that you owe. For an example, if the agreement to pay Valwater is 2 million, I get the 2 million from National Treasury, I pay Val Central Board, and then the other tranche get released to the municipality. And then on the issue of EHPs and the Betuli issue, I must indicate, Chair, is that even on the Betuli issue, through the council resolution and our internal officials, is that we have taken a decision that the PMU department must go and investigate the infrastructure development of Betuli as a whole town. The crisis of sewage spillages in Betuli, according to our own analysis, it is a crisis which is human-made on the basis that the underground infrastructure development for many years was not done via the specifications that a contractor needs to comply with. For an example, if a pipe is 500 millimeters, the contractor will put in 200 millimeters. Now with the growth of the community, it creates a backlog and spillages and so on. Now we said that our PMU should go and investigate it and also try to relate the matter to our departments that are assisting us. Now on the question that the EHP gave us certificates, I don't think, where I'm seated, I do not have the information that they've given us, but I can guarantee you, Chair, that we did not receive any of those certificates. So what we know, the EHP focus from the Xhariep district municipality, it's strictly on our local shops. They don't enter into that space as required. And then on the issue of how many employees do we have, Chair, is that we have 450 employees, which is way too much. And that is why the bill is so high. The employees are so much, Chairperson, that even the person who's driving from me, I took from them. Even the person who's my security, I took from them because you can't hire anymore. It is just too high. And then on the issue of the sustainability of the municipality, as well as the behavioral patterns, I think those are invitation for political debates because they are much more intent with the colonial history of our country. But we must indicate, Chair, that through the Municipal Systems Act, Chapter 4 of it, around community participation, is that we are trying to draw on different races, different classes into the discussion on how we can deal with the issues of the municipality. We have what you call your rate payers association, which collects rates amongst the white communities, and they keep the amount to them. But in the discussions with them, but in the discussions between us and them is that the fear of them that the municipality won't be utilized for service delivery issues. It is the agreement that the same money that we collect would need to reinvest it back and extend it to a community-based outcome and not only a sectoral outcome. And on the late submission of our AFSs, Chairperson, I must indicate that it is indeed true the Auditor General did raise the late submission of our annual financial statement last year, and we managed to submit only in November 2024. And we did indicate to the AG that, and we are also under oath, Chair, committing to this collective that by the 15th of August this year, we will be submitting a draft of our AFS, because the causes of last year have been resolved by the fact that we now have officials that deals with the internal matters or internal affairs of the municipality. I think I have tried to answer as much as I can, and there is a question around pensions. I think the question around pensions is that what we do when there is a situation where workers need to go on pension. We are through engagements with them. If, for an example, 10 of them needs to go on pension December, we are engaging with them that you can't go all 10 of you. We can only afford 5 of you. Then the 5 of you will afford them perhaps maybe next year, because the danger is that once they go to pension, their salary is going to stop, and their household or the livelihood where they stay, it is also going to be a problem for them. And then there is a question of demarcation. It is indeed true, Chair, that the municipality is under a process of demarcation. Currently, the municipality has got 9 towns. The demarcation is going to share the municipality into 2 municipalities with the separation of the 9 towns. You have 5 this side and 4 this side. And the question of the sustainability of the municipality, in my own view, which might also be a political debate, Chair, is that with attraction to invest in the rural area, the sustainability of the municipality can then become a question of reality. Now, what we also have done as a municipality was that you'd need to look outside what government gives you for the sustainability of the municipality. One of it is that the exploration of the rich land that we do have, and some of this land is owned by us as a municipality. 2 is that the possibilities of an industrial area in the municipality through mining, which is not yet explored. Perhaps maybe if Parliament were to intervene in the municipality, would be to send research capacity and do the correct analysis of the municipality. Lastly, it is that the municipality, in terms of its sun radiation, is the fact that it is number 2 in the country after Northern Cape, where you can be able to invest in your solar farm and be able to explore that particular economy and create employment, or your human capital to be employed, so that they must be able to work and be able to pay for services. But these are long-term solutions, but in the immediate, the solutions are on our basic services that we need to give our communities. And as things are, Chair, I think I have tried to elaborate as much as I can on those particular questions that were asked. If there is anything left out, Chairperson, like I indicated to you, I am with a collective. They might want to have a bite. Thank you, Chair.
Now, just talk a little bit about the rate setup being withheld. How much money is involved, and is there a court case that has ruled that such ratepayers can hold the money, and what is your relationship, and where does the money ultimately go?
No, thank you very much, Chair. No, Chair, in this regard, there is no court case. But what the legislation also does not allow, Chair, is that the ratepayers association themselves cannot take that responsibility. But what is happening currently, Chair, is that there are engagements between ourselves as well as the Ratepayers Association. There is a Ratepayers Association in an area known as Xhariep Dam. That Ratepayers Association, as we speak, Chair, has got over 3 million in its coffers. And what they've done is to take the money and put it into a registered trust, but they can't utilize it. And in the engagement, it is that we need to find common ground as to if we utilize it, for what purpose would it be. Now the suggestion, Chair, is that you take the Ratepayers Association money, vis-a-vis engagement with Treasury and yourself, you reinvest it back into what we call your smart prepaid meters, so that particular meters in themselves can allow the communities to buy water, to have access to water 100%. Now, as we speak, the very same community, it is struggling to get water, and they claim that they are paying the municipality, which in turn the money is not reinvested back to those basic services. So those are the engagements that are there. For now, Chair, what I can confirm is that the engagement are positive, and once they are positive, we believe as a leadership that ultimately will yield positive results. But I must also say, Chair, the matter is not in court or in any sub judice, but the matter is still in the bilaterals that we are having. Thank you.
Okay, let's get the next question. Wait. Oh, it's all right, we'll come back. Let me just let these members to come through.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it is worth starting with commending the Chairman, the Mayor, really for brutal frankness, which is what we are trying to encourage, which helps us a lot. I just think, Chair, if you look at the municipalities that we have listened to today, and even the reports of the ones who are going to hear, it's like you've heard one, you've heard them all. And I just think that it makes you ask the question, how does the province sustain? Because the province is formed of municipalities. But anyway, I think that the one which was touched on of the pension, which it is alluded to, that when they are leaving, then they ask them, they tell them we can't, which means now they dictate to these people that because it suits us, you can't go. But my question before he said that was to ask, do they negotiate on this thing of pensions, or they inform? Because this question has been coming up throughout the day. Did the employees know? So in this case, in your case, you can't answer for others. Do you negotiate them besides when they are going away, or you just inform them that, by the way, we are clawing into the pension? Because I think there's a big difference there. Then, Chair, with the time that you've allocated, I just wanted to find out, he has requested that Parliament should please help you. I don't know, I did not detect, let alone see any turnaround strategy from your side. Because I think if you ask for something, then you say, this is how far we've tried, please help us reach there. So what are you giving instead? But in particular, with such a situation, there is no turnaround strategy which you tabled here today. It's just a cry in the wilderness. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, next.
Sorry, I wanted to ask also about the mine. Just reminded, sorry, Chair, for that. I think which it touched on, what is it really that being utilized? Because I think it was raised by Honorable Mteto.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to get an update from maybe the Mayor on the intervention that was triggered by the inability of the municipality as a water services authority to carry out the water services mandate as contemplated in terms of the Water Services Act of 1997. I think it goes back to what Babu Sheng is saying. What is your turnaround strategy in addressing the issues that triggered the intervention to make sure that people are getting their basic right, which is access to water? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor, how long have you been the mayor now of the municipality? Okay,
You
I'm
want,
just
you want to leave that and go to the next question?
No, it's not my question. I just wanted to know that you can answer that. I just want to say, if I think my colleague said it when we look at one of you, it's like, it's the same problem, it's a common thread. And given your history of financial mismanagement, non-payment of employees, your municipal workers' retirement fund, there's a few questions that one needs to ask, and that you've mentioned the problem, but you haven't actually given us the detail. I want to know what percentage of your budget is your salary bill. That is one of the things I want to ask. Then I want to know from 2016 to date, can you give us a breakdown of how many court orders the Municipal Workers Retirement Fund has obtained against you as the municipality for arrear pension contributions? And then also the costs, the legal costs involved for you as the municipality thus far that you had to cover following all of these cases. What does that cost? And then can you give us a breakdown of your total amount that you owe your debtors up to date? What is that debt for, and for how long has this been due? And then the last one is Honorable Van Zyl mentioned this, the attachments. Are there currently any judicial attachments on your bank accounts? And if so, can you give us the details of that? And in whose favor the attachment is, and the amounts attached, and the reasons for the attachments to, as well, if you possibly, the court case numbers. Thank you.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I want to ask a few questions as well. I want to ask Mayor, who prepares your financial statements? I learned that you are committing to the date of the 15th this year. I'm not sure if you have a new consultant that's going to make sure that you have financials at that time. Who has been preparing your financials, because you haven't been sending financials on time? Two, you've been getting disclaimers, and that is not correct. We must say it as it is. You can say you are coming from a qualified opinion. You are coming from a disclaimer to a qualified opinion. Still, that's not acceptable. That is still wrong. I was looking at your slide 8.4, UIFWE. On fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we're looking at about almost 100 million that is going there. That is new fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the current year. And then if you are sitting with so much creditors and you have so much fruitless and wasteful expenditure, then it looks like we are putting money in a black hole and we are really not making any progress. And this is a serious and a huge MR that's going to come with AG. You are not making any progress. As I close, you say you have a functional audit committee, you have a functional MPEG. I want to put to you, Mayor, that those two are not functional with these results on audits. They are not functional. You are not investigating any of these amounts. The irregular expenditure is sitting at 700 million. It has not have been investigated, but you are saying you have a functional MPEG. That is contrary to what we see here on your financials. So please take us into confidence with that. Thank you so much.
Thanks as well. No, I think as well I'll be very short. One, we must acknowledge that, at least you acknowledge that you have a problem. They say that the first step of fixing a problem is for you to first know that you have a problem. Now, I want, my colleagues would have partially covered me on many of my questions that I wanted to ask. But my first question would be that, do you have a turnaround strategy of how you recover financially in this municipality? if you do, is it documented? Does it have its implementation plan? Together, is it quantified, the costs that are required in order for you to be able to achieve? Secondly, I think Mayor must plea with you. It can't be that the municipality just can't have a website, can't upload Section 75 of the PMFMA after you have approved them. I think such things should not be happening, as well as the issue of performance. Performance information is very simple to prepare. I really don't get it why in 2023 you had problems around that. And the late submission of AFS, we are pleading with you, please can you submit in time? Thank you.
Yes, Director.
Thank you, Chair. I must say that Kopanong is one of the few municipalities that can confidently say the intervention is working. In most municipalities where we go to, they will tell you that the intervention is not working. And Chair, looking at the municipality is technically bankrupt with a huge debt, and it seems like there's no scope of recovery. So I want to check with municipalities if they do have financial recovery plan in place, and whether is it that plan working. And secondly, what are the possibilities of alternative revenue generation strategies to enhance their revenue collection? Lastly, Chair, there was a time where there was a disaster, a mining disaster in that particular municipality, and I know that most of the executive did went to that particular municipality. Can they also take us along if there was no intervention plan from the national government with regard to their municipality in terms of the economic development and also other?
Thank you, Chair. I will answer one or two of the questions that were posed, in particular the one that deals with our identity, whether is it relevant for us to still exist. Chairperson, in appreciation of the intervention invoked under Section 1391B, as read with Section 63, I have been advocating this matter, I think, for the past two ProPECs that we attended, to say I believe that the intervention seeks to achieve a certain objective, which is to assist the municipality. My problem, Chair, is with Section 63, it's mute because it does not really assist the municipality. In fact, Treasury has now become a debt collector on behalf of third parties by invoking certain provisions which the Constitution allows. But Chair, Section 64 would have been more relevant in this instance. Section 64 would be more relevant if we all listen to the cries of this municipality to say it is technically bankrupt. But then Parliament invokes a section that does not assist the process. If you read 64, it gives the minister the powers to solicit funding from Parliament or NGOs or other companies to come and assist with the water crisis. As we speak, communities still don't have water. And the relevancy of Section 33 would then be why are we here if there is no. And the recourse thereof, Chair, would find that if you read subsection 7, it gives the NCOP the responsibility to review whether this provision of 63 does it assist the process. It doesn't, Chair. And we have requested that there should be a review on the 63 and rather invoke Section 64. And the minister can then therefore further invoke Section 66 to regulate whether the money will be properly spent if there is such financial injection in this municipality. If you check the assets and liability of the municipality, our liabilities exceeds our assets by far. I mean 100%. If this was a private business, it would have been insolvent. Now, Chair, if you ask me that why should we still exist, the answer is yes. If we can reconsider the DORA allocation, I think there is need for that because it does not assist poor municipalities. In fact, based on the demographics, the bigger cities get more of the chunk than the poorer municipalities. And in conclusion, Chair, why we should not be dissolved is that province owes us 36 million rand and national owes us 16 million rand. That's more or less 50 million rand that can cover for 6 months of salaries. And if that would have been assisted, I think the recovery plan that we have will begin to make financial sense, Chair. Thank you.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. I would like to add on what are we doing as a municipality. What we started with the data cleansing, and we've been assisted by Cogta as well to cleanse our data. We've done it through our billing. We now from beginning August we'll be sending accounts where everyone gets account. And what we also did now, we also looked at our valuation role in terms of the completeness of the valuation role, and we started doing the reconciliation on a monthly basis, where we see where are the issues. Are we billing our customers correctly, or are we not billing our customers correctly? And then what we then did, because it goes in terms of us getting money as a municipality, people must also be satisfied with their service delivery. We've entered into an agreement with CUT where they'll be assisting us with part of the service delivery, where they'll be doing the roads of the municipality and other issues regarding the water that they'll be assisting the municipality with. We've also went out on a tender, because also you all know that we don't get grants for everything. It's limited to certain projects. So what we then do as a municipality, at our strategy, we advertise to say we're looking for investors that can come and firstly maybe source funding on behalf of the municipality on the LED that can come for the economic economic issues at the municipality, because we know that our municipality is actually very rich in terms of the economy. It's just that we need investors to come at the municipality. By doing that, the people will get jobs, the people will be able to pay their debts. So that's what we're doing with the turnaround strategy. So far, we've had different people that are willing to come to the municipality to assist the municipality, to invest in the municipality. So if we given a chance, then there'll be the municipality will improve. And in another issue, we also want to do the prepaid water meters, because that we feel that when we do the prepaid water meters, first of all, with Val Central, they said if you put in the prepaid water meters, will then increase the water level in your taps. By doing that, people will be satisfied, will come and pay the municipality, because now they'll be satisfied that they're getting basic services. So we do have 10-hour strategy in place. Thank you very much.
Chair, just want to confirm the issue of the EHP Xhariep district. The last time we got a correspondence or a directive, it was sometime in March, but it was not in Betuli, it was in Edinburgh, around the issue of E. coli, not the sewer, E. coli in drinking water, not the sewer challenges. And maybe just to mention the issue of spillages in Betuli, we were quite aware of. I know that there's in Kruger and Hospital Street where there are challenges, as well as the bulk line that goes to the wastewater treatment plant. But just want to mention that that kind of infrastructure, as Mayor has indicated, we have done an assessment, and just for reticulation as well as upgrading of those wastewater treatment, the pump station, we are anticipating that the business plan that we have costed is around 30 million that we need just to look at those issues. And they will be continuing, because when you look at the infrastructure, they usually say we adopted this infrastructure from the prior government, and now as the population is increasing, meaning that we're putting more pressure into the current infrastructure that is already fragile. We're talking of asbestos, and when we talk about asbestos and clay pipes, we mean that there's no more material in the market, meaning that if asbestos bursts today, it means that our process controllers or our plumbers, they have to use even the rubbers just to make something, that particular thing, to work for that particular time. But it is not guaranteed, because it's not something that we can say it will work for a very long time, more especially in this time of winter, where where the pipe it will construct and it's not fragile or it's not flexible like the PVC, we're getting a lot of challenges. But it's something that the municipality is working on. And when you look into Betuli, in the past 3 financial years, the municipality has been investing in the issues of sewer. There's upgrades that were done and the pipeline that were done. However, we need to look into the holistic infrastructure of Betuli as a whole and make a plan thereon. But it's not something that we can go and patch there. I know that last financial year, Cogta assisted us with about 4.7, and the prior year we spent about 9 million on the particular infrastructure. But really, it doesn't help us up until we do the holistic planning and be funded. But the challenge is, it is funding. If you look at Lipoi Primary, just next to the primary school, there is a pump station adjacent, just here. And now you understand when there's a spillage, what is really happening with the livelihood of our young kids that are in the primary. We're planning of removing that particular pump station and put it right lower at the lower side. And when you put it at the lower side, another challenge again is the issue of environmental impact, whereby now the Orange River is right next to the particular thing. Now you have to come with more engineering planning and see how can we really put that into rest. But yeah, there are challenges in Betula, I must say. We're looking, we actually need support in order for us to win this battle. Thank you.
Okay, let's get the questions. All right, we start with Deputy Speaker. We go 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Mine is directed at the CFO. So I'm going to go back to the question that was raised on the revenue collection. So I would want to know, one, what could be the institutional weaknesses that exist in your revenue department? Is it an issue of capacity? Or is it an issue of skills gap? Is it an issue of poor leadership? Or is it an issue of a systems challenge? 2, has the CFO conducted any recent internal audit reviews? And the last one has already been covered in terms of measurable interventions that are in place to increase your revenue collection from 20%. Those are my 3 questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to understand, Chair, was it part of the plan for a recovery plan when the municipality took a decision to move from Sentlek as the electricity distributor to a company? I think it's listed what Africa. Yes, is that company accredited? Does it has accreditation to distribute electricity, and which infrastructure is it using? Is it using Sentlek infrastructure, and how much is it paying to use that particular infrastructure? And if you do the comparison between the Sentlek cost of the electricity per unit and what that company is offering, what is the difference? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it has been asked, but it hasn't been properly answered. Is there a financial recovery plan in place for Kopanong? Who drafted it? What is the deliverables? When was it drafted? By whom was it drafted? And then I note that the Vaal Central water has or the Vaal Central debt has been cut by 700 million, which is then, well, it's a large amount. What is the current creditors now? Because with the Vaal Central water, it was at some stage about 900 million, plus the other creditors, it was over R1 billion. What is the current creditors now? And noting that Vaal Central has now cut that 700 million, will the water articulation be increased in Kopanong to the various towns? And what is also the current account? Because I note you say your payment arrangement says you must pay your current account. And then I'm concerned a bit in terms of Kopanong splitting into 2, FS 162 and FS 164. What will transpire to that? Well, it's no longer 1 billion, it's now much less. So let's say it's 500 million debt. Will it be split between the 2 municipalities? Perhaps Cogta can come in here. What will transpire? Will the old Kopanong keep the 500 million debt and the new one have a clean slate? That's perhaps a question yes, but then I think most importantly is the FRP. Who drafted that? Where is it? Yes, thank you, Chair.
Last question.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure who's going to answer this. Have the senior managerial posts been filled? And if so, could you provide the credentials of the newly appointed staff? Then, does your municipality have a bulk ESCOM and water board meters to measure the actual supply given to the municipality so that you can actually see how much you're buying compared to what you're actually giving out? And then what progress has been done on the serious sewage leakages in Tromsburg? To my knowledge, this was funded by the MIG. So is the upgrading of the pipe and the pump station continuing, or has it been halted? If halted, what are the reasons for the stoppages? What specific work has been completed to date, and what is still outstanding? What are the key challenges in completing the upgrade? And is the department aware of the sewage leakage experienced in the main line, causing large amount of raw sewage to flow in the adjacent Fontaine Street with the environment and adjacent freshwater stream? And then last question, which is maybe a rhetorical question, Chair, geographically speaking, if we dissolve Kopanong and Letsimeng, who will we join them up with? Because as Tokologo on the other side is also distressed and currently under intervention.
Good you asked who must answer that, because it doesn't look like any of us can answer. We just, I think, have the common sentiment about it. So let's get your comments, responses.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to answer the one with regard to billing. The municipality has a history with the system. They had a problem with the system. They had to do a catch-up plan. Only now in March they managed to be up to date and submit their Section 71 strings at Treasury. I wouldn't say. I would say both, but now that Treasury is also assisting us in terms, the system was a problem, but now it's not a problem anymore. We are up to date now, and then in terms of skills, I would say that we need just a training, a bit of training, because we do have data collectors. So we did, we organized a training. We're going to organize a training for them so that they can be trained on how to do the debt collection. In terms of the audit, the audit part, as you all know that the municipality managed to submit financial statements only in November, of which the AEG completed their audit on the 24th of April. The formal audit report was only received in June 2025. After that, we did an audit action plan. We have an audit steering committee that sits every week, twice a week. The other one, we sit twice a week where we see the information that is still outstanding. We also submit on the Treasury web-based action. Yes, we're currently doing an internal audit where we ensure that we are busy with the prior issues, where we're ensuring that we're clearing all the issues that the AG has raised. We're also in communication with AG. We're having a meeting on the 28th of July, next week Monday, where we'll be discussing the progress on the audit action plan and any issues that we are uncertain of. Yes, we are doing the audit because it's important that when AG comes, we have files already that are there with supporting evidence. In that way, we'll also cut costs from the AG side because it will save time when they request information within 3 days, we'll be able to submit. I'm not sure. In terms of our creditors, we are currently sitting at 541 million after the cut from Val Central, and the monthly debt is 5.8. And what we've noticed after the cut, they've actually given us a detailed statement. We noticed that our major part of, we have water losses, especially in Edenberg and Bethule. So as a municipality, we're also embounding in that, where we will be doing, seeing how do we cap that water loss, because it will actually reduce our monthly account. Thank you.
Chair, on the question that was raised about the split of the municipality. Yes, if you would look at how local government have been structured currently in the country, you find that too many small former town councils have been clouded into one municipality, and for operational reasons, it is too vast, and therefore you cannot really reach out to each and every resident. So the view with the split, which is actually not a split, and that's I think where people miss it, it's an exclusion. If you read the proclamation, it's an exclusion of 4 towns from an existing municipality. So there is no municipality that's being dissolved to create another one. Kopanong remains Kopanong. 4 towns have been excluded to form a new municipality. The smaller the municipality, the better.
That's a split.
It's a split.
Leave that issue. Just go to the principle. You won't get anybody to support you on that. It's a split. You could put it in Afrikaans or in Sesotho. It will come to the same thing.
So there are bilaterals that were supposed to have taken place between the municipality and Cogta in the province. I think it was just the MEC is here, he can then respond, but there are bilaterals that are going to discuss what happens then to the assets and the liabilities, whether the municipality, if it's a new municipality, does it then go together with the debt? Do you split the debt? Now that I'm told that it's a split, we see it as an exclusion. But nonetheless, the fact remains that there are going to be bilaterals between us and the province to discuss the assets and liabilities.
Okay, Mayor, you have a bit of an explanation to give. The mayor of Xhariep was asked a question by the Honorable Van Zyl, who must try and listen to me just now. You will have to listen to me. You were asked the question by the Honorable Van Zyl about the EHP notices in Betuli, and you said no, you haven't had such a notice. And now I'm just trying to understand this. I have a notice here that comes from District Municipality, Tromsburg, and it's a notice that says drinking water boil alert for Edinburgh and Xhariep residents. Xhariep resident. Xhariep. Confusing. This communication serves to alert the residents of Edinburgh and Xhariep on the recent contamination of drinking water supplied by the municipality. Contaminated water can result in illnesses such as diarrhea, cholera, and others. Following techniques can be used to treat water at home. Boil tap water, use 1 teaspoonful of bleach. Please note dehydration from excess loss of body fluids from diarrhea can cause deaths. If you experience the following symptoms, urgently report to the nearby clinic: diarrhea, stomach cramps, etc. The municipality is working tirelessly to put in measures to ensure the quality of water is improved and will keep the community updated. We would like to apologize for the community for the inconvenience. Yours in development, Ms. L.Y. Muletsane, Municipal Manager. Sorry? There's another one? Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Or this one? Okay. This one? Oh, okay. It hasn't opened. All right. Now this one is coming from Planning and Social Development Department. It's a long notice. Basically, it talks about the purpose is to report on sewage spillage in Betuli and Tromsburg, Kopanong local municipality. Background: sewage spillage refers to the unintended release of untreated wastewater into environment, often due to infrastructure failure, extreme weather events, etc., etc. In terms of Water Services Act 108 of 1997, as the Constitution of as well as the Constitution of South Africa, etc., etc. Discussion: on June 6, Environmental Health Office received a complaint with regards to the sewage spillage in Tromsburg. On 11 of June, a similar complaint was received from Lebetuli. The HPs attended to the complaint. Result of the investigation: Kopanong local municipality reported the spillage were due to water restriction imposed by the Val Central Water Board, which is the result of low pressure in the pumps. Then technical challenges with regard to aging infrastructure, lack of infrastructure maintenance, and lots of photos. Legal implication: Water Services Act number 108 of 1997, National Environmental Management Act 1998, Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, the South African Human Rights Act, etc., etc. Recommendation: the management takes note that Kopanong local municipality reported that there will be a new project in Betuli and Tromsburg to upgrade water wastewater infrastructure to accommodate the growing population. 2, that the management takes note that the compliance notices were issued to Kopanong local municipality. 3, that the management takes note that the EHP will conduct awareness on proper waste disposal and segregation to prevent the blockages of sewage pipes. Approve: Mr. O.A. Kale, Director Planning and Social Development. From where we sit, we have the notices which we have just denied. I don't necessarily need a response just now. I just thought we need to be aware. I wanted us to try and round up because I have a problem with the time. Now, I have a problem if you want to start the matter. Precisely for that reason, I didn't want to extend it. Now, okay, the closure for this discussion is going to come at 10:30. We can continue.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps I missed it. I just wanted to get a clear answer. The FRP, the Financial Recovery Plan, who drafted that? Is there one in place in Kopanong? Who drafted it? If there's not one, why not? Because I understand one of the deliverables should be that there's the FRP. Earlier in the year, there was a question asked in the NCOP via Cogta. Cogta said the FRP must be created. National Treasury will assist. Later, we asked a question to National Treasury. Treasury said they had never received a request from province to assist with the FRP. So
okay.
I just want to know, is there FRP? Because we have to turn around the ship, but there must be a plan, an approved financial recovery plan. It's fine doing things, but there must be a plan.
Okay, that's now a debate. You are just supposed to ask the question. All right.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if the team has forgotten to answer the question that I posed, or did they capture or not. 'Cause
what's the question?
the question was that, Chair, was the decision to take out Sentlek as the electricity distributor and appoint Lesedi to Africa as part of the financial performance or improvement plan? And if so, what then becomes then? Which infrastructure is Lesedi to Africa is it using? for
Okay,
Sentlek?
okay.
Yes.
All right, let's get the responses to these two questions. These two questions.
Okay, maybe if I should start with the issue of Sentlek. The contract between, let's say, between Kopanong and Sentlek was actually terminated in September 2023, where we got a notice of termination by the entity. And in our contract, it is mentioned that whosoever between Kopanong and Sentlek who wishes to end the relationship, he has a period of 6 months that he has to give to one party. So that's where it started. Then the council sat and tried to have an extension into this regard, because at that particular time the municipality was facing the elections when the 6 months was ended, because it was around March when the 6 months was ended. Then the municipal council said that let us rather extend this contract up until the end of another 12 months. Then at that particular time, we had Sentlek for some time, and then the council then appointed Lesedi to Africa. Then the plan onto this, it was to have a smooth transition between the two entities, where the municipality, as well as the leadership of the municipality, the mayor was there, the speaker was there. We had engagements whereby we were saying, how can we then work together henceforth, wherever the transition could be a little bit smoother. But yeah, that's where the relationship started. But eventually, Lesedi to Africa took over from Sentlek, and then the relationship with Lesedi to Africa, it has started to be a little bit, the relationship between Kopanong and Sentlek, it is okay. It's just that when they started, they couldn't understand the infrastructure to the fullest, and then there were a lot of challenges in the infrastructure. Remember, in Rittersberg, I had various calls. In Betula, I have various calls relating to this, most of the towns. But now, as it goes, the supply, it went better and better. And as we speak now, we no longer had challenges that much. And then the maintenance that was done over the 2 years that they have been there, they had to really do a lot of maintenance into the infrastructure. That's why now we no longer having a lot of cuts. I know that in Forest Smith there are a lot of maintenance that was done of substations, as well as Rittersberg, as well as Tromsberg. Yeah, that's basically that. And the infrastructure that is being utilized there is the infrastructure of the municipality. As you would know, when the Department of Energy
try and round it up. I think the essential part of the question has been dealt with.
Okay.
The next one is the FRP.
And I would like to confirm that the municipality does not have an FRP. Thank you. Initial recovery plan, we do not have.
Okay, seeing that you are considering how to deal with this, I'm going to request that we close this meeting. We're going to have to wait a little bit. I'm going to ask my colleague to take on the next team, then we'll come and finalize some of these issues. But I've got to just ask to be excused to do a scheduled interview. I think the key issues that are being raised here relate to the huge problem of an unsustainable municipality, huge debts, poor rate base, and the question of the FRP is being asked, and the diversion of retirement funds and the rescheduling of retirement dates and all of that becomes quite a challenge now that the ESCOM issues withholding of the equitable share. So these big issues are big. They are obviously beyond what the municipality itself can do. It will now call on the provincial government as well as national government to participate in this. There are also the issues of the functionality of the municipality, starting with the issue of the MPEC, internal audits and audit committees, and these again are things that need to be given attention. With the preparation of the AFS, I had the categorical statement, but from where we sit, we're not quite comfortable with that issue. And that the Auditor General has said, looking at all of this, he says they say that the risk of regression is very high. To go back to disclaimer, it's very, very high. I think all of us here are not we don't need to be convinced with that. We can see that as a major issue. And of course, the other issues relating to the split, we really don't support the split. We think it doesn't really help. It's going to make things worse. And it doesn't matter how we put it. So that for us would be a matter of concern. And then, of course, the issue that was raised now, we're going to have to deal with it offline, the issue of your notices. It's a matter that's been serious. It's been raised by 3 members here. And of course, we have now got confirmation of what we're talking about. In fact, we have actually sent a message to call the mayor back to say, what is this that they told us? And then they've sent us all this information because we wanted now to know who must we discuss this whole question with. So I want to leave it at that for now. I think at the end of it, our biggest problem here is a bigger challenge that we must deal with as parliamentarians, unsustainable municipalities. Whatever you want to say about them, the revenue base, their ability to manage their systems, their ability to manage their debts, all of these issues are beyond what the municipality can do. So it does require that we must have a focused discussion at the provincial and national level. I want us to hold it at that and request that we get the next team to come in, and that's Muhukari. Let me just be excused at this point. Honorable Direko is going to chair when we deal with the Muhukari as the next municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, we'll now start with Mohokare. Colleagues from Mohokare, can you please come forth? Mohokare, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, let me also step on the protocol observed. Let me start by introducing myself. First, my name is Councillor Tebo Muchachepa, the new mayor
My
of...
apologies, Councillor. Honorable members, can we please allow the Councillor to do the presentation? Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Councillor Tebo Muchachepa, the new mayor who just got in on the position. On my left, I have the Honorable Speaker. I must indicate that she's also new. It's Menzwaki Mukati. On my right-hand side, I've got the acting MM, who is actually seconded from the province Cogta to Mohokare recently. And then the far left, I've got the acting CFO. He's also seconded from the Cogta. Honorable Chair, let me also indicate to the collective and appreciate the fact that we are given this opportunity to come and actually present in front of the Parliament. Honorable Chair, we got into work under very difficult circumstances, I must say, whereby as per our report we indicated that when we got into office we were from the industrial strike that was actually confronted the municipality for quite too long, with the issues of our workers which were not actually properly attended, I will say so. But if you check to our presentation, Honorable Chair, for the financial year 2021-22, we obtained a qualified opinion. From there, 23-24, we obtained a disclaimer, which then raised very serious concerns. But for the past few weeks, I must say, because we have ascended the office on the 26th myself, the Speaker is just recently, we've been back and forth in terms of trying to stabilize and getting all the employers and the employees actually back to work so that we can start functioning as the municipality and provide the services as actually supposed to be provided in terms of the legislation. From there, I will step down and give the acting MM just quickly to deal with the 4 issues that were actually raised by Auditor General in line with our municipalities. We tried our level best that we answer direct to the question, and we also provided a proof of evidence on some of the matters that we'll be raising. so that we don't come and deceive the parliament. Thank you very much. Acting Member.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Like the mayor have indicated, one of the key issues was around the issue of the late submission of the annual financial statement. As the municipality, we acknowledge and agreed with AGSA about that challenge, that actually it did happen that the municipality didn't submit as per the legislated time frame. One of the key issues, honorable members, is that the municipality of Mokar has not been stable administratively since 2022. One of the issues is that immediately the council that came in 2021, the most issues that they've dealt with is the suspension of senior managers. And immediately after that, those suspensions, they never came to board to make sure that there are speedy processes that are taken to finalize all those cases. One, it was the CFO suspension, which took more than 2 years being suspended, with people acting on 3 months basis and going, and others resigning in the municipality. While the situation was still bad, there was also a suspension of the municipal manager in 2023. The municipal manager who never even served for a period of 10 months. His matter was challenged, it was a court matter, and eventually the council suspended him, of which the same matter of case being prolonged, it happened. And the MM was finally terminated. That administrative instability, the municipality could not, because there was no senior officials who were tasked and accountable to deal with the issue of the submission of the AFS. The municipality was eventually left with accountants. I want to be just clear on that. Accountants who are not even at the senior management level or middle management level, who were left wanting. There were interventions that came from National Treasury in 2023, around November, immediately after the AFS that were not of quality were submitted to the AGSA. The CFO, seconded by the Treasury, only took about 3 months with the municipality, to an extent that the AFS for that financial year were only submitted late, and after submitted late, AG only was able to conclude its audit report in March, which means about 3 months, as it was supposed to have submitted in December. AGSA have to also leave sight of the municipality because of the instability, both politically and administratively. Offices were closed. They couldn't finish their audit in time. They had to leave site. The only time that they came back, it was in January to finalize the audit. And that has impacted negatively to the municipality. But not everything was lost. Cogta then sent a delegation or seconded a CFO to try to deal with those issues of the municipality, more especially in the finance department, so that eventually there are AFSs that are coming in. But that process also, it had its own challenges, in that the CFO couldn't give out the AFS in time because he only arrived in the municipality in July, while it was supposed, the AFS was supposed to be presented in August. He had only a month to prepare the AFS. What we did in the municipality is to request proactively, so the Auditor General and also Provincial Treasury and Cogta about The late submission that will happen, those late submission happened in October. That was 2 months after the due date. Those AFS, because of the lack of leadership in the administration and in the political, they didn't produce quality, because it was only in April this year, 2025, when AGSA was presenting the report. It was like, let me call it was a mess in a simple English word, what happened. But we are saying as the municipality, there is a remedial action to deal with that. Currently, all the positions of senior management of the CFO have been advertised. It's closed yesterday. The director, community services, it was advertised, it has closed. Currently, at least we have the corporate service director, which means all matters that need senior management to intervene will be done as a matter of urgency. Also, at the political front, we are happy about what intervention has happened, that there is a new leadership in the political space, in the political sphere of Mohokar local municipality, who just started now in late May and June respectively. And we believe that they will
You
stay
are,
at this
sorry to interject in that, you are left with 1 minute.
Okay. On the issue of the unspent conditional grants, the municipality over the years, to be honest, they've been using the money allocated for conditional grants for payment of salaries. That has crippled both service delivery on issues that the community have been raising in Mohokari. As we stand now, the municipality from last year, we have been paying over the money that was utilized for unconditional grants back to provincial, to national treasury. That's one of the issues that make it more difficult for the new administration and the political leadership to survive on, because all the time when equitable share comes in, a particular millions must be diverted to pay back the legacy matters of projects that started around 2010, 2011. That we have decided as both political and administrative that we need to complete this project as a matter of urgency, and recovery must happen to those who did not do what they were supposed to do. I'll gladly indicate that, more especially in the project of Ruve. And
As you wrap up, your time is up.
all right. In the projects that are unfinished, there is a company that have committed that they will pay back the money that they were supposed to have implemented the project with. I've received their correspondence immediately, and now immediately when AGSA raised a material irregularity around that project, we took the matter to our legal department, legal service, to indicate that we, as much as whatever happened, the money can be taken by Treasury. Our issue is that the projects must be finished, and those who have misused the money must pay back that money. I think that will be that, Chairperson.
Thank you. I'm now going to allow honorable members for clarity-seeking questions. If you have. So the approach that we are going to use, because I've realized that during the previous presentation there were some questions that were not answered. So we are going back to the initial approach whereby you ask a question, you get a response, and then we go to the next member. So we'll start with Honorable Fanzay, then we'll go this way.
Thank you, Honourable Director. So again, the equitable share question, have you written back to the Minister of Finance regarding the withholding of your equitable grant, equitable share? Because I see that you also owe the retirement funds 150 million rand. Again, this is people's lives. I don't know, it's very shameful. I don't know how people do this. So I want some clarity on that. Then what percentage, shall we answer that one first? I think, yeah. What's happened with that?
You can ask your questions,
All of them,
and then they will
okay.
respond once
And
you are
then, what percentage do you spend on salaries? Because you said you've been using the conditional grants, which is very illegal, by the way. I don't know how provinces let that slip by, to pay for salaries, which means it's quite skewed, the priorities. What is your collection rate? That is the next one. And then, when is the last time that you spent your conditional grant on salaries versus actually spending it on infrastructure? Because we know I drive through Rouville, Smithfield every week on my way to the airport to go to Parliament. So I know the situation of these communities, and it's in dire need of infrastructure. So if I can just have that answer.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I will answer on the issue of the National Treasury, the issue of the equitable share. Indeed, we answered to National Treasury, Honourable Member. We did make submission as per required. They actually released a portion last week, Thursday, so that we pay over the third parties that we made payment arrangements immediately. I think just 5 minutes after it arrived, the money in the account of the municipality, we paid over. We were expecting another tranche today. When we were communicating with them, they indicated possibly by 2 o'clock, but this far they haven't released the money. I've checked with the CFO, and successfully so I must indicate that we were able to pay salaries for the past 2 months since we ascended the office with the little revenue collection that we are making. So I will give others to the CFO to speak on them.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Majoro, can you please also note that you are having 2 minutes to respond to all the questions asked per member.
Okay, no, thank you, Mayor and honourable members. Good evening. On salaries, the percentage is sitting at 61%, and the collection rate is sitting at 9%. We have done an assessment as the municipality to check what could have been an issue, and we realized that over the past 5 years, the percentage has started to decline, but there was a year where the percentage was sitting at about 20-25%. And when we investigated, we realized that there were other revenue streams that this municipality, Mohokare, was embarking on, which eventually fell flat. An example, Mohokare municipality had a traffic management system as part of revenue projection, but that system has fell flat. But as we have discussed with Mayor and MM, we are in the process of reigniting that process again, so that we improve our revenue collection. And then on grants, last year it happened that our account was attached by a certain pension fund, municipal workers pension fund. Now when they attached the account, they were looking to receive 13 million. And the 13 million included own revenue, and it also included part of conditional grants, which of course it went to the pension fund instead of going to the project that it was intended to. Thank you.
Thank you. When your staff establishment salary bill is at 60%, it means that you don't have money for operational cost, which means that your service delivery will suffer. We'll then go to the next member, Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the team from Mohokare. I don't have much, Chair. It's the same thing as the previous few municipalities. Here I just wanted to ask, besides paying the salaries, what else is this municipality doing? Because I'm gathering that bulk of these municipalities, all they seem to be worried about is paying salaries. What else are they doing in terms of service delivery? Is there anything happening there? Because we hear them speaking about salaries as if the only mandate of a municipality is to pay salaries. What about all the other functions of a municipality. How far, what's going on there? And I think the Premier is still here. I think at some stage the elephant in the room here will be, when do we begin to discuss the role the provincial or the political leadership is playing or has played to date in the dysfunction of these municipalities? Because the political leadership at province and at these municipalities at some stage has to account. There's no way that a provincial leadership will look at deteriorating municipalities and not do anything to a point where municipalities get to the stage. I'm not here trying to posture politically. I know that it's a very touchy subject and it's not a subject that a lot of people want to discuss, especially on this platform. But I think maybe at some stage the Premier, I would like her to indulge us and tell us, over the past couple of years, what happened? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Majoro?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, let me go direct to an answer. The reason I provided actually the background that we are from the 3 months kind of, industrial strike with workers, staying away, not operating properly. Amongst other issues is issues that they were affecting the workers, your third parties, and other necessities. We engaged. I've just ascended the office on the 26th. This whole period we've been engaging workers to try to speak to them the realities that we are confronted with as the municipality, to say, can we get back to work so that we start to address these issues, because it doesn't assist that we are not fully going back to work, we are unable to actually service our communities, and ultimately they won't be able to pay services, and we are not going to be able to get revenue in that regard. But what other things that are actually happening? The municipality is functioning, Honorable Member. We are collecting revenue. We are providing water services. We are attending to complaints. There are critical issues of the sewers and water leaks, whereby we are losing a lot of water in line with water leaks. Then it costs us to procure more chemical, meaning it costs us more spend. So we are attending to those. We are providing services. But indeed, our services are interrupted in between due to part of aging infrastructure, amongst many other things, and we are attending to them. We also want to work towards issue of working on the turnaround time in terms of attending the complaints, because the more we delay in terms of attending to them, it impacts on bad impression in terms of the municipalities, and it's one of the things that actually communities are raising on our interactions. We've been interacting with communities. They've been raising a number of things. We are actually trying our level best to see that we actually meet them halfway and ultimately become better on daily basis. So yes, services are there. We are providing services to our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Major. I think at some point we'll also need to look at the bloated organograms in our municipality. And also, how do we deal with municipalities that have long reached the ceiling of staff establishment, whereby when we are expected to be in this particular percentage, you triple that. And in one of our committee meetings, the speaker of Machabeng, who's the president of Salga, when we were looking at the challenges of municipality, he indicated that as much as we are dealing with these systematic challenges, we must also look at the invisible hand that is playing part in municipalities. And explaining that as the external forces who've got power over those who are running municipality, who are influencing some of the things that are happening in municipality and ended up having a negative impact in our municipalities. I will then give Honorable Mkalipi.
Thanks very much, Chair. Greetings, Mayor and the team. You just mentioned when you introduced yourself that you just elected in the office with your speaker. Maybe just clarify to us when exactly, because when I was just trying to listen to you, you mentioned 26th of this month or what. And then the other thing that you keep on referring to as one of your challenges is that is the labor unrest. The department also said to us one of the challenges, which is governance in nature, is the labor unrest that was taking place in September and October 2023. So is this labor unrest that you are talking about since 2023? 2 years later, we are still facing with the same challenges. There is one. Secondly, I want to understand that before you were elected as a mayor, you were in the system as a councillor before, and what role you were playing? And recently, you and the speaker just been elected. I'm told that someone are saying that you were elected illegally. Can you also clarify that, because there is an allegation that the speaker's signature were forged electronically in that meeting that you were elected. Even the speaker, I'm told that she said she didn't call the meeting, but I need a clarity from your side. You know why I'm going with these questions. If there are people who are also challenging your elections, with this kind of challenges that you are having, it's not going to be very easy to get all people just to solve your problems. Now, as a new team which is fresh, you know, when you just get elected, you have fresh ideas, you have fresh energy, etc., etc. You go there, say, I'm available. When I'm available, I want to ensure that this municipality is going to be what I want to be. So now, as we are here, we send you questions as this portfolio committee to say, please clarify to us. For instance, we ask you the anticipated action to be taken if the preventative actions or targets are missed. No response from you, while you know very well that you are in a very difficult situation. We ask you AG's comment on response. No comment from you. Reason why irregularity or transgression occurred. No response. We ask you consequence management exercise to the transgressors in line with the relevant legislation. Can't just apply names and action because this kind of questions is going to also to assist you to have a turnaround strategy of the municipality. I know that you just said you just got elected, but as a leader, you don't cry. So I want to understand if you are aware about the Roxville 27-kilometer pipeline. I think is a project of some sort. And that pipeline costed 48 million, but it remains unfinished as a project. So just take us through what is the way forward there. And just take us through, because if your employees are also does not have qualifications, they are going to cause you problems, big problems. So just tell us that is your employees have requisite qualifications. And then the last thing.
As you conclude.
Oh, okay. Let me just conclude. Yeah, those are the things that I want to understand. The MPEC. Because one of your problems is the MPEC. Does MPEC sit? When was the last time? Do you have also a disciplinary board? If you do, when was the last time met? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. The Executive Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. We tried by all means to capture all the questions. Quick one. The labor unrest, the one of 2023. No, I was not actually speaking about that. This one started actually in February this year, if I'm not mistaken. In February recently, 2025 this year. But there had been continuous labor unrest in between in the institution. Where I was before, I was a councillor, I was still a councillor in Mohokare before I actually became a man. Actually, I'm serving the second term, I must indicate, coming from the Xhariep district as MMC, responsible for planning and social development. The illegal election, this one, I think, just to answer it direct, is issue of numbers. Mohokare constitute of 13 councillors. And then you will calculate that the quorum is made of 7 councillors. So in that meeting, some members of political party, a certain political party decided not to attend and they caucus and stuff. But the other one apparently joined, and they were not aware that he actually joined the council meeting for the council to proceed. So it's been a popular view that I'm an illegal member, mayor. They raise it in each and every council, and I'm no longer discomfortable with that. We are actually working. So it's maybe it's issue of not understanding the numbers on those honorable members, because it's 7, you correct, then we proceed on that one. Okay, amen.
We need you to go straight to the point. We are left with 5 municipalities.
Thank you, Chair. I'll deal with the one of the 27-kilometer pipeline in Ruvel. It's one of those projects that I've indicated that comes from around 2010. What's currently happening is that the matter is under material irregularity, of which it has been referred even to the Hawks. There is leaders of political parties, councillors, who have even opened a case with the Hawks on the matter. But what we don't leave it as it is as a municipality, because that pipeline, that project is important for the community of Ruvel. We have engaged with the Department of Water and Sanitation for the completion of this project. Also, the Val Central have been brought to the table to complete this project on behalf of the municipality under Schedule 6B allocation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I will answer the issue of the MPEC. The last sitting of the MPEC was on the 15th of July, which is last week. When I ascended the office, I resuscitated the MPEC, the risk office, as well as the disciplinary board, and with the assistance of Provincial Treasury, those committees were all trained. So I would say currently those committees are effective. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Buthelezi, Dabezita. Honorable Mkalipi.
The form that we will send to you, the responses is no, is red.
Yeah, they will respond to that. Honorable Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I'll sound like a stuck record because once again, I don't see any deliberate turnaround strategy. I don't see financial plan recovery, which has been placed here. Otherwise, this might as well be just crying sessions, where you hear all the problems that are besetting the municipalities. And I think that also what is concerning, Chair, if I may just comment, is that there are so many levels of intervention for all municipalities. It's Salga, it's Cogta, it's the AG, it's the province, it's the Treasury. But you just don't understand when you look at this sorry situation. Now, these are people who have just come in, touching on what my colleague said earlier. They say new broom sweep clean. Unfortunately, they have to answer these questions. I think that what one has just experienced, Chair, just now, but it relates to them and all of them today. They're really like they're all like fire engines. You ask yourself, where is room for service delivery? They are just putting out fires every day. I can't imagine when you arrive in the morning until the end of the day, where would you get time? And then maybe then just to conclude, because you don't have much time, or just on that point of service delivery, I think it's very relevant that we are new. So you need to have a very clear picture of the before and after. I just would like to know what barometer have you used to gauge what your efforts reflect in terms of the delivery in your municipality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Majoro.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. I also want to maybe verify the issue of the form raised by Honorable Mkalipi, but the one that I have and the response that we have sent on page 10 is clearly, it reflects on the financial recovery plan. On page 11, it speaks of a low revenue collection and therefore the initiatives that we have actually undertaken. Part of is the issue of the audit of our electricity usage that we have actually discovered. Very critical on that one. We also identified the challenges with our billing system, which has actually contributed to our low collection of revenue. So we are going to attend to that. So if maybe the honorable member can assist us in terms of the relevant form, but it's in here, or maybe it was not sent.
Thank you, Majoro. The problem is that when we are given a chance to present, you dwell much on the background instead of zooming to those 4 or 5 questions that were sent to the municipality. Hence, the members are asking you about that. What our expectation was that you give us the background and then you dwell more on those questions, because that's the reason why we are here. Thank you. Honorable Matuane.
Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair, I'm sorry to jump like this. I haven't had a response to the questions I asked. Not one.
Thank you, Honorable Matuane. You can ask question when the municipality responds. They will respond to your question and the one of the barometer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check with the new acting municipal manager if he has a history with the municipality. If this is maybe his second stint. If it's his second stint, what were the reasons for his removal? And then also, I want to check if there are any vacancies that have been advertised in the office of the Speaker and the office of the Mayor, and what is the justification if that is the case. And in terms of the 8 million rands paid to Centlec, was there to build a substation? Was there a value for money in that contract or project? I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Executive Mayor and the team. You have 2 questions, including the one of Honorable Buthelezi, where he was asking about the barometer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Reason for my removal. I only knew the reason immediately when I was told to go outside the council, and then told I'll get the letter on my emails so that I can send it back to Cogta. On the letter, it was raised that the municipality does not have resources to keep me in the municipality. One of the substations of electricity, it was a district municipality of Xhariep that was allocated funding through INEP, but like we engaged with them, there was a shortfall in terms of that funding that they received. And what we did as Mohokari, we immediately submitted a business plan for application for funding, so that as Mohokari municipality we can complete that substation in Smithfield, so that the grid is sustainable. It doesn't give problems to the community of Smithfield. That funding has been allocated and approved. We are going to implement that project in the current financial year. By next week, we'll be taking the matter to advert, so that all potential and credible service providers can come and bid for that project. Also, in the same breath, the issue of the 200 electrification of households, we have also included it into that business plan through INEP, so that we complete those households. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I just want to answer the one of the posts in the office of the Speaker and the office of the Mayor. Yes, of course, there are posts that are advertised. I just want to make the Honorable aware that those posts were advertised because the staff that were in both those offices have vacated the offices. There were contracts were aligned with the principal of both offices. So when the principal of the office vacates the office, he vacates together with the staff. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I've just asked the MM to assist me in terms of maybe the barometer, so he assisted me. I think the one that we actually come up with, we have analyzed and understand that continuously, part of our challenges as the council is that a number of things have been, done in disregard of the law, to be honest. The provincial government has been there in terms of assisting us and guiding us on number of issues, and some of things that actually, arises, they emanate from the fact that some of issues that happened, we were long in advance cautioned of. Now, in terms of changing the municipality from the current situation where it is, that municipality is very manageable. It forms of 3 towns, it's 7 wards, it's very manageable. It needs political will, I must say. Number 2, it needs administrative will. We have recently been able to analyze beyond as to what has actually led to issue of low revenue collection. Number 1 is our billing system. It's very simple. The issue of the staff also contributes to that, to say we need staff that has capacity. The MM indicated that in most of the posts, it's actings and actings in those posts. So basically, it's the question that might arise is that, do we close the municipality? No. Does the municipality has the potential to rise? Yes. Hence, I've indicated from the beginning that the only deterioration started at 2020, in terms 2022-2023 financial year. But that municipality has the potential to rise. And currently, we are still even servicing our communities with all those challenges there. Thank you very much. I just hope maybe I've tried to come to the issue of barometer.
Thank you, the Executive Mayor. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Chair, it's one thing to face financial constraints and not have sufficient money, but it's an entirely different and far more critical issue when your council structures are not functional and that there are no clear time frames, there are no clear turnaround times. For instance, I've read that ward committees is not functional, it's not meeting, which means ward councillors are not doing their work, which means the speaker, that's the custodian of council, is not doing his or her work. There is a lot said about remedial action, and it states that you are looking at revenue enhancement strategies, and I knew the new buzzword is just smart meters to enhance revenue. The financial recovery plan, what is the time frame around that? The cost containment policy that is mentioned. These things are mentioned, but attached to it, when you look at it, there are no time frames attached to that, which means we will leave here and we will still have no idea, will it happen in a month, in a week, or 2. Then I want to ask, do you owe the Auditor General any audit fees, outstanding audit fees? If so, what is that amount? And then, Mayor, if you can enlighten us, there is a particular court order in which you as the current mayor are the first respondent. If you can just maybe give a bit of detail for us on that, please.
As you wrap up, Honorable Member.
I'm done, thank you.
The Executive Mayor.
No, thank you, Honorable Member. On financial recovery, I wanted to respond earlier. Yes, Bohokari municipality does not have a financial recovery plan. However, we have a revenue enhancement strategy together with the budget funding plan. Now, these 2 documents then assist us we use them as a baseline to arrive at a financial recovery plan for the municipality. And then, of course, we enjoy the support of Provincial Treasury and Cogta, which we will then request them to assist us to put together a very credible financial recovery plan for implementation. And as for the Auditor General fees, yes, it's now sitting at 12.1 million that we owe to the Auditor General. We have paid, last week we've paid 2 million towards the audit fees. We've entered into the ring fencing agreement with the AG, which we intend to really honor going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. In terms of the ward committees and ward councillors, there's a schedule, that is the schedule of meeting that is being adopted by council with regarding the sitting of the meetings. And in terms of responsibility of the speaker, as we speak currently, in my office, all the litigations towards the municipality are on my table. I'm studying them, and I would like to make a request and appeal to the committee sitting here today to be assisted or to be provided with support of the legal guru, because there are many wrong resolutions that were taken by council that one has to rectify, or the council currently has to rectify and work towards those litigations. And we cannot address the litigations without the assistance or the knowledge of the law guru. We therefore request to be assisted or given the support of the law guru to address those litigations towards the municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. In line with the issue of the court order, yes, I'm aware of the court order, where I was actually cited as a first respondent. It's actually in line with the issue of residential sites in the ward that I'm actually residing in.
Thank you. Honorable Member, can we please allow the Executive Mayor to respond? You are protected, Executive Mayor. Are you done?
Yes, Honorable Chair. I think the Honorable Member asked if I'm aware, so I'm saying yes, I'm aware of such.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Executive Mayor. Honorable Mwali.
Thank you so much.
Mwali.
Thank you so much. From the presentation and from the response, the speaker said you have impact and the audit committee and the disciplinary board in place, not functional, because you've just last week set them up, right? So they are in place, they are not functional because they haven't produced anything. Or do you have anything that they've produced since they have been established? I heard that you said that you have trained them. And number two, Mayor, do we agree that the sole mandate of the municipality is to provide service, not to pay salaries? Right. So, from your presentation, I picked up that you are prioritizing and even mentioning that for the past 2 months you've been paying salaries. You only touched on the issue of service when the questions were arising, of which the sole mandate of the municipality is to provide service, not to pay salaries. Therefore, I'm worried from this document that you gave us. We've got disclaimers because of the background you gave us. But I was expecting that you are going to give us a plan on how to remove all of them, to change the whole thing. What is your plan? Because you are mentioning that you've just joined, you've assumed office on the 26th of last month, I assume. And you got things like how they are looking now. I was expecting a solid plan on how we are going to recover from this picture, because we can expect another disclaimer from what you've just explained now. If you are using grants to fund operations, if we are using if from your employees some decide to resign today, would you be able to pay them their retirement monies in the current state the municipality is looking? Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor and Honorable Member. I would love to answer this one of MPEC. I've said, Honorable Member, the MPEC, the Risk Committee and Disciplinary Board have been resuscitated. Those committees were established in October 2021, but when one ascends the office, those committees were ascended. And with the assistance received from Treasury, they were all trained. And there's also, maybe the one thing that I didn't mention was that there's a time frame put that those committees need to work and provide evidence of the work that has been done. The time frame given there is the 20th of August 2025. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Chair. The plan to change the disclaimer, yes, is there, Honorable Member. Let me indicate that on my arrival, our system was, financial system was actually off. CFO, it was off, and then the payment were actually done outside the system. We paid the financial system, and then it is open as we speak. It's one of things that we are putting in place to ensure that we try to change the situation. Number two, we are preoccupied with the revenue enhancement strategies to implement them, not to put them, in paper, nice as they. Let me indicate, Honorable Member. Part of is that on the issue, let me speak of electricity. What we did audit. What ESCOM actually bills us versus what we collect. And we found serious, differences there. We started to embark on the audit of our meters. One saddening experience is that most of our electricity is bypassed in the urban areas, I must indicate. And we find that, let me make a typical example of one household, that the owner is in England. The house, it's contractors who are renting, who are staying there. They have bypassed our actual electricity so that they can consume. Part of is that our swimming pools also there. Where they have swimming pools, they have bypassed the electricity in actual the urbans. So it's one of the things that we've been engaging around on those matters. Part of, we have taken the issues of the rates and rate and taxes to public consultation to our committee members. Some, they are still querying them, and we have engaged them directly to say what are issues so that we find one another in terms of addressing them. I've indicated on the issue of our billing system to say we serve our communities with the bills that are very questionable, honestly, even from my side, to say you are paying, your debt is going up, is not actually being reduced. Then we need to deal with that. And that's where we are actually preoccupied in terms of turning around and moving away with the spending of the conditional grants money for its intended purposes. Part of our MIG is that, as I conclude, part of our MIG is actually regazetted in the district. We have just recently re-signed our MOU with them to say the money stays there. We only give the district the certificates after they've been approved, and then they release only that portion of money that is actually claimed by said service provider to our account, and then immediately we pay. So we have good relations also with the district in line with that. It also assists us, but where we need to go deeper is to ensure that revenue enhancement with all the systems that are actually in place. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Before I give to the Chair, we must also recap that as the municipality was presenting, what we've highlighted as a problem is that their salary bill is from 60%, which is very high. Their collection rate is very low. And there is also an issue of the court order where the Honorable Member asked about it, but they need to go into details of the court order. And then lastly, it's on the questions. When they were presenting, they did not extensively answered those questions. So if, as and when they wrap up, they can just take us along on those matters. So I will now give
Oh, no, thanks, Chair. I thought it's bad that Scopa. But I think you have serious problems in your municipalities. No, I think now I know it. Before even the presentation come, I know the collection rate will be low. grants will be used to pay for salaries. The payments of workers will not be a payment. Pension funds won't be paid over. I think by now I know. But my worry here, I understand that the leadership just entered. My question again, I asked even those that were before you. Do you have a turnaround strategy? Have you developed any implementation plan? We know that next year we are going to elections, but what will be the base, even those that will come in, that will implement from there to ensure that this municipality recover? Secondly, these employees, when they retire, actually my biggest worry with what I'm hearing here today is about workers. When these workers retire, do you take in account the time value of their pension fund that you did not pay to pension fund you kept with you, that's losing value, and the interest that they would have earned when the pension fund would have invested their money? Do you take it into account when you negotiate this resignation? Can you just give us what is your model of saying that you are resigning, you are owing so much of pension fund on your pension? How do you determine how much you must pay to that person? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. In terms of I'll go straight to the issue of the pension fund. We have made the payment arrangement with the pension fund because of this legacy debt of 140 million. We have started paying them last week. We have engaged and agreed with them that as soon as any member resigns, they must calculate the benefit of the member and the money that he has contributed for a previous years that he has been working or she has been working in the municipality. We said all the time we'll be paying the current account and the area account on pension funds, so that we don't find people resigning and then not getting their benefit after resigning. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, are we done with the questions? No, because once we're gone, we're gone. We're not coming back. They've had more than enough time. Thank you very much. Province, let's deal with the province. We'll start here, 1, 2, 3. Let's keep it to 3 and close. Okay. Now I won't listen to her, but I will not open the opportunity again. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. It's a general theme in the Free State, and it's an issue with the reporting on MFMAs. Is that the people who are supposed to be held accountable are not held accountable. So we're sitting with a new team, it's an acting, etc. And many times we sit with these people and they just say, well, we'll be different. And the people who should be held accountable, we don't have access to them. Let me give an example. We've just heard that there is that the matter of the Paisley Dam has been referred to the SIU. I was just wondering if the political parties and the Auditor General did not identify this, whether the municipality would have picked up on this. Where are the control measures to ensure that that the contracts that are being paid for actually bring value for money? But on that note, when we speak about the Paisley Dam, there is this issue with the project manager in Mangaung, who was suspended, I think, after the Auditor General report was suspended, and then 4 months later, now recently, he's been reappointed, which is kind of strange. How did this happen? And I think, Mayor, you also said to the media this is strange. So can we get an update on that? Is that being investigated? Who reappointed this project manager? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'm really requesting that we must try and shorten the questions, because we drag a lot of time with the questions, and now we're going to have a bit of a problem dealing with the next lot. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair, very much, Chair. If I heard it correctly, the Mayor acknowledged that there's an issue with the billing system of Muakari. What's the plan to turn around the billing crisis in Muakari? As I understand it, earlier this year, Cogta awarded 3.8 million via Xhariep District to Muakari to sort out the billing. Well, it was for municipal financial performance. What's the turnaround plan for financial planning, the billing crisis and so forth, if there is one? And then just for the committee perhaps to take note is that currently there is a indoor sports centre being built in Smithfield to the tune of close to 57 million rand. I think it's by Department Sports, Arts and Culture. I'm not sure if it's being funded from national or the province. But my concern is once assets like these of close to 60 million is then handed over on completion to a municipality like Muakari that's in dire financial strains, will they be able to actually maintain such an asset of the tune of 56 million rand? Thank you, Chair.
Last question.
Thank you, Chair. Of the 3 towns that in Mokare where prepaid meters were prioritized, they were installed in Rouville and in Zastron, but not in Smithfield. The ones in Smithfield were returned, taken back by the supplier due to non-payment. It's been prioritized, but how can it be prioritized if implementation is lacking? Then does Eskom and the water boards, and do you have bulk meters for Eskom and for the water boards, so that you know how much money you've been, how much power and stuff you're relating to? And then lastly speaking, Mr. Mayor, there was a court order that was raised earlier. There's a cost order against you to pay the costs. Will you be paying the money back, and when? And sorry, there is another one. The reports indicate that the MCAT members are trained and meetings are scheduled, yet the meetings rarely have quorum. How is this problem going to be navigated to keep officials accountable? Thank you.
Let's get the responses.
Thanks, Chairperson. I'll start with the one of the project manager for PMU, whom when I arrived in June, and other officials, there were about 9 officials who were suspended. AG have made a finding on the issue of the 27 kilometer, of which AG they've requested the management to investigate the matter and provide a report. But immediately after AG they've submitted that one official out of all the scheme was suspended without being charged. The matter even went to CCMA. He have got the certificate that he was suspended irregularly. He should be coming back to work, that the municipality must pay for the damages and the cost, of which I did send the legal team to CCMA to say, this was done vengefully by someone who acted for that period, to an extent that the municipality cannot afford to be litigated unnecessary, rather take the money of the legal issues to service delivery. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, proceed.
No, thank you, on the issue of accounts, we are aware of those issues where the customer would come and raise an issue of an incorrect billing or incorrect account. But what we've done is that we've issued a public notice talking to our communities on 3 issues. One is encouraging them to pay for their services. Number 2 is that in an instance where they do not have money to pay or they cannot afford, they should come forward and register for indigent subsidy. And the 3rd one is to also encourage them to come to the municipality to be assisted with their accounts. And that is happening on a daily basis, where a customer would come in with a specific issue on their account, because it's different reasons that they are bringing, and then we are able to assist them at our offices. We had issues with our billing system, but when we investigated, we realized that it's a back office kind of an issue. You know, the tariff parameters and all those issues. But the service provider has since corrected the mistakes there. Hence, we are able to assist our customers. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. On the issue of the sports facility that is being built in Smithfield, Honorable Member, there's actually a plan that we are going to be involved into, because we have noticed that most of our sports facilities, they are getting demolished when they are underutilized and stuff in the municipalities. Not only that one, at least that one is still at the construction level. On the issue of the prepaid meters, yes, indeed, Honorable Member, the contractor was owed an amount of 2 million in line with that prepaid smart meters, actually, that were to be installed and prioritized. We are also going to ensure that we bring the project back, and then, because it's going to assist us in terms of also controls going forward on how our water usage is actually done. We are not paying any water board. We are actually purifying our own water internally as the municipality. We do have capacity, so we don't owe any water board in line with that. On the issue of ESCOM, our electricity, we only have the contract on month-to-month basis with the vending, but the maintenance and everything, we are doing it internally, and we are doing it very well. I must say, since we do it internally without outsourcing that service of maintenance. Thank you very much, Honorable Member.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, he didn't answer my question about is he going to pay back the costs?
Oh, thank you very much, Chair, on that one. Honorable Chair, yes, in any matter that bears the mayor to pay, the mayor will pay. But I must indicate, it's very interesting that court order. It actually says the municipality must do by the right and actually give the people land who are prepared to build on their own. It should be, there's actually 5 things that we are ordered to do in that court order. So the mayor will have to pay ultimately on the issue of the cost. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We should then bring the discussion to a conclusion. Thanks for all your contribution. We remain concerned about the state of the municipality. I think similar to the previous ones, the real issue is the challenge that is faced by the municipality in terms of its sustainability, starting from the issue of the revenue base, whether you have or don't have the financial recovery plan. The issue is the revenue base as a starting point, and the issues therefore about the level to which you are dependent on the grants. It's an issue that I think we have to bring back for the provincial and national government to look at. I think most of the municipalities under Xhariep have got the same problem. Very rural, very poor, that's one problem. And of course, its knock-on effect on the issues of service delivery in the community and their inability to attract the right professionals to do the work. That's the other problem. But I think we also note the fact that there's been a lot of community distress, protests coming out in the area, creating also this kind of instability, politically and administrative instability has been one of the issues, and what we hope you will be able to do is to bring a bit more calmness at that level, because no municipality can operate under such circumstances. Beyond that, our major concern becomes the huge debts that this municipality is going through. ESCOM debt and also the debts relating to the third party payments, your pension payment, which is a huge challenge. The issue of your financial management is another bigger problem. You know, your wage bill is huge, and I think we have to look at the staffing. You should be able to do a proper skills audit to see what kind of staff you need and what you don't, and look at how that can be rationalized. For us, we think that it's a kind of self-inflicted injury that can be managed. Then, of course, the rest of the other issues relate to the internal systems around auditing. Your internal audit system, your audit committees, the functionality of your MPEC, the AG has raised the concern about you have never given a reason why your MPEC is not being functional, despite its being given training, investigations are also not conducted for unauthorized irregular expenses, and the the risk committee meeting, but once in a while, once in a year, which again is not within the expected norm. Also, other issues that relate to all the turmoil within the senior management, which has really given us the kind of outcomes that we have had. These issues for us are the main major matters of concern. The members have been raising the question about whether such municipalities should in fact exist. I think that's not what you can answer. You have been born into that situation, so there's an issue that we need to pick up at a much higher level, excuse me, as a real challenge that we have to kind of deal with. Your management of your conditional grants is another big problem, which is why we think that the provincial government has to be very close to you. We will share these comments coming from the Auditor General, because we believe that a lot of this needs not only just to be corrected, but we also need it to be monitored, and we will be getting the first report in 3 months from now, and so it must show a difference. Certainly the Auditor General must find different outcomes when they come in next. It is also quite a lot of concern that you owe the Auditor General so much as well. So we hope that these are issues that you will be able to address. With that, at this point, let me then say thank you. We will expect you to continue to do this work, and then, of course, report appropriately to the provincial government. The MEC is now understanding instruction to give us all these reports, and all these members here will deliberate over these reports at the provincial level, at the national level, and as you can see, you're dealing with not one committee, you're dealing with several committees that have all to apply their minds in terms of the progress that we're seeing in the work that you do. So thank you very much for that. Let me then say you are at this point released, and have a lovely evening, or whatever remains of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Can I just address the members in this house? Members in this house, I'm not sure who's your whip this side. I see the empty benches are increasing. Somebody should appoint themselves as a whip to deal with the empty benches, because we need solidarity at this point. Honorable members, we have a challenge. We have asked these municipalities to be here with us, and it will be fair to work with them until we finish, because it would cause problem in the morning. We've got two options. The one option is that we continue at the rate which we are, knowing that the members have got all the rights to ask the questions and repeat the questions and demand their answers. And in which case we go on until 9:30, we break for 30 minutes, have dinner, come back and take it to conclusion. That's one option. The other option is that the chairperson allocates the time and allocates the speakers and cut them at the time when they need to be cut and shorten the whole process, which may not be satisfactory, but then the members will have to give me their own views of how they would like us to deal with it. Knowing members of parliament, I won't open this up for discussion. You can send us messages on the WhatsApp. Let's ask the next team to come in. There will not be break. There will not be a break. Members of parliament, it's difficult to manage one party when there are many, even worse. So I won't even try it. So, honorable members, you know you've got the two options. We are going to proceed. We're now coming to Lijwele Putswa, and that's a district. And after that, we have got Inala, Maselonyana, Tuhuluho, Tsulupili, Machabeng, and who? That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we've got 6 municipalities within the time available to us, and also knowing that members of parliament are full-time members, so they don't mind. They're basically on contract, a 24-hour contract, so at any one time they're still on duty. So we will proceed. Please introduce your team and then go ahead. You've got the first 10 minutes and the rest will be questions. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to the Chair and all protocol observed. I'm Veronica Ntakumbana, the Executive Mayor of Lijwele Putswa District Municipality. I'm with the Municipal Manager, Ndate Mageta. I'm also with the Speaker of the District, Ndate Xhariep. I'm also with the CFO, Ndate Kelvin Khwabane. Thank you very much, Chair. The district municipality is a district with unqualified audit opinion in the, with matters of emphasis. We have been trying to be assisted by the Auditor General on the matters of emphasis starting from the first week of June, where part of the matters that they were assisting us with was the issue of MPEG.
I'm sorry, can I just disturb you for a while? Honorable members, I'm sorry, I have now been updated with the information. We will not be able to order supper here. So please order in your own hotels and try and make arrangements for dinner. We will move from now to finish, and then we'll have dinner waiting for you in your hotels. Please, let's take that as the approach, and then let's proceed. Honorable Mayor, please go on with your report.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have been assisted by Auditor General on the matters of emphasis. They came to our shores to come and assist us on the matters that we've been sitting with as on unqualified. We also a municipality that only depended on the grant. 98% of us, of our budget is on the grant. We also had a problem when we were dealing with the matters that of the previous years with MPEG. We've got an MPEG that was established, but the problem that Auditor General put on us was when the MPEG did not submit the report to council before the end of the financial year, where we had a backlog that in 2 years we had to deal with that matter, and that all those investigations were done by MPEG. So we're taken to council and they were deferred to the Financial Disciplinary Board. We have got the Functional Disciplinary Board, which we had in before that started, and we had the new one that has been established because that term of that one ended. We had an audit committee, but our audit committee at some stage we had to dissolve in December due to the non-functionality of it. We have got a new audit committee. On the issues that were raised by by the committee, I will allow the municipal manager to deal with them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good evening, all protocol observed. Can I zoom into the issues that were raised by the Auditor General? One of the issues that was raised by the Auditor General dealt with budget spending not aligned to key performance areas. Now, in as far as this query was concerned, the quarterly performance reports did not have a column that was speaking to the budget as it was incurred by the municipality. In terms of two identified areas where that comprised of 81%, it's on the two identified areas as we have it there. But we are saying that in this financial year, performance reports are now aligned with expenditure reports. Irregular expenditure, most of it came from appointment of panels and extension of contracts that were irregular. We reflect on triple PFA. We were also flagged on extension of contracts that were extended on a month-to-month basis without following the SCM processes. Now, in as far as this one, which was a thorny issue on contract extension, all those contracts, almost all of them, in 98% of those contracts that were on a month-to-month basis, have been procured and appointments completed. In terms of other measures that we have employed, contract management register has been compiled to ensure compliance with conditions, and timelines is being monitored on a monthly basis by the director of the end user department, legal manager, and SCM manager. In terms of consequence management, we have referred these matters to MPEC. Investigations were done. Some matters were referred to the Financial Disciplinary Board, and others were regarded as irrecoverable. MPEC presented all the reports to Council for condonment. On internal processes followed, officials were faced with consequence management as outlined. The other one dealt with non-implementation of the post-audit action plan. In as far as this audit finding was concerned, the institution developed and monitored the post-audit action plan on the financial management capacity maturity model. That is a system that is monitored live by both the Provincial and National Treasury. Checklists were also developed and monthly reviews were conducted throughout the period in ensuring non-repetition of previous findings and prevention of emerging risks. Part of the things that we're dealing with as a municipality, management has come with a solution in that on monthly basis, when management sits, monthly progress reviews are held to track progress. UIF expenditure is a standing item on the management meetings. We are aware that in some instances, there were some of the departments that let us down, but the consequence management became the order of the day in such identified areas. Non-compliance with Section 75 of the MFMA. Different contracts were entered into with different respective service providers. When joy was not received from these service providers, their contracts were terminated. Currently, this area has been sorted out as 100% of the website development has been completed and our website is live. But we had to take action against the responsible official. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are we done?
Yes, we are.
Thank you very much. Let's take the questions. My comments are not meant to be a penning order. So please, I would like to see enthusiasm and a lot of inspiration. No, we're not going to do that. You're going to process until we finish. Fansale, you first, and then Xhariep, you are next. Matiwani, you are next. Ngapa. All right, that's fine. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We're doing extrapolation, as Honourable Director said. So I wanted just to find out, are you responsible for any collectible services as a district municipality? So can you bill for anything, or are you grant dependent? I might have missed that. That's the first thing. And then what percentage do you spend on salaries every month? And then obviously dependent on if you can bill for anything, what is your collection rate? I don't know if you're a water service provider. Thank you.
Response, please.
Okay. Maybe I'll start first and the CFO will come. Unfortunately, we are not, but we are still pursuing our powers and functions. But part of the things that we are dealing with in terms of revenue collection is based on municipal health services, wherein we are now in the process of receiving bylaws that have been gazetted to the province, Cogta, and we are expecting that once that has been done, we'll be in a position to go to those spaza shops and other establishments.
Wait. That's future.
Oh.
The question is, are you?
Yes, we are hamstrung. We can't do that without our powers and functions. Thank you.
Let's be direct on the question. Are you collecting anything that you bill for?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That really was the answer. Okay. Honorable Xhariep. Sorry? Oh, yes, no, the salary bill, yeah.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Our salary bill is way over 95%.
How much do you collect and how much do you pay out to the salaries?
As indicated, Chairperson, we are 98% dependent on grants. What we normally then do as additional revenue, as and when we receive equitable share, we then invest the money. So we then try then to generate revenue by any interest from the investment.
So how much is invested just now?
Come again?
How much is invested right now?
Currently, we have 45 million that is invested.
And how much does it give you back?
Well, depending on the periods, because remember, this is what we are dependent on. So at times, we'll invest for 3 months. At other times, we'll invest for 6 months. So it will vary.
So how much does 45 million give you? Just give us an example.
Well, the current interest rate is at 8.7%, Chairperson.
I'm sure, CFO, you can calculate that and give me the figure. I don't have to calculate it myself. Look, the next question really is, how much do you pay out in your salaries?
Our monthly bill for salaries is plus minus 14 million. Yes, Chairperson.
Okay. All right. Van Zyl?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to note, and district municipalities is another layer of paying salaries. That's what district municipalities is. Thank you.
Mkhaliphi?
Thank you, Chair. It's just to make a follow-up on the question, how many employees that needs so much? That's one. So, according to the AG, we are not doing very bad. MM and Mayor. So I was listening to you when you were also justifying the budget spending that is not aligned to key performance areas. And then you were saying MM is because we didn't fill the column from the AG's report. So TNAT was sitting here. We're interested on service delivery. Please cover that. The last point, Chair, that I want to make, as much as your books looks good, we encourage that, but you are also an umbrella to other municipalities. We are presiding over the local municipalities. So what is your role to help them before the province intervene? The last one, can you share with us about the municipality and investment that you had for the past 10 years? When you were using that investment, it didn't even take a year for you to bubudla it. What happened now? Thank you, Chair.
Please respond.
No, thank you very much. In terms of service delivery to local municipalities, we are assisting local municipalities with different programs. We have Letsema, we have municipal support, where in municipalities that are having problems, they do make requests to us and we assist them, especially with fleet, yellow fleet, and other measures of assisting municipalities are done in the form of assistance in different types of forums or fora, where in our different IGRs are assisting different respective personnel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have got 127 employees as a district municipality. Another assistance that we do normally when we have got a request from other local municipalities, we also send personnel in that local municipality. On the money that we used to have in the municipality, before we once said 120 million rand, and later on we had 90 million rand, and later we had 60 million rand. That's why we're sitting at 45 at the moment. Thank you very much, Chair.
So if you didn't save, if you didn't put money for investment, where do you get money for salaries?
Chair, we get money from salary on the equitable share that comes to us. As I said, we're depending on the grant, and that's the money that we also invest.
You just got me off balance completely now. The question I'm trying to get from you, so equitable share, how much of the equitable share is specific for salaries?
Chairperson, maybe just to give figures, in the current financial year that has just started, we budgeted an amount of 141 million for salaries, 12 million for remuneration of councillors, and we're receiving an equitable share of 156 million. I think we did indicate that we're paying way over.
Just say that slowly.
Apologies, Chair. I was saying that we're receiving, or will be receiving, an amount of 156 million.
156.
156.
That's the total equitable share.
Correct, Chair.
Budgets for salaries?
And then employees' salaries amounts to 141 million.
141.
Correct, Chair.
And then 12 million goes to
councillors' remunerations will amount to 12 million.
And what would you say is the services that you have rendered for 160 million? 155 million because it's already overshooting.
Chairperson, it is overshooting. I think maybe to come to the question of the investment amount that we once had, to cover those services, we've been using that investment to do.
No, that's not the question. The question is, you have now paid yourselves and councillors and everyone 155 million. You received 150 million. And I'm asking you, you get paid to do what? Now, government is giving you 150. 141 million plus 12 million is almost 155 million. 153, okay, to be exact. 153. So you're already short by 3 million. Leave that fact. Let's just deal with the fact that now you've got the money. Then, what do you do with it? What do you do then to get paid? What is it that you're doing to get paid?
Chairperson, there are services that the municipality is doing, and to cover those services, we use investment.
No. There are these services. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. You are all going to answer this question, so don't worry. If you don't answer now, you're going to answer later. What do you do that you are paying yourself for? Because the next question is, do you really need 140 of you, to 125 of you to do it, whether in fact this money could have just gone to 2 people and the rest went to services? I'm asking you, what do you then do once you've been paid? Sorry?
Chair, I said wait for the next month's salary. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the municipal manager. We'll come to you, Mayor, afterwards. Municipal manager, you've now received 153 million rand throughout the whole year. What were you paid for?
There is an important question that was asked by the...
Look, municipal manager, listen. You see, all of these gentlemen and ladies here are politicians.
Okay.
They have the skill to tell you a lot without saying anything. Don't try that. Just enumerate. We do A, B, C, D, E. 1.
There are 2 programs that I have highlighted. One is the Letsema project, wherein we are assisting the local municipalities with services. For an example, we've been assisting local municipalities that were shouting out to us for help in terms of cleaning programs, in terms of...
What's cleaning?
No, it's EPWP, and also we have fleet that we also assist them with, that we give to them as in when they are requesting it.
EPWP is within the 123 people that you have employed, or is separate?
No, it's separate.
Who?
It's separate.
So you could have, EPWP could have done the work without you because they are there.
Chairperson, but one must indicate that we are a special district municipality.
No.
We are
Look,
special.
no. You are special, you are everything. Describe yourself. I don't want the description. I want to know, what do you do? Don't describe yourself. You're beautiful, you're tall, you're handsome. Leave that. What do you do? Let's deal with that aspect.
That's one of the reasons why, Chairperson, we are crying out
No.
for support.
What do you do? Don't go around. Just tell us you do this, you do this, you do this. That's all I want.
difficult to explain without explaining how special we are. Yes, we are special. In a negative
No,
way.
all right, look.
Unlike
No,
other
leave it.
districts.
No, then cut it off. Mayor?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. What we do as a district, we do have programs that we do as a district that we do in the local municipalities. So most of the time we go out.
No, just list them.
Chairperson?
Just list them. Don't explain, just list. You know, we send them water to drink. We go and clean their homes. We don't, just list.
Chairperson, one of the issues that we do the food testing as a district, which is one of our core functions. We also do the water sampling. We also do moral regeneration, HIV and AIDS. Those are the programs that are in our IDP that we go and do in local municipalities that are around us.
Now, how do you fund them?
We do fund them in our IDP and in the KPAs that we have in the district.
No. You've already got 153 million. And you have made it all salaries. So where do you get the money to do a pamphlet for HIV? Leave the fact that there's a Department of Health that should actually be giving you the pamphlets. But let's just get an example. Where do you get that money?
On the reserve, Chairperson, that we used to have in the municipalities, I've indicated that we had the reserves that we've been getting an interest on. So we utilize those monies from the interest that we can do the other programs for the district.
Okay, let's talk about this HIV program. That program can be done by 5 people. Okay. The other one, what did you say was the other one?
Moral regenerations.
Moral regeneration. Moral regeneration can be done by non-NGOs without salary from you. Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Right. Continue. What else? I'm still trying to find something that. What are you paid for yourself?
We also send other employees of us to go and work in the local municipalities to give them some support, like what I've indicated, that at some stage in one of the municipalities where they have got some gaps, we go and assist as a municipality.
In other words, they have employed people, you go and on top of that. The local municipality has employed its own people, but you then go and put your own people because we've got nothing else to do.
We do second them, Chair, to those municipalities when they've got a crisis.
Vansel?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to put this in context, I'm going to help. The MM said we supply yellow fleet, right? We can help the locals with yellow fleet, but that 153 million rand for the locals could have bought 10 graders, 25 TLBs, 10 excavators, 10 front-end loaders, 10 rollers, and 5 water tankers. So we don't need the district to give them one every 6 weeks. It could have been bought to the municipality. So this is an extra layer of job creation that is not useful. There's grants for EPWP. There's grants from Traditional Affairs for Moral Regeneration. I was a district councillor myself. I know. It doesn't have to be there. There's a directorate. There's a top MM getting paid top notches because they are more than the local municipalities. So that is the problem. It's like this all over. Thank you.
Direko? Now you're inspired. Okay. Okay. All right.
A crisis because the core functions of the district municipalities are legislated. And in terms of the functions of district municipality, they are dealing with the issues of municipal health service, environmental health, capacity building, intergovernmental relations. They serve as a coordinating structure of all municipalities. So in the case of Xhariep, what seems to be a problem is that we understand that there's these core functions, but we need to look at the value for money. Yes, we agree that it is the responsibility of the district municipalities to support the local municipality. But in terms of Xhariep, we've got 5 local municipalities under the district. And these 5 local municipalities are falling under the distressed municipality, which means that there's a human resource but is not doing what is expected to do. Because if there was that proper coordination in terms of the staff establishment that they have, then we could have seen the result of the local municipality.
Kube?
No, thanks, Kawazela. I think me and you, we have the same understanding of usually what the district municipality usually does, which is usually water and so on and so on. So I'm a bit confused in terms of in this to local municipalities provide water themselves. What is the arrangement? Because if local municipalities provide water, it means then you don't need a district municipality.
Mweli? Yes, Mweli?
Thank you, Chairperson. I think what makes it very difficult to understand this, to comprehend this, Chair, is that you'd find that some district municipalities take certain functions. For instance, if local municipalities are providing water to the commuters or to the communities, then a district municipality probably will be saying we are providing or we are taking care of electricity. In that way, then the district municipality has a function in as far as it is supporting the local municipalities. But in this case, we can't pick up even one valuable item that is a sole mandate or a function of this district municipality. Instead, we are seeing collapsing local municipalities under a district municipality that is allocated or is getting over 150 million, but there's no value for money because we don't see any support or we don't see any performance from the local municipalities that fall under this district municipality. That's why the chairperson keeps on saying, what is the function of this district municipality? Because we don't see value from the local municipalities that fall under this district municipality.
Please.
You know, Chair, the first concern is that the colleague sitting there needs to be able to tell us if they understand what is the formula that you use for to consider when you consider the equitable share. The formula, National Treasury gives you guidelines in terms of your budget management and your prioritization. I mean, you need to look at factors like poverty, demographic service backlogs, and to ensure municipalities, you know, can meet their obligations. The first thing, Chair, that I would expect the team to tell us, we employ so many environmental health practitioners. We want to know and hear that. And those environmental health practitioners employed by the district, they have a specific program. But then the rest of your programs that is outlined through the legislation, you could have listed with us and put a rand value to it and it would have been over and done. But you could not even do that. And it's purely because I don't think that you adhere to the formula